group stages, they went 1-1, so it's time for a tiebreaker, if you will, see which one of these two teams comes out ahead. We know they know each other very, very well. We also know that it's been a little bit hit and miss regarding Shopify Rebellion. And when they show up, and when we talked to Boba about it, he said they just YOLO it frequently because they're not with their full roster, so they can't really scrim. And we'll see what type of Shopify shows up today. Of course, we're in the draft. Tyrion, since first time on the panel with the draft and with the PogChamp Pandas next to us.
Yes.
Is there, when you watch Dota at home, you know, sometimes you just want to mute the casters, turn on your favorite style of music.
Yeah.
What style do you go for? What's your go-to watching drafts?
I gotta clearly interrupt this. Mira is really dying to say what this first pick is.
This is the most obvious enigma. What is this Rubik silencer double burn? But I do not like when I don't like when EG play enigma. I don't think I've seen them impress me on it. I hope it's something else. Okay, continue.
Go ahead.
The only thing that would scare you then is Venge, but I guess, yeah. Those are definitely Enigma bans. If I'm going to play Enigma, this is what I tell everyone to ban.
I don't like Enigma for EG. Every time they play
what happens?
I just don't feel like they play around that hero well enough. Like when they played it in Lima, it just felt weaker than all their other offlaners.
It's one of Whisper's best guys. That's the thing. That's the problem. It's like it's actually one of the heroes that he got like the most famous on back in the day when nobody knew who the heck he was. But it hasn't worked in like tier 1 competitive. You're right. It's been more like his Bat Rider and Timbersaw that he's had the most success with.
I really hope they don't do it. I mean, I just hope so. Continue to explain the song.
You were going to say, what kind of music do I like to listen to?
Yeah.
I am a single-minded idiot. I can't concentrate on more than one thing at once. So some people put music on while they're doing something else. I can either listen to music or do whatever it is I'm doing. If I'm watching something, if I'm playing something, if I'm doing something, I am all in on that.
Okay.
It's tunnel vision of an absolute moron. I can't help it.
So now that we're here and there's literally a band, they're not going to stop playing for you.
No, I like this.
No,
these guys are rocking.
Dude, they can do anything.
Yeah.
You can ask for anything.
What
they're in the middle of a set. I don't know.
No, they can change that set.
Trust me, they can do anything.
I dig this vibe.
Beastmaster, Enchantress, Bat Rider. What do you think of all these animals? Do you perhaps want to...
Are you downing the questions to the level of a child?
No, but the music. No, that's not what I mean. So that's not what it is. So it's jungle-themed music is what I'm trying to lead you to.
See? Do you listen?
You can do that.
That's the descent into madness. That's what that's on.
We need jungle.
Okay, well then pick the song. I was trying.
Jungle music.
What about that one? I can't remember what it's called. It's when it's like when someone's juggling. I don't know if you can do that.
That is... Okay.
I can't remember what it's called. Exactly.
10 seconds.
I love that one.
Awesome.
Can I just say, this is the weirdest Rubik silencer ban I've seen in a long time. Do you think they were trying to bait Shopify to pick Enigma for Saberlight? Do you think that was the plan with it? Because they made it look so obvious.
Possibly. I mean, I do also feel like there could be a coincidence going on here because Shopify has been picking a lot of silencer. It's more of like a second phase hero for them.
Not in the first phase, though.
So EG is like predicting like today's the day they're going to finally first phase it because they're going to mind games and think we're going to second phase ban it, so they're going to have to first phase pick it. Maybe something like that went on.
I think there were mind games saying to bait the Enigma, and they had a plan for that. Because they wanted them to maybe block pick it.
It failed.
Because there's no way you give away Enchantress.
It didn't work. Yeah. These are two very standard drafts.
I feel like the bans are very bizarre because I don't think you give away the Enchantress to Fly, especially after yesterday's performance. They opened with Enchantress twice and completely stomped. So I hope they've got like a backup plan to this Enchantress. I mean, so far so good, right? They take the Bat Rider from Liqui and they go for a Primal Beast. Both of these heroes can deal with Ench very well. It also just gives them a way to constantly keep fighting. A lot of magical damage.
Yeah, I mean, this is most likely an off-lane Bat Rider. Yeah, I don't know.
What are you pointing at?
What's going on with his
What are you pointing at?
What's going on right there, Panda?
He's got a bandage on his head.
No, he's holding up his glasses.
His glasses are they're
You
too
can
big.
see that on the left side, our left side.
Oh, he's
the little
missing a
leg
frame.
is missing.
Yeah, he's missing the little leg.
He just taped it to his head.
Yeah, I've never seen that solution.
It's pretty smart.
That's
to
the
be
solution like an AI would come up with.
This man is
Tattoo.
this
Like,
man.
tape it to your head.
Whoa.
5 seconds.
This man is like a millionaire Almost. And he's taping glasses to his forehead with duct tape.
So he doesn't have arms on either side of his glasses.
No, I think he has an arm on the other side.
I don't think there's arms on either of it. Look at, so there's no arm on that side. Look.
Can we ask
and when
him
he turned
to
the other way, can we get him to turn his head left and right?
Wait,
so, look, there's no arm on that side.
Yeah, you're right,
on that side, we know that one.
Dude, they need to pick him something easy today. I think we need to see the Panda Viper come out today.
At this point, this is where you break out your prescription swimming goggles.
Oh, look.
Oh my
God,
he's actually not wearing.
I like to imagine in frustration, he's gone, God! Snap the arms off his glasses.
How does that happen? Because even if you sit on it, it doesn't happen, right?
Oh, I have broken a few pairs of glasses.
But normally you break one leg at a time.
It's an arm.
One arm.
Unless your glasses are going walkabout.
I thought it was like some Frollo Lucifer cosplay at first. I was like, have you been watching a lot of anime?
Anime thing, yeah, for sure.
Of course, your mind jumps, oh, it must be anime. Someone's done a thing. It must be anime.
What
You weebs try and put it into everything.
What has anime ever done to you, Ted? Tell me.
Listen,
Tell me, has anime hurt you?
There's an essay coming about this from me. At some point, I'm going to do a video essay about why I hate anime. Just to silence it once and for all. I don't care. This is just to answer that question.
All right. Well, Shopify go further, Shadow Demon, which great counter to both Batrider and the Primal Beast, right? Because you can Demonic Purge the Primal Beast, you disrupt all of his abilities, he can't do anything. You can also purge the Batrider, who's mobility dependent. But also the Disruption should be a save against Lasso.
Absolutely.
And Disruption being used as a save has really gone up in popularity this tournament, and Fly plays it exceptionally well. There's also, of course, a setup for the TB type Artusi heroes.
Wow.
That's an early one.
I mean, to be fair, they do have the double pick here, so it's like basically they knew they wanted to pick this hero, and they're just deciding on like what support to put with it. Yeah, the risky thing about doing a Primal plus a Batrider in the first phase is they both have a single target, like very important ultimate, and they both depend on mobility to do damage and to scale, and obviously SD Purge and SD Imprison counters both of those things. So this was a really good SD pick from Shopify. EG definitely expected it because SD has been a big pick in this tournament and for Shopify. So I guess they're okay playing into it.
What the hell is Shopify, Mira?
What?
What is Shopify?
I think it's, you can, okay, so I didn't know what it was, but apparently it's very popular and you can buy clothes and stuff.
It's a platform that anybody can use.
You can make your own shop.
You can make your own shop.
Make your own shop. Let's say you want to sell the shirt you're wearing. You can just, what do you want to sell?
Eggs.
Eggs. Let's say you want to sell eggs. You can just make a website and everything is pre-tailored. And you can literally use elements and you have your own shop and you...
And in what way is it rebelling?
No, Rebellion is actually the name of their team name.
But it just sounds like there's been a Shopify
Guys, have
rebellion.
they paid you to shill them?
Like the guy.
Me? Because I just said I'd never heard of them. That's not the advertising.
The underpaid employees at Shopify rebelling by making an esports team.
They're breaking out. It's a Shopify rebellion. They're just burning all the stuff, smashing the website.
Okay, so a lot has happened.
So could I ask the band for some rebel music?
Rebel music,
like something that says rebellion, like maybe Rebel Yell by
Rage Against the Machine.
Ooh, Rebel Yell.
Rage Against the Machine. Get some rage.
Oh, they did that immediately.
This is killing in the name of, I believe.
Yeah.
Killing in the name of. Great song, great band, great band.
Good stuff, good stuff.
Yeah, so
why did we get a buzzer on that?
So speaking of band, it looks like the second phase of band, or the third phase of band.
There's just a lot that has happened that we need to talk about right now.
Wait, so this hero sucks, doesn't he?
No, he doesn't, not at all.
He's good?
It's a good hero. Yeah.
I never see this hero.
I see it regularly.
I never see it. We must be playing in different brackets, Mira.
Morphling has a low win rate and everywhere but Immortal. I will say Morphling is, in my opinion, the hardest hero in Dota to play right now.
Oh hell yeah!
He's so hard.
I'd say he has the highest ceiling right now too, depending on the player.
So high skill.
But I wanted to say that I thought EG had a cool concept here, right? Because so they picked the PA as a means to jump the Enchantress and the Shadow Demon. Because when you're playing against the Shadow Demon, you need something that goes on it. You also need a core that's not mobility dependent, like in the Batrider. So she doesn't really care if she gets that slow on her because she just blink strikes around. And the Crystal Maiden is a good way to deal with both Enchantress and Beastmaster. You have a way to freeze the war. You have a way to freeze Enchantress's creep. So, but the cool thing they did with the Primal Beast here is that this is a flex hero between mid, offlane, and actually position 4. And now that it's been countered by the Shadow Demon, I think they're gonna flex the Primal Beast to 4, and we still don't know if the Batrider is going to be a Whisper hero or a Chris Luck hero. So they still have ambiguity enough for the bans coming out of Shopify to not cover too much.
It's funny I like they banned the Timber. Like, I really feel like if I'm playing against EG and I see a Batrider, I assume it's Whisper.
Lion?
And it is Whisper.
But wait. Is Lion getting picked now?
Okay, so Lion is not good, but it is one of the best heroes in the game versus Morphling, if not the best. You can
very zip zap.
Very easily catch him at low HP, and honestly, just a finger often times is enough to kill a Morph.
Interesting.
Matthew is also just very, very much... Did I say Schofield? Holy crap.
No, you said Matthew.
I think I said Schofield instead of Matthew.
No, you said Matthew.
Matthew.
Are you sure?
Yeah, we're like 100%.
Is my brain melting? I feel like I said Schofield.
No, you said Matthew 100%.
Oh, so my brain has melted.
Did you mean to say Schofield?
No, I think I just, in my head, I thought about Schofield.
Don't you worry about it. You said Matthew.
Okay,
You're fucking losing.
I am losing it. I think this panel's made me lose it already.
The moment a Lion pick comes out, you just...
Yeah, I think... So Matthew's just got, like, a serious obsession with Lion. He tries to force it into drafts very often.
Yeah,
he just really enjoys playing the hero. I think it's a very difficult hero to make work. It requires a lot of skill because it provides you with something that you need versus Morphling, which is the Hex. That's the most important aspect. If you can Hex this Morphling with it's an instant catch, you can burst him pretty quickly. However, this hero, if it doesn't have a good lane, if its first few rotations don't go well, it's just dead weight.
Yeah.
It sucks. It's just completely dead weight.
It's not even like you have another position 5. It's worse than that. You'd rather a Lich on your team playing as your position 4. But I have seen Lions like sit on a ward alone, waiting at the triangle, waiting at the Ancients, and then just zap! Morphling's dead because he's sitting at 600 HP, and it's just a one-shot. So I think there's a lot of potential for it in this game. It's like, yeah, Matthew does try to shoehorn it into games, but this is actually a good one for it, even with the Queen of Pain pick coming out.
Quap.
It's amazing against Quap as well.
My favorite.
So I think for Matthew, this game, he will lane with Whisper just for a few moments, but I think he does have to focus on rune security and trying to win the mid lane for C-Smile, because if he doesn't, both of these heroes won't have the best game, and they need to have a good game anyway, because this Batrider has to play synergetically with the Lion. The Lion can only set up on side lanes if the Batrider is ready with the BOTs and enough spells, and if there's not enough follow-up, we have to assume that the Shadow Demon will be playing behind the Morphling for the majority of the game, just so if there's any kind of jump on him, he can counter it.
I'm really worried for EG this game. I agree with what you said. I think there's going to be a lot of rotation to mid from both teams. I want to take like the Kezu approach to this and say that Shopify, I think with Queen of Pain versus Bat, you definitely want to rotate your supports to mid to punish the fact that Bat is going to be constantly sitting at like 20-30% HP. You can get really easy kills and make sure that you're snowballing off of that good matchup. Enchantress is the best hero in the game at rotating to mid. So I think that they can absolutely snowball this Queen of Pain last pick with the Ench.
I agree with that assessment. I feel like Shopify's draft is just so easy to execute here. Their lanes are solid and strong. Their win gen and the more obvious. The PA is a gamble if the Queen of Pain just rotates on her a few times, and the Lion is a gamble because we've talked about how Lion as a hero needs to succeed in its first few kills. So yeah, I think Shopify definitely have the easier draft.
All right, we're gonna find out who's gonna take game 1 of this best of 3 series. Sit back, relax, and let our PogChamp Pandas play you into game number 1.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Thank you very much, Pandas. Shopify Rebellion versus Evil Geniuses here today with myself and Fog. And Fog, well, we're going to have right away. Third action straight into the play. Crit's gone down.
All right, nice, good start. Yeah, well, that was quick. They're already out there and they're already prepping. So EG came doing homework. They're already looking to shut down the Beastmaster in lane. And for the recovery method, we see the ward immediately placed out. Oh yeah, I have to agree with Panel. I think this co-op could do a lot of work. It can be a little bit volatile, but as we've seen, these enchantresses, these shadow demons, especially with the way that Shopify plays, they like to help out Mikey and they like to be quick and aggressive. Yeah, AG, super high intense homework done, as we see instant D-ward and that quick move level 1.
And what do you think sort of the approach from Evil Geniuses with the draft this game? Kind of opening with the bat and the primal and finishing with a lion.
I think they were flexing a lot, right? I think even toward the end, they were maybe considering if they were going to put like the primal in the mid lane and the bat in the off lane since it is Whisper. But I think the co-op, this is one of the better picks because it counters both. No matter which one you put in the mid lane, it's going to just be an immensely co-op favored matchup. So I think they were trying to keep things open, but then they get that pick there. So yeah, still looks, I mean, decent at least for, you know, the bottom lane. They've set up heavily in order to shut down this Beastmaster. This PA should be off to a good start. Yeah, the other two lanes look pretty damn good for the side of Shopify. Top lane Morphling should have a pretty good time versus Lion and Beast and Primal Beast, unless they make a mistake, because he's got an edge backing him up.
Well, let's see. See if those lanes go as sort of decided as potential is there for.
Let's see how mid ends up going down, because we do see these Bat Riders, they do pretty well the first 2 or 3 waves, and then it starts to get way too difficult to play versus the co-op. Let's see how comfortable Mikey is, because this actually needs to check really fast. I think he's forced to play a new hero at this tournament, right? Did he actually? I don't think he got to play the Queen of Pain yet. Because they took
I don't think we saw any Mikey co-op, did we?
I don't believe so. Because they banned the Invoker, they took the Bat, they banned out the Puck, they banned out the Pango, so they're forcing him to play something new. So let's see what he can do on this new one.
There's a couple of threats for the co-op in terms of catch in that mid game, but as you say, should be set up for a good lane. And, have that sort of opening that's required to give themselves the chance to snowball.
He should have a good, I mean, he should have a very good lane. It's like after the first 2 waves, once you hit like 3, 4, 5, it becomes just incredible for Queen of Pain and easy for rotation. Saber lane.
I'll try and go for him.
He's got a lot of sticks.
And Pakaz is taking a lot of damage here in return. Ooh, there's going to be a pause.
Yeah, he's got 10 sticks.
10 stick charges.
But Panda is in a lot of trouble. If he just gets hit from like... if he just
he's
gets
got
hit
Fairy
pretty
Fire.
much anything here. Yeah, he's got Fairy Fire. See if Crit looks to turn. I mean, now he has all the time in the world to be like, oh, look, I'm full HP. PA's kind of low. I could look to turn and hit this CM. I mean, this is the lane that kind of, for EG, this lane has to win. Like, they cannot lose. They literally full counter picked versus the Beastmaster. If they struggle down here, that'll be big concerns for me.
I mean, surely Shopify's just going to go all in on Pakaz, but no, yeah, you're right. Okay, they respect the stick charges. They'll indeed go for the CM instead in the trees.
They got him. Give it a Saber leg.
It's the nature.
All right, definitely don't want that to happen in this lane for the side of EG.
I mean, Pakaz, of course, just still getting kept incredibly low.
The top, okay. They get the chase done.
They catch out Arteezy. Now finding the bigger kill up top there. Evil Genius is taking out the carry.
Bit of a slip up there from Artur.
It feels good to be.
There is a triple stun that can't come out up top, so if he's not super careful. They don't have vision on the side either, so I mean, if Matthew does line up from the side to get this chain stun, there is definitely potential there to kill him early. As the levels build up for the Morphling, it's much more unlikely for them to get that type of kill. Yeah, liking what Shopify has for sure this game.
Even with that sort of early death on the bottom lane, this sort of setup with the CM and the PA, there should be the potential to get aggressive onto who? I mean, do you look to go for the Shadow Demon or you go for the Beastmaster in these sort of situations?
Just whoever you can poke the most, whoever steps up out of position. They both can die if they're not careful.
Good to be this good.
You can also turn things. I think Shadow Demon just has a lot of hidden potential. I think people have really underrated this hero for a long time. So I'm glad to see it getting picked up so much more. As yeah, we'll see Crit take out this Sentry Ward. So they're going to get these double stacks going. And yeah, mid, we're going to see it quickly turn into Mikey's favor. And we'll see if there's going to be rotations to be able to help stuff out, because they very likely want to be able to help Chris to fill up his bottle, since you don't play with the bottle early on these Queen of Pains when you're playing versus Bat Rider. You just get like your boots and I mean, maybe he will go bottle relatively early anyway, but the first few levels, you just go for stat items with the stick.
Obviously, top lane, Matthew.
He's sneaking.
Hiding in the trees just to see if he can get some sort of the blind stun. This time round, Arteezy did have a fair bit of strength already in preparation.
And Matthew now.
And they can turn towards him. The adaptive struck. He's trying to juke around through the trees. They'll get him. Matthew goes down. Yeah, it feels very unlikely that they'll be able to catch Arteezy off guard like that again, as we saw. He was just making sure he has enough HP in the lane, that sort of opening, they're just not going to have the damage to kill him.
No. And they did, I mean, the one thing they did do is they did block the camp, the hard camp there, to prevent the Enchantress from getting a creep, but I mean, Fly just walks over to the right, and he finds the Warpine Raider anyway. I mean, Enchantress is just... Good. We saw it so much during, like, China DPC, like, first pick every single time. It's quickly become one of those first 2 picks during this tournament. It wins you every lane. It just does so much.
They're going to go for the Ench. They can get Fly.
Nice little pushback, but it's still not enough.
They've got him. Nicely done. If they can't kill the Morph, they'll definitely go for the Enchantress and try and continue to get Whisper these early kills so they can pop off as the Primal.
Matthew, super aggressive, per usual. Saberlight's just having a free time bottom, though, which is a bit unexpected. They likely will get crit. Yeah, so far. This Beastmaster's doing way better than I expected him to. But because at the same time, he is free farming, and I think they've actually cleaned up a good amount of these boars. I think that's like the 3rd one I've seen killed. And, you know, for anyone who always knows, these are worth a ton of XP. 2nd one, okay.
Yeah, I mean, Picard's... It's going to be down to those rotations. If we get sort of early movements from Mikey down bottom, that's going to be the sort of tool for Shopify Rebellion to really slow down this PA's farmers. Picard's second highest net worth, the second highest on the last hit, sorry, 28 CS. He's pretty happy down there.
And the other thing about his overall game is there's definitely some limited stuns to control this PA who's going to be like hopping in and out of fights if you do look. There's a roar, and that's kind of it. There's really not a lot of stuns coming out from the side of Shopify.
Fly, just making sure that Matthew's not going to be able to get any stacks going here.
Ooh, doesn't connect. Rune's being checked. Mikey's just going to blink in.
He's going to jump in aggressively, knowing that he's got the back of a crit. Be able to hold back C-Smile. They'll drop the Sonic Wave.
Matthew comes too.
I mean, Mikey's still pulling off, put the Fairy Fire, but he's not able to survive through this. As Mikey goes down, C-Smile able to stay alive here on the high ground, finally gets popped by crit. I see Crip with the stick charge is also able to keep himself alive. The backup's in from Fly. Another stun thrown out from Matthew. They're trying to take down this pesky Shadow Demon. Crip across the trees, but he will get found. Panda with the final nuke takes him out.
Panda, oh, the poison stack, it will not be enough to kill him either.
He's going to live.
And Matthew
able to walk it off, get back under the tower. Matthew maintaining ward control of this mid area.
They both do the exact same thing. They both dropped obs wards almost instantly and sentry wards. They both take out their obs.
I mean, a risky move there from Mikey.
For sure.
He wanted the rune, but anytime you're blinking in underneath the nose of a Bat Rider, it's probably going to hurt. And they get another one. Matthew, he's still around. He's able to put a stop to the TP out from Fly. I mean, these are some nice kills here for Chris to get early on here as the mid-bat.
Feels good.
Needed rotations. As we said, that you have to help out your Bat Rider when he's playing versus this Queen of Pain. They get some successful ones, but Mikey, I mean, he's still up. He was
sticking around incredibly low HP there. I think he thought maybe just Picard was the only one still hanging around, but Panda was ready to set up, and that Saberlight gets punished. More money here for Panda and Picard to pick up in the safe lane.
Picard has treads and Ring of Health already.
It's going to be a quick timing, I think, on his Battle Fury this game.
He's definitely going to be strong. Arteezy having a good game as well, too, but not in comparison to this PA. He's definitely set up for success versus limited stuns. There's a lot of stuns for Arteezy. There's a Lion stun, there's the Root. There's this Primal Beast, of course, too. Definitely a lot of things that could trip up Arteezy if he's not careful. Picard's definitely set up to be able to farm very nicely unless there's big rotations that come up from Mikey. And Mikey, it's a straight Witchblade rush. He's about to have it finished, actually. So he definitely can get these big kills onto this PA early. And Matthew, they just use a Sonic. Oh, he's dead anyway.
Can you get the deny? Oh, not quite yet. The poison tick of the dagger. Too much. Takes him out before he can get the aggro of the creeps.
They're going to scout the stacks as well, too, and Fly's even going to take a couple of them. Oh, no, 8-4. But Shopify still doing very well in their lanes anyway. They actually have that slight gold lead at the moment. And the stacks, as we mentioned, for Saberlight, even though he does die, he has, I mean, he's done pretty well in the lane anyway, all things considered, since he got super counterpicked, and he does have stacks to go back on. again.
Oh, they do. They catch him with the stuns and the Whisper.
Feels good to be this.
It tramples all over Arteezy. Caught. What, the second time this game?
They're playing really well up there. It's only 47 last hits on Arteezy. Him and Matthew. I mean, Matthew, super aggressive player. Same thing for Whisper. That's definitely, definitely a good start for them. Even though, like, you know, some of the other lanes, like the mid one, was kind of going quite heavily favored for the Queen of Pain. These rotations are nice. TC's gonna be quite far behind this PA, who's just getting absolute free farm. Yeah, they're just tag teaming with the two supports.
Crit. They're going for the setup because he's going to go straight towards Fly. If they focus the Enchantress first, take them out, the Sonic Wave will be there. Pretty much heading on to the four of them. It will be enough to take down Panda, but won't take down anyone else. Now Mikey's in trouble. As Whisper closes in, grabs him with the Pulverize. That's Mikey dead.
That is not worth it for Mikey.
Not at all.
EG is making some beautiful rotations. I mean, every single time it seems like they just bring the numbers, and Shopify, they're looking to just farm and catch up. But yeah, the moves so far from EG are just way better. Way quicker.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That is a very farmed Primal Beast.
Yeah, I mean, had a great time. Top with 3-0-2.
He's got drums.
Taking out Arteezy a few times in this top lane. It's been a hot start from Whisper. And one of the reasons why we're seeing, you know, with EG, they grabbed that Primal in the first phase. They know how strong Whisper is on it.
They might be able to go for him here if Arteezy wants to actually go for Morph. He actually doesn't. Okay, I've seen a lot of these Morphlings when you play versus Primal, you turn into him and you trample on him. So actually not going to be the case. So difficult for them to bring down Whisper. He's unbelievably tanky.
I mean, they're waiting for Fly to come over as well.
I mean, Arteezy has to be careful.
Matthew's going to head in. I mean, Matthew could be in trouble as the three of them will focus the line first. Jump forward from Mikey, they take him down. The Hex. See if they can find this Panda. Not going to be able to do anything to save Whisper. So
good rotation.
The two of them.
A huge rotation this time from Shopify. They're going to get another one.
You can find Panda here beyond the tower with the four of them. They can. They bring the numbers this time and they'll manage to make sure they come out on top. Not able to deal with that amount of pressure this time round. EG. Shopify Rebellion, take the kills. Meanwhile, of course, Picard's trying his best to still get the good timing on the Battle Fury, and it does look like he will. He's getting all the space in the world down here due to all the attention that's being put towards the top lane.
Arteezy fully caught up. Literally right after that, though. He's back time, but now will he die again? He does.
It feels good.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
What happened?
He just charged on top of him from tree line. He got the strength morph off, but it's not enough. It's only level 2.
Got to be a bit more careful.
Whisper. This is super back and forth already. 12-8. 11 minutes 40. Oh, Whisper. The reason they love this Primal Beast so much. Even if he did die, he always has kill threat. Arteezy doesn't. He's like, get me out of that top lane. I don't want to go back there.
Invisibility.
Up with the smoke. Mikey and Crit.
Top tower is under attack.
And Picard's is here now. Matthews, he's just going to run straight in. He's going to hold them back with the Hex and the stun. He'll drop the Sonic Wave there for Matthew. Mikey weren't having any of that.
What the? I mean, probably unnecessary. They can punish that too. Now they're going to know that there's no Sonic Wave. It's a big amount of their damage early game. When you do look at their draft, most of it is going to be coming from that Quap. Saberlight is here.
Trying to go aggressive onto Chris.
Mikey blinks in.
And look at this wave from Panda. The damage being done. They have to use the Roar to stop the ult. As the Crystal Maiden will fall, but they've lost Mikey again. The lasso's up and ready. As Chris, he drags back Fly. Picard, over his target. Whisper straight across. Over towards the back lines. In on top of the Beastmaster. They take down the Beast. Double kill for Picard.
I mean, Mikey. He's being way too reckless. The Sonic Wave gets used on the support. Then he blinks in to go for the next support and just gets turned. That is not the way this situation wants to be done here from Shopify. This is not a good point for them. Because he's 3-0-5.
I mean, he's getting so much. He's setting up to these fights, getting a cheeky double kill and just being involved and surviving throughout these plays where Shopify Rebellion, they're just dying.
Oh my, and Whisper. Insult to injury. Takes all the creeps from Arteezy. Shopify got to get things together pretty soon.
So, yeah, because at the moment it looks like Picard's and Whisper in particular, they're just going to be able to carry.
And they're even feeding Picard's tomes. He's level 12 already.
Yeah. This PA is going to be a problem. No question about it. It's one of those games where the PA's had that sort of start that you definitely got to be a bit scared if you're Shopify Rebellion right now.
Free farm PA, feeding him up. They're going to probably build some auras and stuff like that for him early too. Whisper is going to have a super early BKB, and they're ready to move. They're not cooldown reliant because of this Primal Beast. Finger back up in 70, but it doesn't feel like they need it to kill almost anybody, as we've seen. Fly.
Get the heals off, and we'll deny the arcane rune.
Too much damage.
Far too much. Another one for Whisper.
Top tower is under attack.
So for Shopify, yeah, it feels like they are very restricted on the early game moves that they can kind of do unless they have Quapple. They have to just farm and make space at the moment. But EG, they're just playing fast. They have so much burst damage. They just don't really need to commit anything big to get into these kills. Whisper's damage is overwhelming. Level 12 on him as well.
Has been denied.
Just some painful early deaths, really, on EG's cause, right? With a couple of deaths on Saberlight, and then the 3 on Mikey, and the 3 on Arteezy.
The levels are just insane. Whisper level 12, Saberlight, he just hits level 10. So it's a pretty big disparity.
Shopify leading him with crit. Same thing, you get the catch on Chris, but not quite.
They need Mikey to get some core kills in order to catch him back up in this one.
But yeah, it's got to be a big Sonic Wave next time round.
Yep. Arteezy needs more space.
Yep. And he's getting in now. He's able to play the bottom half of the map, and he's got pretty much the entirety of his team between him and DG right now. So a lot of space very safely being secured for the Morphling. That's taken a lot of resources. Pretty much the full team here from Shopify over in EG's jungle.
EG at this point, it's like they can kind of just chill. They can take like any fight that happens to them, but Pakaz is just, he's probably just telling his team, he's like, I got this in the bag, guys. Just don't feed, find kills here and there. You can shut down a little bit of these rotations. Like, this PA will go out of control.
I think so. Very high chance here for Pakaz to pop off. Or continue popping off, already top net worth.
Oh,
and
Panda.
yeah, if it continues this pace, this PA is only going to get further and further ahead.
I mean, it's a roar, but it's on the crystal
He'll
maiden.
happily die. He'll take that, Panda. All right, whatever.
And now they just probably say, hey guys, the only stun that Shopify has is on cooldown.
Yes, the Pakaz, straight to farming some of the lane creeps.
Yep.
He knows that it's unlikely they're going to be able to run it. Oh no! Oh no! Dude, that was. I could see it flashing before my eyes there. Arteezy walking up, lying on the high ground with a finger ready. Careful, Arteezy.
Honestly, one more death for Arteezy, and this game is going to be super difficult.
I mean, look at setting up with sort of the vision around this area. He's got to be so careful, Arteezy. There's a very high chance he gets caught and burst.
Under attack.
He might get
once
solo
again
killed.
this game.
He literally might get solo killed from Matthew.
But that's what Matthew's looking for. Matthew, he's looking for it so badly. He really is.
They're there to help him.
He really wants it.
Instant TP from Panda to give Pakaz the bailout.
Crit. He's gonna get caught.
EG, just these rotations are crisp.
I mean, at the bottom lane, look at Matthew. He's sitting on 400 HP. But this next creep wave, let's watch how much he shifts. He's playing so safe. I think he knows. He's farming creeps here with nearly 2k HP, Arteezy, just to make sure that Matthew doesn't catch him with this sort of play.
I mean, this is such Matthew Dota.
Yeah.
He'll get spotted now, but...
I mean, Arteezy playing it smart here.
But it slows. The thing is, like, when you have to stay strength, but you're farming just so much slower. Anytime you're in the jungle, look how, like, he hits just so much softer. But he has to. He has
to. He cannot risk being caught again. He's got to play it safe like he is.
This might be one of the closest games we're going to get on, and I'm very happy about it. The thing is, just Pakaz just, he's going to BKB. So now it's like, he hasn't died. Queen of Pain, it's much more limited for you to get these pickoffs now onto this PA, and she can get involved. And Morphling's going to struggle to get involved early on. Yeah, 15 is hit, so he gets the talent that lets you be able to fight early on. This Phantom Strike cast range is pretty OP. Great setups from EG. And Chris, he's 4-1-7. Bots BKB's already done. Double BKB timing. Honestly, even looks like about to be triple BKB timing, actually. Whisper, he's got his too.
Yeah, they're going to be super strong.
EG, I feel like they can take any fight they want now versus Shopify with these 3 BKBs.
I mean, the majority of the fights that have happened already, that's already been the case. EG.
Saberlight shows himself top.
Whisper's going to consider going for it, but will opt out. Doesn't want to go underneath the tier 2. They'll settle for the creep.
Easy money.
KB done.
Matthew already prowling forward.
I mean, Mikey blinked in on this.
Mikey.
Blinks in. So easy BKB in the last shot. There'll be a bit of timing with the disruption from Crit. Mikey will manage to live. He's able to blink out. Sonic went to push back Chris. Doesn't matter though, because he actually ends up being the one to get the kill on Mikey. So if anything, it just works out even better for EG.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there for Matthew, but as you said, ends up better. He actually did not get, he missed the stun on the Shadow Demon. And another Dominator creep. Whisper will take that. And a nice stack.
I'll take that as well.
Oh my god, this is devastating for Shopify.
Cars is getting so much. Arteezy desperately doing his best to keep up in farm, but PA just consistently a step ahead. And of course, with the involvement in the action, decently showing levels, right? We've got what, level 16 on Pakaz compared to level 14 on Arteezy, so about a 2-level difference. This will help. They're fine, Chris.
Good kill. A needed kill. Mid though. Ooh.
TP's coming over.
Overrides actually makes the stun miss.
He's going to put the BKB to survive this. Panda, he'll be the one to get left behind.
But Mikey.
Matthew's going to step up and in Pakaz, he's in onto Mikey. They take down the Quap. And Pakaz, see if he's able to back out of this one with the round of the BKB. He jumps over towards the safety of Matthew. Indeed, he's able to walk out. So again, Pakaz just able to turn up, get these big kills against the enemy cores, and get out alive.
I mean, Mikey's just getting chain killed every time he's up. Doesn't get a big kill,
rough.
Kills a support or something like that, but then pays with his life every single time. And yeah, Pakaz just continues to be set up for success. 506, his Deso's soon going to be online.
Yeah.
And these targets, they die so fast. Shadow Demon, Enchantress, they just get shredded from this. See it again. See that stun miss there from the Pulverize, unfortunately. But then Crit, he has to use the disruption to perhaps save his buddy, and then doesn't actually have it to save Mikey afterwards.
Yeah, Mikey feeling strong there as he jumps in aggressively to try and look to finish up the Crystal Maiden, but indeed as soon as he's in, Pakaz puts the BKB straight on top of the Queen of Pain. It's just more kills, more glory here for Pakaz. I mean, what is it, 5-0-6? Honestly, just playing a perfect game right now in the PA.
Shopify, this feels like a move that they have to get. They have to get this Roche.
And they'll get away with it. They get the Roche, they get that Aegis secure for Arteezy.
And they fight.
Time for Whisper. Just to be able to come in on the side with a stun and burst down the Whisper with the Sonic Wave, and Arteezy will be able to clean up Panda on top of it. They get the 2 kills here for the Morph.
A massive one. The BKB was still on cooldown for the Primal. They needed these kills. They needed this Roche to slow down the momentum.
This PA is just so massive. Pakaz, BKB, and Deso now done.
Level 17 as well. He's almost 18, Owen.
Oh, whoops. Uh-oh.
That's a misclick.
Oh, just a bit. And he'll die for that one, Matthew.
Okay, that's a pretty big mistake. Pakaz somehow is able to sneak away with the blur. That could have actually led to some chain feed.
Radiant structure.
All right, Shopify fighting back here. Getting big needed kills. And during all of this, like, too, they've been farming a lot. That's the one thing I did notice on the supports. They got the Philosopher's Stone for Crit. He got his shard picked up really early on, so he's got this demonic cleanse that's amazing versus Batrider. And he soon has Blink. Smile.
Oh,
he's getting caught.
Nice play there from Arteezy, shifting into the Lion to use the disables against Chris. Very smoothly played there by the Morph.
Okay, fair enough. They do have some stuns. If Arteezy's going to be making those type of plays.
If he wants to be the Lion, it's absolutely going to solve that issue. Matthew, he's here and waiting. I don't think
he's got the shard. He's got the shard on Arteezy. You can't go for these type of plays.
No, not nearly enough to take him out there. So unfortunately for Matthew, that's a finger down the drain.
Shopify's hitting a bit of a timing here.
They will get 1,100 damage there off the dagger of Pakaz. They'll take the Aegis out of the hands of Arteezy.
BKB.
They'll drop the roar to Whisper. Whisper was able to get the BKB off in time, though, so not a lot of follow-up damage to come out from Shopify Rebellions. They had to start retreating.
Sick moves so far from Shopify to reestablish things in their game. And they're going to park on themselves on high ground in case a fight comes. Primal Beast BKB on cooldown. Starting to get the kills they need. Starting to slow down that momentum we were talking about. Now the Batrider starting to fall on. Yeah, these supports, they're transitioning into cores. Especially the Enchantress. Shadow Demon, of course, for that save hero. But the Ench, you can never really like pass up how much Fly does in these fights, in any of these games when he's playing Ench. 4K lead now. DD Rune on the Morphling. I love that Arteezy went for Shard this game too. Playing versus the Primal, playing versus the Lion, it seems like almost a necessity so he doesn't die in a chain stun. They will find the Black Dragon now for Saberlight too with his Helm of Overlord. All right, fully have reestablished their grasp into this game.
They've still got to worry about this PA though, right?
Yeah. But
if Picard isn't controlled, he will clean up these fights.
The one thing is though, even in later stages, like let's say it starts going like back and forth and stuff like that, the fact that Crit is getting so much farm, he's a hard counter to PA. If he farms Aghanims, this PA is useless. Game's over, pretty much. Because you just purge him 3 times back to back, and he does nothing. You break the blur, you break the Crit. It is actually just literally one of the hardest counters in the game for him, and Crit, he's definitely getting this type of farm right now.
Dire are scanning.
Nearly a BKB also for Arteezy, so he'll have that secondary cover. EG's next few moments are pretty damn important. They have the blink now on Chris. They have to get a big catch for themselves and now slow down the momentum that has turned on them.
And they've got the level 2 finger as well, Matthew. A lot of...
Honestly, it's been very good decision making from both sides. Just Shopify, this Roche, that whole Roche situation was the dream for them.
Good fight from EG that will knock them back in the lead.
Oh no. Chris doesn't get the lasso.
Maybe there's some hesitation there. You know, it's like, does he want to lasso the Shadow Demon?
Honestly, I think
you do.
I think so.
It's
a smoke that gets revealed, and now Shopify, they can smoke themselves and get the jump.
Sure.
BKB's coming up for Arteezy. Mikey.
Full aggression here. Pops the BKB, jumps in to take down Matthew. We'll get him.
Panda. Ooh. Losing vision there from Crit.
It's full BKB on Arteezy now.
Shopify's doing it. EG now losing control of their jungle here. Difficult for them to contest versus this Beastmaster creep when he's rallied around his allies. Great aggressive wards. They're gonna go aggro here. Whisper.
Yeah, great. Think about the setup. Arteezy's gonna go for Panda. Pretty much able to take him down solo there.
That's that ward. Vision. Crit gets the ward down and they quickly make the jump. They honestly, Whisper almost goes down too. If they get the demonic purge onto him, it could be another kill that they can set up for. Shopify.
Look at him to set up around the mid as well, potentially if Whisper steps too far.
They've got a BKB coming out for Saberlight now too, so triple BKBs on Shopify. Much stronger than what EG's triple BKB timing is going to be like.
Middle tower has fallen.
Hey, I mean, it does feel like that. I mean, as powerful as Picard's is, the other two now falling behind a bit, Whisper and Chris. After, especially for Whisper in his case as well, had such an explosive start, but that's really started to just grind to a bit of a halt.
I think the whole game is going to pretty much be up to how much Picard's can do. Sure. What's the RNG going to be like?
Whisper gonna get in with the BKB. Arteezy immediately puts BKB into Picard. Looks to get the barrels with Chris to be able to take down Crit. With a raw, it holds back Picard momentarily. Picard is ready to go again though. Jumps towards Saberlight. Saberlight pops the BKB. Arteezy turns into the Primal Beast, knocks Picard's back. The BKB now pressed by Picard. Jumps forward to Mikey. Matches him with the control. They're focusing the Queen of Pain. Picard is able to get the kill. Double kill for Picard. Dagger towards Saberlight. Jumps in. Triple kill for Picard. If he can get more, buybacks come out here from both Crit and Matthew on each respective side. Looking towards Picard's, but not really a lot that can touch this PA right now as Picard's. He's ready to go back in. Jumps for Artur. Waveform and the charge is there to create good distance. Arteezy and Crit, they'll back away from this. And this PA, as I'm saying, they're good. I mean, great target prioritization there from Picard's. Jumps perfectly for the correct targets.
Yep.
They couldn't quite deal with him. There was too much going on for Shopify Rebellion to really have the resources to just look at this PA. I mean, PA, he's just getting a free fight to jump to whoever he wants, and there was nothing that was stopping him.
And the thing is, too, is if Shopify was actually on the same page there, they could have probably deleted Picard's.
I think they could have.
He got the beautiful roar. It just everybody was going. Both sides actually did the exact same thing where they jumped the clan heroes, right? You see, like, both Arteezy and Mikey, they're like, get rid of these pesky support, because those are the heroes that are actually causing the biggest issue. And Picard's, because of that kind of crazy play, it ends up actually working out for him.
I mean, absolutely. It just felt like he was kind of getting ignored. And I don't think that will happen the next fight.
No.
I don't think Shopify Rebellion will give Picard that much freedom.
But he's going to have Aghanims for next fight, so...
It's got a huge influx of gold. I mean, with 20k net worth on Picard thanks to that fight now.
If he gets 1 or 2 kills in the fights, he will just jump and delete another hero afterwards. Crit has to be a bit more careful with his positioning.
They've got to kill the PA. It's just the biggest damage that's been done in the fight as well. They get rid of Picard, they'll have a chance. If they ignore Picard, this PA is going to clean them up every fight.
It's both sides. I think it was PA did 8,000 damage and Morphling did 6,000. So they did literally all of the damage of the team fights, these two carries. They're going to smoke again here. Shopify, if they do get that initial roar on him pre-BKB, they have to blow him up.
They got to put everything
like
on
Saberlight, he did the right thing.
Picard.
He got the beautiful roar there, but the rest of the team was just not on the same page in time.
Dire are scanning.
Still a 7k lead for Shopify, and that was, what, 2 buybacks, I believe, used?
Middle tower is under attack.
Yep, one from Crit, one from Matthew.
Yep. This is definitely one of the closest games that we're having. We've been having a lot of 2-0 stomps, but this one absolutely go either way right now with these super farm carries. Shopify, I would say, in a more comfortable position at the moment. But if another couple fights where Picard is able to pop off, it could quickly turn, as we've seen from these PAs.
I mean, absolutely. That's sort of the way to look at it right now, honestly. It's Shopify Brilliant. I feel they're in a less fragile position because it's split between the three of them. You know, it's not the end of the world if RTG dies. Still a chance that Mikey, Saberlight can kind of clean up kills in the action. As for EG, it really is just a case of if this PA survives or not. If Picard survives, he'll win the fight and almost certainly win the game.
Yeah.
All on this PA. They've got to protect them and got to make sure that Shopify Rebellion's attention is drawn elsewhere, as they were successfully able to do in the last fight. They gave PA full free reign of where they wanted to go in that team fight.
And Crit, he actually feels the need to go A on disc. So wants to get his own type of save to be able to save his buddies in these situations rather than going for Aghanims yet. Eventually he will.
I mean, they're into the
Roche is up.
I mean, Shopify Rebellion, they'll definitely head over. There's full Aghanims done on RTZ.
It'll be pretty damn strong for the P versus that PA.
Fly, my pretty, fly.
He also has Titan Sliver, a pretty big pickup for RTZ. One of the better items you can get on Morph.
It's a good wrap around it. They're getting onto the high ground, EG. RTZ is going to try and jump in. Picard, he's going to go straight for 5. They've got the roar, they've got the Sonic Wave. That's the job well done there by Shopify Rebellion. They've killed the PA, and with that, there's no fight to be had for EG. They've got to run.
And they can just go straight into Roche afterwards, too. They want to try to find another grab. RTZ.
The player of the PA against EG here, turns in. The PA gets the daggers out, Panda goes depth up. He has got the ult, will stand his ground a little bit, but Mikey's in.
Radiant's
In fact, they're maybe thinking about diving more. We'll see how much they want to dive here.
Oh, they sure are.
They're absolutely going for this. Beyond the tier 4s, they're diving in big time. As they take down Matthew, 4 dead on EG. I mean, it just collapses completely when the PA's gone.
Oh, I jinxed it. I was saying it's such a close game, and then they get the literal perfect roar again. Now they can go back to Roche as well. Now they have an Aegis advantage. A free shard also being handed over. Things quickly just shifting massively. The game state felt very even until that jump. If Picard just gets insta-killed.
And it's tough as well. I mean, they don't really have any sort of items to save the PA. I think one of the big problems is, as we saw there, just Roar and Sonic Wave. That puts the PA in a very critical position. And one of the ways you could kind of deal with that is maybe through something like a Force stuff, right? To just make sure that easy setup isn't there for the Sonic Wave to get the guaranteed connection. But they don't have that right now, EG.
Just was a bit of, honestly, it was a bit of a reckless jump there from Picasso. He wants to delete the edge, but it's literally into all 5 heroes of Shopify. I think even if he gets BKB off, it's likely he just dies during that roar.
Yeah, Roar, Sonic Wave, a couple of hits from RTZ, the PA's gone.
They got to be more careful with the jumps. Have to let Chris get that clean initiation, him or Matthew. That's Shopify, they've blown this game wide open.
Regeneration.
Cars.
Chris. Easy wants him with Mikey. And these Hawks, I mean, this is what happens sometimes when you do get, like, even just, I mean, now it's a pretty big lead, but when you start getting control of the map with Beastmaster, these Hawks are constantly scouting people. Picard's very fortunate, of course. He has Aghanims, so he's constantly under that blur. But it's tough for anyone else to really get outside the map and farm. Shopify just hunting. Waiting for anybody to show.
Top tower is under attack.
All the pressure in the world on Picard, who's 8-1-6, by the way.
Yeah, that was his one death in that last fight.
And he needs a Lincoln's, so at this point, it's like Lincoln's is pretty valuable, of course, versus the Roar and versus that Aghanims of the Morphling, but they have multiple ways to break it.
The tree line there, Saberlight with the Hawk, but of course Picard's under the blur, undiscovered.
Chris has to get the lasso onto RTZ. They have to like lasso him and hex him almost at the same time and blow him up. So he's just, yeah, he's having too much free reign inside these fights. Shopify though, they're chilling back for a couple moments here. Making sure they get these lanes in a very good position for themselves.
I think they will want to pressure it a bit though, because that. Yeah, if Picard does get the Lincolns, I think that does make things a bit more, you know, rather complicated for Shopify Rebellion. Like in the last few times, it has been that Raw that's given them that opportunity. They can't get that because it's very likely to be much more of an issue.
They just have to get a much more ideal jump. They can't just let him jump by himself like that. They have to go for similar targets like they did in that fight around the triangle when they both jumped crit, deleted him from the fight. Just things have gotten a lot more difficult because there's an Aeon disc on the Shadow Demon. Those priority targets, it's not as easy to bring down anymore.
Tower is under attack.
And Arteezy, I mean, he's very strong now at this point. Carrying a DD also. But Titan Sliver literally was like the best item I think he could have found here. Kaz, of course, finds one himself, but he's not the one playing versus all these hard lockdowns like the Morphling is. But, oh, they see this courier. They know Panda's in the area.
Uh-oh.
Can he get away?
Oh, not quite. Couldn't make it away in time.
And now he probably thinks that there's a ward on the high ground, but it was just a Hawk that was scouting him out. Quickly to top. Arteezy wants Whisper.
I have to. Yeah, no, he's fine.
All right.
Arteezy also out of mana, so can't keep chasing.
But they're pushing even without Arteezy. Mikey and the Dragon. No glyph. They'll be able to finish this one.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Kaz, he will have the Lincolns for the next fight.
All right.
Done.
Let's see how explosive he can be, how many crits he can get. He's getting close to 25 as well. He's got his work cut out for him. But if he can get the RNG on his side, if he can just elite one of these two heroes, he can jump around the fights. Just, yeah, not easy for him. They do have a sneaky ward at the moment, though. They just saw Arteezy.
Full Scardy on Arteezy.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, because overall as well, you feel like Arteezy will get away with this, not having a Lincolns himself, because of that status resistance and because of the save that he can rely on in the form of Shadow Demon.
He has Shadow Demon save, he has the Shard as well, so he's constantly shifting if he gets stunned. It's pretty much, is Matthew going to be able to get the Hex while they full commit onto him and they don't get the save off? It's like, there's layers of the initiation that EG has to do. They have to control the Shadow Demon, don't proc his Aeon Disc during the control, and then Hex the Morphling and blowing him up during that Hex duration. But it's not the easiest execution by any means. While for Shopify, their execution is pretty much break PA Lincolns, roar him, kill him. That's it. A lot easier for them to do it.
Kill PA, win game.
Yep.
That's on the list here now for Shopify Rebellion's next moves.
And the heroes are getting tankier and tankier. Saberlight, his auras, they're starting to kick in. Like even these like Shadow Demon, Enchantress, they're sitting at like 30-something armor in these fights. Shadow Demon at 21, but he's got an Aeon Disc to cover. Arteezy sitting at like 50 armor.
Radiant's bottom.
Kaz. He's on the front. BKB's out from the two of them.
The Lincoln's broken. He's got to be careful.
He's going to wait it out a little bit until it comes back up. We'll clear out the wave.
I believe that was the morph he used. Yes, that was the morph to break the Lincolns. Lincoln's back up, but BKB cooldown because...
Same for Mikey though. BKB.
Mm-hmm. 58 armor on Arteezy.
Whisper. They're going to go in. The last one to Saberlight. Jump forward as well, but the starting wave will push back Whisper, take down Chris. Whisper trying to run away. The roar there for Saberlight helps to finish him off. Godlike now for Arteezy. They surround Picard. He's got nothing to survive with. It's a team wipe.
It's too much for him. Oh, wait, what? I mean, they call it anyway, but...
Maybe his internet just went out.
Something happened.
It's game over. GG's called by some. But Shopify Rebellion. This game one will be theirs, folks.
Yeah, and EG, I would say, for the first, 20 minutes, played this game pretty damn good, pretty damn clean, but Shopify, they still felt like they had these timings. They get that incredible rush. They get the momentum going right after that. And, yeah, Arteezy, even though he dies, I believe, the 3 times in the early game?
It was that.
Cloud. If he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... We'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these multiple kisses. There is still that buyback to the Beastmaster though. Let's see. He wants to get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines is with the Vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save. Though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much time. Kami's going to go down. You do get the kill onto Leffington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Going down to the hooks. Yatsuro's still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the potent storm spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leffington once again. That's the dieback on the disruptor, and Yatsuro, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid hook. He's in the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed by Collapse. One more right click, he goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys it, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though inside the Static Storm Mirror. He has that Lotus going, and now if Sulfur actually dives a little bit further with the Thunder comes out from Podking, he's dove in. Yeah, they're going to be able to get a kill onto the Storm Spirit. Can they take down the Pudge? They're going to be able to catch him and cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud. Everybody inside of Hydra, they just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of Team Spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get it. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose Happy. Is this the dieback? They do, the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphling. Law wants to come right back into this fight because he has the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks. You know, just do it by foot, it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast. That's just so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, he gets. Do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphling. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
You want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice. Strong in by the Disruptor, and now they're going to be hitting the win it back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Sumail is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right it back towards tomorrow. Trying to run from everybody on the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive. Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's a divine right there. They're going in on Q. Where's the hit? Okay, get that hit off. 123. Knocked. What damage? He's dead.
Oh my god. Nothing.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the
AU picks it up. I got it, bro. It's the dive.
Let's go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory! finally get to see them have a little bit of lead. But they need to have good vision, good entry to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Bulbica, Red Panda, this would be huge if we can find it. Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stone for Lulu. He's thrown now. There. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's just going to be one down as White Album. It's a dodge. It's a hideaway. The heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the BKB is out. And they're going to jump onto him. He has to back away. We have lost White Album again. And now Tango in trouble. Who is going to drop? Aster, these fight so well, and they clearly take down that Undying before the Toronto.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. Big finish profits.
Stun is out on the play. Didn't have a BKB available. Bulbica dropping low. The Tan toss back in. We have another off Bulbica. Doesn't look like it because the black hole is there. That's on the agent. He doesn't have multi to come back. And Aster, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Aster full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second. Well, there it is. Back again with the high network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the shot that's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Static Storm, able to then get up with Flash God and from away.
They have that trying to keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. Pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet shows up. Now they're in a lot of trouble, but they the team needs to kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Really get away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down, pops the BKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. With the avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. Monet, he's way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Aaron's the
JP. Oh, they're done. Okay. I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out, not really ever been in the league, he hasn't really never protected himself.
Night silence.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom. Everyone's just standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song, blinking from Pure, they see Yatoro, 3 lined up, potentialized path play, they're trying to go in, Toronto Tokyo, blown up by Collapse, has to buy back, Yatoro gets off with BKB, Pure with another song, sprints in, who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody, Collapse, BKB runs down south, Lol being chased out as well, oh my god, Nightfall, Hazy on disc refresher, blinks to high ground, gets away from danger for now, Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out, Aegis claimed, Lol in the fire, still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit
to do.
Sprinting out their base, they don't catch Nightfall on the way out, he's blinked out of the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's going to find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with his rapier damage of like short work and a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable. Larl the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the two supports with the help of Larl. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Naga was trying to set and prep there. And Yadoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Larl together. He is a monster.
Oh, pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's going to get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're going to be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Rangers up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There is no buyback and collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons. It's vulnerable. Mira gets away from there. Help of the Glimmer Cave to jump in from Lol. Disruption and self-save. Barracks taken out. Lol. Ultimate tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of Lol. It's Lol. Puck is all over the place. Now they go into the GPK though. Aiming for the puck. They're going to find him at long last. They get him and the rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Oh no.
Did you see that? I'm not crazy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he phase shift and accidentally ended it.
There's an Axe Blessing recipe. There's a rapier. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere.
An Axe Blessing recipe. What's that there? Okay. Not sure what the story on that one is. Meanwhile, Save, I think he had a refresher charge, right? Because Laurel dove him, he disrupts himself, and he tries to kill him again after it Save just refreshes, and then uses it again. How have they not got the Rapier?
That was another DD. I don't think they care. You know what, Toronto Tokyo is going to take it, is he? Oh yes, the Jakiro with a Rapier.
Coming to feed it back to them, guys.
My goodness. There's Mega Creeps on one side. Top lane Barracks still standing on Team Spirits. We're waiting for next Roshan, Trent.
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like BetBoom have such a good chance of winning these fights right now. They can't get, like, swarmed in the back line.
They missed the stun on BK. He's trying to hold his ground, but look at my dodge. Oh my god, Yaturo shreds. Where'd he go? Daedalus hits, refreshes, blinks forward, kills off Save as well. SD's gone, TP home. Get the hell out of here, BetBoom now.
Lucky he didn't get coiled. Dude. Leshrac vanished.
He looked okay until he didn't.
Until he got hit for 1,350 damage from a single right click? Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Right until that.
Ow.
Luckily, Toronto Tokyo was not there to feed the Rapier back, so that's good.
And now Team Spirit running down lanes, coming for the Radiant base. Balls are still there to hold on to. Well, this has got to be mentally debilitating for BetBoom.
Mini 71 minutes.
Team Spirit is wearing them down.
The admins have been on, you know, they told them, nope, these guys. The longer this game goes, the harder things are.
Well, it's like Moomiander was saying in that Seb documentary. You know, this isn't Dota playing. This is a
yesterday, but hey, yesterday was against Team Liquid, and that's very difficult to do anyway. So maybe they can force this series to a third game. We're finding out as we're heading into the draft very, very, very soon. I'm joined. Oh, there it is already. Wow, I'm joined by Jenkins, Effie, and Pyrian. Pyrian.
Yes.
What do you want to see? Is there anything in particular? Like, you woke up this morning, you're like, oh, I got to go some DreamLeague, gonna be fun. I really hope they pick.
That's not what happened at all. I woke up this morning like, ugh. Because it was 7:30, and I was like, why have I woken up before my alarm? Yeah. In fact, it was 7. My alarm was 7:30.
Oh.
I had to move hotel rooms. I'm in Brian's old room.
Oh,
I had to move it to his smelly old room, full of bones. Bird bones, right?
Typical. That's
right.
I can testify to that.
And they hadn't cleaned it yet, so I had to leave all my stuff in the corner. And then I got a cup of coffee and waited around outside. The Uber's cancelled on us twice. Then I had to ride in a car with him and Fogged. So yeah, it was a great morning, and I came in here for this.
He puts the bird flesh in the air conditioner, so eventually you're gonna get the stench.
I can live with that.
Don't look at me like that. That's not the most insane thing I've ever said, all right?
I know, but it feels so specific.
Oh, it's specific.
I feel like you've been involved.
Because it's an attack. Brian, we'll get to the draft in a second here, but Brian one time said that if I don't shut the F up about what he was copyright striking a lot of my videos, he was going to put a horde of centipedes in my house. He would infest my house with centipedes.
Those are dangerous.
Wait. Didn't you actually discuss how to do that in the best way?
Yeah, yes, because it made me think about it, and I would freeze them on a plate because you can freeze them, and then I would take the frozen chunk of centipedes and I would put it slide it under somebody's door, and then they would thaw, and then they would have
centipedes. How are you going to slide it under their door? A front door? It's not like a big gap.
Canada basically has doors that are hollow.
Okay.
You can just slide things right on. It's like urinal stall doors.
I want to ask you and Mira about something that we were chatting about before this game. You guys were talking about Chris Luck's many nicknames. Describe.
It's not the nicknames.
He has phases.
The many faces of
personalities. He's got a bunch of different personalities that become active.
All right, give me them. Give me them in order.
So, I don't think he's aware of this, but we've deciphered what kind of Chris Luck that you will get in that day. We've been studying and we've come to many conclusions. Would you like to begin?
Yeah, sure. I mean, so obviously there's C Smile, which is the latest persona that he's been trying to push to the front of the personalities that he has.
And what is it in caps here?
And C Smile is a very kind of standard, consistent player and person to the degree that he's content and smiling and very happy. Of course, there's the infamous Chris Drugs.
Right.
But before that, there's also Christopher Smile, who shows up in interviews when he's polite.
That's when he's professional.
Yeah.
So that's professional and happy.
It's structured.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
Christopher Smile.
Christopher Smile.
And Chris Smile is just him being chill. And in Dota terms, he's doing okay.
Exactly. And then, of course, there's Chris Drugs, which is, we saw that a few times last game when he's just walking into absolutely no vision, and, you know, clearly the 5 enemies are there, and it's like, the idea is like, oh, he's on something. Not that he actually is, but it's like, that's how he's acting. So that's Chris Drugs.
Yeah, you don't want Chris Drugs to come out, but...
Christopher Drugs, on the other hand.
Christopher Drugs is okay, because Christopher Drugs is doing something crazy.
So he's had mind-expanding experiences.
Yeah, it's like the mushroom sort of situation.
It should have opened up new avenues, like a portal into a genius world now.
Yes. Nobody knows what he's doing, but he's winning.
But so Christopher Drugs is not making sense, but somehow it's benefiting his team.
Gotcha.
And then the final form,
the most powerful
persona is Chris Fuck. I'll say it.
Right.
Chris Fuck.
So we can only say that there's a limit of 2, so we'll just say Chris.
I'd say each.
No, not each.
So Chris,
one each, maybe.
Chris F. That's when he's effing everybody up.
Oh, gotcha.
And we've seen that at like TI, for example.
Yeah.
Like that's when that comes out. It's his kind of LAN persona that comes out, and we don't know what he does to get to this level of power, but it greatly surpasses anybody on his team and anybody on most teams. The only people that I could say are close to that power level are like Faith Beyond, Seb, TI8, TI9. It's really difficult to beat that sort of power level of Christopher. But
it's giving me an idea.
You want that Chris F in your
Chris F.
That's usually what you want to see, but most of the time it's C Smile.
It's giving me an idea for a change you could make to Dota. Because obviously you have your name over you.
Yeah.
But it would be nice if you had a little drop down and you could adjust your name slightly.
Yeah, but that means that you know in advance who's going to show up?
How do you mean?
Like, I don't think...
No, I'm in the game. So while I'm playing, I can change from, say, Chris Smile to Christopher Smile, or Chris Drugs if I'm doing well, or Christopher Drugs if I'm making a good play. You can just quickly change your name. Why not?
But you don't want Christopher Smile in your Dota game because he's too structured.
Okay.
Because you still want
need a bit of Chris F.
There's chaos that needs to come out.
You still need the luck. Oh, did we even bring up Chris Luck himself?
No, we didn't.
The Chris Luck persona is when he is like, you know,
he's
a little wishy-washy.
He goes to a rune, it spawns.
That's why he changed. That's why he rebranded.
Right.
He's just lucky.
Because he doesn't want to base his wins off of getting a lucky.
You don't want to be a reputation for being lucky.
50, yeah. Well, getting back into the draft.
There's a whole draft.
We should. There's an obvious thing that we should mention here. Of course, this is going to be a Matthew Liqui, which has also become as infamous as the Chris Drugs persona, for example. This guy is sniping couriers. He is scouting. He's putting deep wards up. And I know people say like, oh, they're playing 4v5 and Matthew's sniping couriers. I don't feel like it's like that because the amount of information that he gives his team when he's doing this is like they're specifically taking fights they know are like a 4 versus 2 or a 4 versus 3 based on the information that he's giving them from doing this playstyle. So it's not really fair to say his team is 4v5ing because he's the reason that they can take favorable fights because he's sniping couriers and being annoying.
Yeah, and I think that Liqui as a hero is just such a nuisance. It's definitely not as good as it used to be, but against heroes like Pangolier, it's very disruptive, right? Because you're constantly throwing out those darts, those smokes, and I think what EG want to go for now with this Doom pick is they want to set up on this Pango, it's their most important target, with the dart into the Doom, right? Because if you let the Pango get the initiation on EG's lineup, then most likely they're going to lose the fight. So they have to set up for these perfect Dooms with the vision that Liqui provides, which is what they're going for here. Also, of course, they have the Doom flex between offlane and carry still, which is nice for them. You don't want to give it away too early.
Dude, the band definitely knows this one. Can we get Doom music?
5
They don't know Doom.
Doom the video game.
The video game.
No?
Heavy metal.
Okay.
We still got to talk about the draft a little bit since we analyzed Christopher's many faces.
Yes, of course.
But on the side of whoa.
Perfect.
So on this, I can't focus on this Doom music. It's too good. On the side of Shopify, they get Fly's most impactful hero in Enchantress, and they also get Snapfire. And Snapfire and Enchantress are two very good supports at securing lane. Mikey had a really good showing on his Pango yesterday, so they're going to have the tempo coming out of the mid lane on 2 side lanes that are already secured. And they have something I really love watching teams do, which is Radiant Lycan. I think Radiant Lycan is so much better than Dire Lycan because you kick the enemies out of their own jungle and then you take over that Roche pit. But because you also have an Enchantress, you have her creep scouting out the triangle for you while your Lycan's just overtaken one part of the map. So they have that Roche security that I love.
Yeah, it's Roche security, and it's also the fact that the Dire jungle is just way easier to farm than the Radiant jungle because you have these 3 camps. You can stack all of them at once. You can farm all of them at once. It's kind of insane. I expect it to be changed in the next patch, but yeah, I like that point. Like any of these summons offlaners, they're so good at just pushing the lane in, meaning that people have to go deal with the creep wave. They're really good at sending their summons up high grounds first so you don't have to use your body, and it is very annoying to be Dire and you have that juicy jungle and then you can't actually take it because there's some summons guy pressuring that lane.
But I feel like Lycan does this much better than Beastmaster on Radiant for a couple of reasons, which is why I think Lycan drafts always come out on Radiant, which is that I feel like the Radiant jungle, if you're Dire side for Beastmaster, is kind of scarier to overtake, but because you're so easily punished, like you have to expend a roar and you don't have this form to run away from.
Yeah.
If you're on Radiant, you'll just kind of die. Like you might get a kill in return, but they can kick you out successfully. Whereas to go on a Lycan, they have to commit so much, but he just shapeshifts away, right?
True. Yeah.
And also, the Dire Triangle is safer for Beastmaster to farm and catch up on, whereas Lycan does not catch up in triangles, so he doesn't take advantage of the safety of his triangle.
And I think Beast is less likely to want to do a creep dragging strat in the lane, whereas Lycan is often played in a way where you grab the second creep wave and you just play to 50-50 the lane until Lycan's strong enough, like he has the Helm of Iron Wall and you can sit alone. Whereas with Beastmaster, you're just spamming axes. Like you're not going to drag the creeps because you can already win any lane by virtue of having nukes. And obviously, well maybe it's not obvious, but Radiant is better at doing that just based on how the trees are.
Speaking of obvious, that Terrorblade pick was pretty obvious. We saw every other hero of Arteezy be banned out. Is this because EG might have a plan against it? Because why leave that one in and ban out his other heroes?
So the idea with the Ursa and Lifestealer bans is they wanted to secure either Doom or Primal's lane, depending, because they still haven't shown their flex. But both of these heroes get countered by the 2 heroes that they banned out. Whereas with Terrorblade, if they do put the Primal Beast on the offlane, there are definitely ways to punish it. Like Primal Beast succeeds at killing Terrorblade. Yeah. So they're actually more okay with laning it into that than something like an Ursa who can fight back.
That makes sense.
But this is Arteezy's highest performing hero, so it's still a bit of a gamble.
So another gamble. I felt like you guys said EG gambled last time. They're just gamblers. They like to roll the dice a little bit on some drafts and say, well, this could work out.
You may now select
I honestly feel like there's been quite a lot of gambles lately. Just because people know that like a lane matchup is really bad, but it's such a good game for it, and people have figured out the meta so much that everything else that could have been good there is banned. Right. So you kind of have to pick a hero where it's like, okay, this is suboptimal for the lane, but for the game, it's really good. Yeah. And Morphling comes out as the counter pick to Terrorblade, but this is another one of those heroes where like I feel like it's underrated how good TB is against Morphling. TB will out-farm a Morphling. He gets a Scotty. Morphling is very bad against Scotty because of the healing reduction. And super late game, you're still able to use Terrorblade's Q to create an illusion of Morphling. And if he doesn't have the Manta style, that illusion is going to kill the Morphling when he strength morphs.
Right.
It still has the agi.
But I think it's a much more nuanced matchup than just this hero versus that hero, because it depends on their teams. Because Morphling is pretty good against Terrorblade too, because if Morphling gets off to a good start, he can just fight with his team early, and Terrorblade doesn't like when heroes get on top of him, and Morphling likes to waveform in, and he has that burst damage, and he can trade with him. It's just that when Terrorblade gets to the point where he has the Scotty, then it's much easier to fight into the Morphling. With that being said, I think Shopify have enabled their Terrorblade more than EG have enabled their Morphling. And I feel like this Lycan is going to have a really nice time running his summons at Liqui or at GeForce. Like, I feel like this Lycan is going to mess up a lot of their draft too, and we haven't talked about that.
I agree. I think it's a good Lycan game, but I don't know. I feel like this one is more even than the last one.
It is more even.
I hope we get a 3-game series. Finally.
I hope so too.
And I don't feel like EG played in the first game either. I think that Shopify just had some really good team fights.
Period. Want to play a game with you?
Okay.
How many couriers is Matthew's Ricky gonna snipe?
7.
7. You guys want to weigh in, or higher or lower?
That's a really good guess. 7.
I'm gonna say lower because I really hope that Matthew plays with his team in this game, because if he doesn't, they're gonna get punished.
Okay, lower?
So I'm gonna say 5.
58.
Hey,
okay, well, I think Dank is definitely gonna be wrong, but it's definitely gonna be a high number. We're finding out how many, and if EG can force out a 3rd game to this series. Let's head over to OD Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, GBS. Game 2 here of Shopify Rebellion versus Evil Geniuses. We're getting some Morphling action again, this time on the other side of things. Starting off the action, though, Arteezy, he's in trouble. He's going to get chased down, and EG, they'll start off with a first blood. Oh, it was Whisper. Able to take down Arteezy.
Nicely done.
So what do we make of this, folks? This time round, as I say, Morph's going to be in the hands of EG instead. This time, Arteezy, as we saw. Getting players Terrorblade. How are these two lineups going to kind of clash head-to-head? Who's coming in with a stronger footing?
I like a lot of points that Panel was making. Just like, of course, it's not in a vacuum. I think both heroes have their merits, being able to play versus each other, just who's able to get ahead. Usually TB is able to get ahead earlier versus the Morph, but if Morphling gets good timings, he has a good matchup versus TB in a vacuum. There's a lot of things that can trip up this Morphling, though. He's playing versus Pango. Diffusal Blade's incredible. He's playing versus Lycan. I feel like Howl is still a super underrated ability, the attack damage reduction, when you're playing on these super high agility, super high stat heroes. So let's see what EG's approach is going to be able to set themselves up for an early advantage for the Morph to be able to shut down Arteezy.
This mid matchup, Mikey on, of course, the hero that's been doing pretty well. Old Pangolier has got his hands back on that one this game. And Chris, on the side of EG, bringing the Primal Beast to mid this game.
Fun matchup. This one's actually, I would say, much more even than the Bat Queen of Pain, where the Quap is able to just dominate inside the lane aspect. So, see what Chris is going to be able to do. As I mean, first wave, Mikey actually gets the range creep denied and 2 first last hits, so looking good at least on that one. Yeah, Arteezy overall in this lane, he should kind of refarm. So I think it's very nice that they got this first blood on him, but as for how the lane is going to go, I mean, it's a Ricky Doom versus an Enchantress Terrorblade. I think this TV should be just fine, unless TB makes some big mistakes here, which I don't think will happen. And top, I think we've seen this from Saberlight time and time again when he's playing his Lycan. He just pulls the waves. If his lane's going to be a little bit difficult, which maybe it could be in a way versus G-Kiro, not really one of the worst ones, I guess, but he can just pull if he needs to, so. Rest of the board, Shopify looks really nice.
I think what we saw the other day, right? I think sort of similar setup. Crit was able to make a lot of moves around the map quite early. Have big impact as Matthew falling very low to the harassment here of the Terrorblade and Enchantress. But yeah, this has been another sort of game where we get some kind of action from Crit around the other parts of the map, and Sableye sort of left on his own.
Yeah, I think this. I love this. I mean, anything with Pango really, but I love Snap and Pango. You have kill threat all the time. You do everything. You take towers. You take. I'm not really taking 2 hours so much, but you take stacks. You can just burst heroes down at pretty much any moment in the game if they're not careful. So, yeah, I don't know. I love Snap. I feel like sometimes this hero disappears for some time, and then like 1 or 2 people pick it, and it's like, oh, Snap's a really good hero. And the big thing about Snap is not only the aggressive potential, what this hero can do in this matchup, but also to prevent a lot of things like versus Ricky Cloud. Like, let's say they do have this situation where they can set up onto Mikey with a Cloud and a follow-up. A Cookie comes in, breaks somebody out of the Cloud, they're able to get their spells off. So, some cool stuff coming up from Shopify this time. And we'll see what EG looks to do this time, because it does feel like it's going to be a very slow start for them.
Fly. Trying to mess around with Whisper as much as he can, doing good damage as well. Just making sure that Arteezy gets all the pressure taken off him on that bottom lane, so he's able to freely farm. And at the moment, yeah, 12 and 5 per card, 12 and 3 Arteezy.
And again, we see, I was hoping for a much closer game last time. It quickly turned, even though EG had a good early game. They didn't really have any tower pressure, and I feel like this game could be something that perhaps has something similar happen. They're not playing with the auras, the same faction that Shopify is, where they're going to have Boots of the Bearing on this Enchantress. They'll have the Helm of Overlord on the Lycan. Maybe we see Whisper try to go for some type of auras, but it's not going to be the same thing to buff up his carry. So I think Effie, she was making that point at the end that Shopify, they set up this terrible massively in this draft, and overall for the Morph, he doesn't have this type of same buff ups from his allies. Chris, mid lane, Mikey. Oh.
If he's going to be coming in, Chris could be in trouble now.
Cookie, they got him.
Setup. Very far. Is it going to be enough to save him?
Swash in 2. Be enough. Mike?
Chris trying with the Jukes.
Matthew's here. He might be able to turn it.
Oh, he's indeed in with the blip drag onto Mikey. Yeah, Chris is going to be fine. He's going to take down Mikey.
All right.
The Scatter Blast is still not quite enough. He's still alive here. Chris, he's going to get some ball charges here. In fact,
what a play.
He's going to turn, charge straight across Crit. He's out of there. And with Whisper heading over, they might even be able to threaten Crit. We'll see Matthew and Whisper. Actually, they're locked out of this one as Matthew not able to deal with Crit. When Arteezy's also there by Crit's side, as he, they get the kill on him. But already this focus around mid. And Chris able to play his way out of there thanks to the backup of the Ricky.
Oh my, I mean, Chris just surviving getting the bottom kicks up. He gets the bounty rune, gets the bottom water rune, and gets the top water rune. Pretty huge stuff for this Primal Beast.
Has been killed.
All right. Well, yeah, a lot of rotations here already very early. Even Arteezy turning up. Top. For light.
Yeah, it's got Crit here, but we can turn their attention towards him instead.
Matthew.
He's trying to chase this.
He's being super active. Gotta prevent him.
This could be a slow and painful death for Crit. It's got stick charge. Tries with the Cookie to get up, but Matthew's already in with the final touch.
Actually really like what he's doing here in bottom. Arteezy.
He's super low. He's got the stick charges, and it is enough to save him. Keeping his cool there, Arteezy. He did the math.
I mean, but he's turning back in. Arteezy.
As he pops the south, he's living on the edge here, Arteezy. But that emphasis on the living, though, he'll survive. He gets away. Whisper's going to get taken out. All right, Arteezy there. I mean, that was putting the tease into Arteezy, honestly. With how he was baiting Whisper in under that tower. He gets away with it. And ends up being in full control of the situation there, Fogged.
Aye, that was some risk being taken by him. The salve up while he runs away. Almost gets bronzed out from that last Infernal Blade, but all right. We're seeing tons of movements. I mean, Matthew looking to be very active, trying to fix the situation that was happening perhaps in the lanes. He's doing a good job, but we see Shopify, they're reacting and moving exactly the same with 2 supports.
Drop down in the mid. And the Cookie, Mikey has got the Rolling Thunder to play with if he wants to get in on this, but there's 3 members of EG around this tier 1, so no need for Shopify Rebellion to get too aggro under the tier 1.
That was such a wild last 2 minutes there.
Radiant's
small little big plays.
The
outplays coming up from both. Whisper. Should be alright. See, to get aggro, he's got meta in 3 seconds.
I mean, yeah, just knowing the limits perfectly in this matchup, knowing that when there's not the scorched earth up and such, the physical damage, the right clicks from Whisper alone, and never
Big out
to friend.
Whisper. He gets pulled in.
I mean, TPs are coming in. The pulverized, but already Whisper's gone. Arteezy going down, and Fly as well, potentially in trouble here as the numbers have turned up from EG. The heals off Fly. See if they've got another bit of a jump in a second from Matthews if they want to get under this tower.
They're gonna go on him.
Yeah, they'll charge in and they'll claim him as well. Good response there from EG.
Nice mango from Panda. He throws it onto Chris. Chris was out of mana, pumps him up for the dive. Good TP. Very TP there.
Yeah, we saw the attempts as well from Arteezy. He tried to get the kill on that range creep because he was just about to hit the 6 there.
Yep.
Was very close to being able to make a sort of a great play if he could have got the Sunder.
They might dive him again. Chris is still here.
Yeah, it's got level 6 now. Underplay because even if he can get it off.
The cloud?
He's out of the cloud. Thunder. It's there. Arteezy back up to full HP. As Chris and Matthew, they've got to run.
Fly doesn't quite get the slow. They're connecting though. Mikey, he's making the move over. Chris taking the right avenue here. Chris there.
He's in with a cookie. Another kill.
He was trapped.
The Shopify Rebellion. Arteezy to take it.
Crazy early aggressive moves from both sides. Chris tries to get away, but he was surrounded from both fronts. Whisper, the one who's very much so struggling. A Doom who's now, middle of the pack. Lycan is almost same net worth. Yeah, Saberlight, he's gonna have good timing on his Helm of the Dominator. And they'll have the answer later on from the Doom, of course, when he can EDH, but early not so much. Matthew
takes a trip across the mid lane, but he's super low here.
He's tricky.
See if Mikey can find him with his haste rune. He can.
Come on, Sprite.
Down bottom. Around the tier 1 tap, but he's rather low himself. We'll see top lane Chris getting in through the trees. Will be able to get the catch onto Saberlight. They slam him down, but back down bottom. It's another kill for Mikey. Swings across and helps them to take down Whisper.
And they'll get the tower here. This is rough here, sure, for Whisper. They get the good kill to Saberlight. They'll set Pakaz up to perhaps get some tower push as well. But Saberlight, he can get last hits when he's dead. He's using the wolves to get them. Yeah, they're going to get this tower already. All right, Whisper, this is going to be a tough game for him to really recover in. I think they have to still look to play active. I like Matthew and Chris, they guys got to kind of run around and make these plays happen to be able to set up their Morphling for success, because TB, he's having a very, very good game already.
Oh, Mikey. Tries for the snipe there, but Pakaz just have enough HP to be prepared for that sort of attempt.
Pango having a good game. TB having a good game. God, he keeps trying for the snipe.
Dire are scanning.
They will constantly have kill threat onto Arteezy, though, if they do see him, that is. Especially with the Primal Beast.
Dire's top
Arteezy, very likely to just kind of opt to just go to jungle now at this point. So let's see if they get vision down. They do have the 1 ward, but it's going to get instantly dewarded from crit. And we'll see what Matthew's going to be able to do to get the information constantly as Mikey keeps threatening Pakaz.
Doesn't want to knows there's a high chance of TP to come in. Though once he does a lot of burst damage, not the same to be said for the Lycan for the Saberlight. So half of these two to really kill the Morph.
Saberlight keeps a wolf behind the tower. He's waiting to try to scout Pakaz if he does go low. Mikey's ready to snuff him.
So far, Pakaz, he's been keeping a good amount of HP.
Yeah, he's careful.
He's not going too crazy on the Agi.
Seems like they know this rotation's happening, though. Immediately, Mikey TP's out when Chris makes the TP up. 6 to 6. You can start here. The mid tower, Encench, Fly. We've seen this so much from these Enchantresses. They have so much push on the side of each Shopify that's just easy for them to commit onto these towers early. And EG, they're not. They pretty much have no ways to take towers early. Jakiro, he'll have Liquid Fire later on, but that's still not, not the easiest thing to do.
Has been killed.
And Matthew.
Couriers.
There we go. That's what we expect from Matthew. Running the courier snipes. And we'll catch him with the dunk.
Oh, Mikey. Should find him.
You didn't see.
There's no man darn way I'd work together with
Got to be a bit more careful if he wants to get away with those courier snipes.
Top.
When he loses his life for it.
That's a pursuit, of course, is found for the Pango every single time. Feels like they're always able to get one of those tier items. Or one of those items at every single tier. The Brigands, the Lance, or the Mindbreaker. And yeah, top It's going to start from Saberlight.
Do you want to come up here and try and hold this tier?
Chris doesn't have a TP at the moment. I think if they want to look to make any type of moves toward the top lane, they need the primal. So it looks like they'll just probably sack it. Most of their early game damage is going to just be coming from primal. So it's really up to what Chris is going to look to do around the map to be able to set them up for early game.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And Arteezy, he's pinging in Whisper. He looks like he maybe wants to set up down here, but Arteezy actually pretty much completely out of mana.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Crit level 7. How's the support level also across the board?
They're coming in with the smoke here, G. They're going to start the jump, and it's a good angle here from Chris. Gets him with the stun onto the two of them, knocks them both back. Focus crit.
Doesn't get the core kill though. Definitely wants to try to get those, especially with any of these type of rotations. Whisper. He's got Midas. He does finish it up at a good time, so he will be able to recover his farm nicely. All 3 cores on the side of EG look pretty good. But it's a game where they've actually lost. I mean, they're gonna have to go for courier snipes and stuff like that. As I was mentioning, they have no ways to really push, and they've lost all 3 tier 1s already. So, pretty big stuff from the side of Shopify, at least to control map. The way EG really gets these push going is if they get big kills. As Panda, he's found.
They're ready to bring Arteezy into some action around the mid.
You okay?
He probably's like, Fly, let me sunder you. Actually has a salve, actually. He's been using the trusty shovel here to dig up some stuff. He'll actually make his way into the triangle. He's got all these early tier 1s, just gives Arteezy more access to be able to go for more aggressive places he can farm.
Continues to stay just a little bit ahead of Picard's, but very, very close nonetheless. Him and Picard's both getting ample amounts of space right now as the carries.
Yeah, Picard's is playing versus some limited types of control versus him, but as we mentioned, there is annoyances that will quickly come out from these disarms, from the How damage reduction, from the diffusal blade that's going to come out from the Pango, which is almost finished up. So Shopify, they want to hit. They have kisses available. They have Rolling Thunder.
Set up on. It's going to actually be EG that go for the move first. They'll get aggressive onto Fly. They'll take him down. We'll see if they can get out. Chris trying for the TP, but the damage is too overwhelming.
Ooh, not worth it. And Crit, he wants more. They see Matthew.
Right on top of him as well with the dust. We'll be off the mark with the scatter blast, but shouldn't matter. Cookie connects. And Shopify. Up the 2 of them. Double kill for Saberlight.
Not worth it for Chris.
Dire's middle tower.
Whole early game is going to be dictated from this Primal Beast. Every time he dies, it's very, very painful for the side of EG. And yes, Saberlight, I mean, they're just running into jungle and taking farm. Can this get punished? It doesn't feel like it. They need the Primal Beast to make a move.
Oh, it's quite nice, actually.
Connect with the cookie. They're still with the shield crash. They'll turn Macropie. A great Macropie here from Panda, burning through pretty much the 3 of them. Saberlight, he'll be able to get out of the fire and TP away. But Mikey and Crit just getting completely burned.
Completely baited by Panda. I mean, Panda with a really nice, or Picard with a really nice play turning into the Snapfire. I think did he actually get the double? I think it might have hit both of them with the cookie there. Cookie Scatter Blast waveform pretty much deletes both of them. Good reaction from EG. And perhaps an over-aggressive move there coming out from Shopify. It's right before he actually has the Diffusal Blade, so they just really try to commit there for Panda, but they end up stacking themselves on top of each other, setting up for Picaz.
Yeah, not quite able to close the gap with their own cookie. And indeed, as you say, catching the 2 of them in return with a stun.
That's really good stuff, because that was when Chris Luck was dead. So they end up making a play just because of that morph.
A little bit of a giggle there from Arteezy. I think our lip reading's not great, but I think it was a simple, what are you doing?
He's like, why are you guys diving? Why are you diving, Jakiro?
What's going on?
10 to 10. Kaz, he's keeping up.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh, I'm watching Kaz here. There's a wolf standing on top of him. Saberlight, he does this a lot where he's very annoying with his wolf scouting. They're actually just going to kick the tempo up again here. Shopify going for the Roche.
Yeah, they've got no vision there at all, EG. So very difficult part of the map for them to enter into, so should be a freebie here for Shopify.
These Aura offlaners, these Dominator Overlord carriers, the Beastmaster and the Lycan, always seem to just get these Roshan super early for his team. And yeah, they'll give it to Mikey. TZ switching it up a little bit this game. He's actually just going for the Linken's first item. Playing versus the Doom, he really wants to have it. Doom and the Pulverize, definitely two very good ones that he can block. Same thing for that eventual, perhaps morph, the Aghanims that's going to have it, so definitely can see the reasoning why he wants to go for this Linken's relatively early on.
Now, looks like EG might want to fight.
They're fully scouted, Mikey. It started.
And now they're trying to turn with the cookie. It's there to break him away from the path of Chris's charge. Mikey still alive for now. Now Arteezy turns up to stand strong against him. And side is side is Whisper, caught by the Rolling Thunder. Arteezy ready to turn towards Chris, but the BKB's there for the Primal. Taking out the two supports here, EG. We'll see if they can get more. Arteezy is going to be able to step aside as Saberlight heads in with the ultimate, trying to get over towards Whisper himself, but the Ice Path, it will catch him. Holds the Lycan in position momentarily. Shopify still considering if they can get anything from this, but they're already the charges there from Chris. He's immediately over towards Mikey. Mikey will turn with the Diffusal to try slowing them down. Card shifts into the Morph. From the Morph into the Bango. Got some of the Swashbuckle. Mikey turns back towards him. Carl starting to get low on mana.
He's out of mana. He's got to back away.
A good hit, though, from EG there.
Can they get out with everybody? Panda. The Greaves looks like he should be able to get away. Good aggressive jump. Arteezy didn't have meta for that fight. Perhaps something different could happen there for Shopify. So they didn't get Mikey. That's the big thing. Somehow he survives throughout all of it onto this Pango.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They managed to bump up the lead a little bit there. G.
Still farming very well.
Out of course, Mikey and Saberlight, the ones falling a little bit behind.
And we see there the interaction, though. The constant thing that Crit needs to do this game, protect Mikey, right? We see him just, you see this dart come out, you see the smoke screen. He's got to be in position to be able to break that type of initiation to help out his Pango. And they're actually going to accelerate a bit of the control of the map here on the side of Shopify. They buy a very early gem. So Mikey, he's going to be carrying that one to protect himself versus this annoying Ricky. And Matthew, I think he's going to start doing Matthew things. He's already getting himself into position. See how EG reacts to this next move. Meta back available. This is as well. Almost everything ready for Shopify.
I mean, Arteezy's just leading the charge. He's straight in first.
And we'll get away. Number one courier. All right, well, that's the second one I think it's been so far for Matthew. Second or third. See how careful Shopify is with their couriers.
I mean, does his team need him right now, or can he get away with sort of playing like this for a good few moments?
I think he's fine showing him. Yeah, he's got TP. He can go join them if they see an opportune moment for it. Right now, though, Shopify, they're just gonna. It looks like they're just gonna sit back, farm a little bit. They still have about 2 minutes left on the Aegis, so if a fight comes to them, they will look to take it, but they don't have to force it. Anything. And Fly, he will get the instant D ward that Matthew did put up. Breaking the Linken's. Looks like they want to perhaps try for Arteezy, but right after Linken's gets broken, he backs away.
Difficult to find to Shopify as a whole whilst they have this Aegis.
Arteezy, though, with the Linken's, it means that his defensive potential is much stronger, but his offensive potential versus the Morphling, it's much weaker. Same thing versus these BKBs, so definitely wants to be able to sit back and be able to finish off the Scotty before a huge fight kicks off, that is. And EG, they're going to kick up the tempo.
Time to smoke up. They've got the BKB done on Whisper.
Radiant are scanning.
Losing their power.
Not the biggest hero to find.
Radiant's middle tower.
The Enchantress, and in fact, Fly, he's able to live for a pretty long duration. Will still go down, but it's given time for the rest of Shopify Rebelling to turn up and maybe get some kills in return. It's Mikey. Have the control onto Panda. Panda will fall.
They lose the two supports, though, on the side of Shopify.
Oh, and the speed dart!
They get Mikey. That's a gem if they can finish him.
They're able to stop him from getting out with the TP. Matthew with the body blocks, keeping him in the cloud.
Oh, a huge kill.
The Pulverize. They'll be able to take him down once. See if they can set up for a second time round here.
Oh, they sure can.
Get the roll up off Mikey. Swatch. As well. He's living a little longer, but the sleep dart's back up. They'll indeed take him out a second time. Big moves here from EG.
A massive fight. I mean, I think they definitely have identified the fact that TP has Linken's, right? So they're just like, okay, he doesn't really do much damage. He just kind of stands there inside of the fight. If we focus around him, or if we just ignore him, he's not going to really be able to come in here fighting. Yeah, they get the biggest catch they can get.
Yeah, Matthew being fantastically annoying on the Ricky as always.
Beautiful stuff.
Almighty money.
And Picard, I mean, he's keeping himself ahead of the Terrorblade during all this, which is huge. As we were talking about earlier, this matchup, it goes both ways. It's all about TB wanting to have more farm than this Morph. And this Morph, he's going to have Aghanims very soon to be able to deal with this TB.
Smiles here from Chris. He knows that they're starting to buff up quite the lead now. For geniuses.
I'm sure Panda, I'm sure he's looking at Panda and being like, great bait. Because Panda just completely baited them out there.
Yeah, a couple of times they've tried to go in hard to take down this Jakiro. So indeed, things have been turned on their head for Shopify Rebellion. They start to fall behind.
Yeah, and this Linken's, for Arteezy, as we said, it's a very defensive choice from him, but they do have a way to break it. They have the way to pop it from the Liqui. Matthew with Gem, now he has so much control of the map.
He's got eyes on Mikey here.
Might just be able to get him.
Got the smoke cloud down. Crooks him with the trample. Be able to roll up off for the pulverize. Hit there before the thunder can be cast successfully.
Great plays. I mean, Matthew, he's definitely making it happen here. And Chris, he's going to have Aghanims. So very strong, very, very strong itemization here for him. Very early, too. Record looking great. Gem control, map control is going to be there, and they can even get their own push going.
Radiant's
full Aghanims because.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Push is coming in up top. Arteezy, he's using the Dragon Scale to get some push on with his illusion.
Structures are fortified.
Matthew, yeah, he's a full new.
Oh, no, stop. The TPs are coming in. They're going to try and do something to finish this here, but he's gone. Arteezy steps up, but he gets clipped by the ice bar. Panda. As well. Arteezy's in trouble. He's just straight dead.
Uh-oh.
Perfect catch there from Panda. Ice puff into the fire as Arteezy burns again. Pretty dead on Shopify Rebellion. They'll find Matthew.
But here comes Picard's.
Oh, Mikey holding the turret back with a rolling thunder, but Mikey and Sable, they have to run. They're completely outnumbered and just impossible for Arteezy to enter into the fight. There's just too many ways that they can control and evidently kill this Terrorblade right now.
And
the Lincolns does not save him.
It sure does. It feels like it's a choice that maybe was not worth it at all there for Shopify. And that purchasing Gem also, they lost it so fast. They just put it back at base on G, and they're just completely controlling the map. Because he's untouched this game, 4-0-4.
Yeah, him and Whisper getting absolutely massive right now. The top, all three core, top three net worth here now for Evil Geniuses.
And I love the itemization really from Chris this game. BKB just straight into the Aghanims, so he does some crazy amount of damage if he does get these stacks off on the uproar. Are we getting blessed here? A one-to-one potential here now. Arteezy very slowed down in this game. Has a man now, but that just means that his Scotty is going to be way later to be able to address BKBs, to address this Morphling.
Sure. And if he keeps getting caught by this Jakiro, there's still only so much that he can do to keep himself alive. Honestly,
for
Panda, it's been a huge issue. Not always you see a Jakiro be this impactful in these fights, but he's been landing the spells perfectly.
He's been landing the spells perfectly, and he baited the hell out of them twice.
I mean, he's only died twice. They've only been able to catch this Jakiro a couple of times. He's quite the nuisance. I mean, both supports have. One's a Rick and one's Panda, playing fantastically on a Jakiro. Great in supports here for Shopify to try and deal with.
I mean, Matthew is just putting so much pressure on all of them. Mikey, he keeps having to just use roll-up. He's the Ricky, and he's afraid. Shopify. Not looking for the fight.
The thunder up, but Chris is already in. He's straight on top of Crick. It's gone. Control on a Picard, but still plenty of strength to play with. Waveforms up the stage. Right, ready to trap to focus down Chris, but the macro is laid down by Panda.
They're all broken.
Through the Tundra, and Arteezy. The punch of Arteezy's dead. They're taking him out. Chris charges in again. It's all dead. By Rebellion is losing back-to-back team fights here.
Chris is turning up this game 11-2-8. They commit onto the Primal Beast, but I to see the fight recap, to see the damage.
And then you can get the team white Mikey.
Oh boy.
Also ends up getting caught here. Whisper. They are falling apart completely in this game.
Look at the damage there from Chris. Not show all the spells he was able to get off, but they commit on him, which just gives him the stacks for the uproar, and he just deletes them.
And up to that, and they go.
How did they fight here? I mean, that was a fight that Shopify kind of took without meta again. They're going to use kisses to deter them.
Won't quite be able to have the reach to take Whisper out. Whisper's out to step away. They're pushing them back. Time to use the fortification. EG overall 15k lead. They're more than happy to take whatever Shopify Rebellion throw at them right now.
They're very high level too, so at Whisper, I mean, we didn't get to point out it happened all such quick sequences, but he's level 17, so he's got the Devour eats Ancients. So Sableye runs creeping, just gets eaten. Shopify feels like they forced to now go for this Roche. Can't sneak it though.
Again, back in this action, you said the Chris just throwing himself in as the Primal Beast. Nothing to be done about him. And they just couldn't focus anyone down enough. They killed back in action, and Chris gone. Arteezy is caught by Upcon, putting everything onto Chris to take him out, and this time they'll get it. Killed the Primal Beast.
Big kill.
See what more they can find. Fire Belly.
Instantly the ancient Whisper, thank you.
4 versus 4, Whisper. He's in with the jumper, Matthew. He's in on the high ground as well. Get the smoke club down onto the two of them. Picard's focusing Sableye, bursting with the depth to try Panda. And two of them with the ice pump. Sableye's dead. EG buyback from wants to get back over to the fight to help out.
Because steals the stats from Arteezy. But they prevent the Roche. EG stuff they know gonna do it.
Matthew Whisper trying to wrap and again. Matthew's in with the jump. Setting up onto Mikey clipped the two of them with the swashbuckle.
But they can now do the Roche.
EG, yeah, they'll go 10 seconds. They're gonna have backup and Chris back in action.
And Shopify, they have no meta. How do they fight this?
See if Mikey can go for a steal potentially.
They have kisses in 5.
Arteezy! Steps up, but he's gonna get jumped. Nice spot. To burst through the Terrorblade. They've got the control. They've got the damage of the silence. He can't do anything. Arteezy dead. The kiss is coming in on top of Picard, but Picard is able to keep his distance. They blow up Mikey. Both off dead on Shopify. More talking around it.
That could be it. That feels like it just might be G.
Matthews thinking about for more. The blocks as well. He's keeping Sableye in range of Chris, crashing across into the ice bar. He's pretty tapped, Sableye, but not enough to live through this. Another kill each, 30 to 50. Whisper will fly, get something, but definitely nowhere near enough to start slowing down EG as EG continue to rise ahead. 17k lead now.
Hey, Matthews beating them there. Yeah, Roche is going to go in EG's favor. One where Shopify feels like they needed to get. He's just so slowed down time and time again in all these fights. He literally just has Link's Manta. A Tommy does not want versus this Morphling. Super far behind this Morph as well.
The cost is massive at this point.
And they're all playing so well in EG. Honestly, the support's playing amazing, but Chris, he's really turning up this time. Last on the bat, left to be tired. This time, definitely not playing a Primal Beast.
And they go again.
For another grab.
Matthew. Got the setup. Damage. Get out of the cloud. The heals are and now at a point. Maybe a 2 more. 2-9 to continue to commit for. So Florida will live.
By themselves another gem, they feel like the game is getting completely out of control for themselves. They have to stabilize what's going on. But it feels very difficult for them to fix so much of anything here with how behind Arteezy is.
Radiant are scanning.
Risky place to be.
Very dangerous on the map for Arteezy.
Oh my god.
I mean, you see people on cooldown for 10 seconds, so you have to hang around this area for longer. They won't quite sweep this area completely, so Arteezy will be fine.
I'm a bit delighted to be seeing this Pango suffering so much in this game. I gotta be honest with you.
I mean, it does feel like 0 tends to take over every game that we get to watch, but this time round, case Monkey falling very far behind the lowest net worth right now in all 6 cores.
They've just done a great job of baiting him in situations we can get caught with this Ricky, with this Primal Beast. All backing each other up nicely as on EG. The cost is just enormous too.
Yeah.
Full Silver Edge is finished now, level 21.
Yeah, pretty much for the entirety of that after the last team fight and rush take.
Even with BKB, I just feel like he's gonna need damage. He needs God and the BKB in this next fight, but G, they're not gonna give him the space. They're gonna force him back to base. It feels like they're gonna pump him and then just
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, split push for Shopify.
How easy to say it is for EG to deal with the split push this game?
Pretty damn good because they have Liqui. So it's every time that someone is splitting on the side, they have to be very, very careful because they could just die. And Arteezy might just get caught here.
If you can find him.
That was so close.
The triangle just at the right time. Avoid that move. D-rune top. EG will have the next fight. On their way. Micro there to stay. Is a make sure that ED does not fall into the hands of evil geniuses.
Pentameter knowing this is micro. Kaz just, yeah, he's just so massive at this point. For Arteezy, it's like, yep, he needs that next item, and even when he gets it, there's very likely that there's a whole other one on Kaz too. And EG, you have to imagine they're going to start pushing this tempo forward. Don't let Chop get out of space.
Yeah.
Matt, constantly on the prowl.
Sort of back-to-back
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Of course, game one, Arteezy went out with some fantastic stuff, but this Kaz, if anything, he's outdoing right now, hasn't died a single time.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
A big difference maker. And I mean, Kaz owning the map
Radiant structures are fortified.
and done so much work to set him up for this success.
Is under attack.
I'll see what Shopify do. They've got to come with the defense. Pushing down the top lane.
They might just have to use kisses to try and slow them down. These racks, they're in jeopardy. And Matthew is just messing with Mike. Looking for Mike to perhaps start a TP and then he's just going to cancel it.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Yeah, that is exactly what he's doing.
Look at him. They're just going to get the racks and go. Shopify feeling that there's no point for them to fight. And Mikey, it's cancelled.
TP to a stop there. And he's going to go with them as well. They can go aggressive onto Mikey. Pulverized. Mikey's gone.
Middle tower has fallen.
Just too much for Shopify to deal with.
He's in.
In a group. Down, and there's the AoE zoom in from Whisper with the action. RTT's got back on him. He's down for a minute. Bye back. This defense has to be done without RTT's action. Short the buyback. They're diving in for Mike. It will roll forward. Back up a little bit. See if we can control Chris. The BKB's done from Chris. Stabilize. To chase the unspark catches him. They're desperately attempting to at least pick up Chris, but Picard, he's out with the waveball. Chris, it's just going to back in aggressively toward Chris will fall, but the space is there for them to press this rack slow. The back to protection will kick back in actually. So this rack will live on as low P as it was hit. So a defense of sorts. Shopify Rebellion will manage to push EG back. Two buybacks though. Mikey and Flies.
Fly was actually doing a lot of damage. He did 4,400 damage. Some quiver hits plus impetus. Overall, EG still very happy with what ends.
Round buybacks being played. Mikey's of course being the big one.
I mean, Arteezy, he committed for the orb rather than having his buyback there for the full defense. Unlikely if it would have made a difference. He would have just died twice and then the game is completely over. But how does he fight versus this type of that EG? You know, there's pressure. AoE dooms. Everybody just so damn farmed at this point on EG.
Gonna take some pretty insane to this game.
From EG, in fact. That's pretty much the only way it feels like.
It feels, yes, such a comfortable spot to be in. Nearly 10k net worth ahead of the Easy Terrorblade. Good opening. It's a good opener, and it's nearly, it's not good enough. Picard's still able to get the big KP back up to the safety of the base.
Pretty good attempt, though, but he has the shard, so he's able to get more off, even though he is. That's like, yeah, that's quite a hit there from Shopify. Easy pops him just to be able to get the shit up. Late in an okay position, but EG, they're going to regroup. Likely just to go for the fight. Which, as we said, yeah, a head-on fight just feels absolutely possible. Full refresh for Whisper.
Radiant are scanning.
Nearly level 25 on Picard. They are having a fantastic game here. We saw sort of signs of this from EG in the beginning of Game 1. I mean, yeah, coming into this game 2, just steaming ahead. Shopify, they just weren't able to reach the pace, and RTG just fell behind massively. Not able to sort of find those timings where you want to turn up as a Terror Blade and get them out going in your favor. It just really happened for Shopify.
No, Chris, this time he just didn't really make any mistakes. And bottom. Farewell, RTG. I think Chris just did a warm-up game, you know? That Rider, he's like, nah, not feeling it. Keep primal. True delivering.
At least he does have buyout gold this time. And if it comes out hard to see what sort of action it's going to take to turn a fight, even within their own base right now.
They just have to cut waves. Just cut wave, push as long as they possibly can. But they're just going to get unseated. They want blood.
Try and burst Panda. Panda's got Chris by his side. We'll be able to turn get the ult and the ice pop out. The Mikey's still able to finish it. TP's it as well. We'll get back to safe start to taking the kill. Saberline though. Don't need to get played around with by G.
Trying to run with the Eels here.
Set up the control of Chris and then not a chance for the Light, and Saberline goes down.
8-0-13. Yeah, these morphs today. They're on fire. And rush bones. One for him. Attack speed. Stats ready to go.
Nice. Chips into the Pango, gets that disarm. It's a little bit quicker to take. Bit of a pause here.
Okay.
From Saberlight.
Looking to regroup themselves.
Oh. On the team. I said lag. Saberlight says mouse. Which is maybe it's both.
Laggy mouse.
It's probably both.
Laggy mouse.
Smiles from EG. And very good about themselves this game.
Yeah, Chris, honestly, I think he definitely needed the warm-up. He good in the early game and then just kind of fell off super hard. This game, he's delivering on all fronts. He's playing super well. Him and Matthew just tag teaming every single time. And yeah, I think a couple of these bait plays really from Panda were massive this game. Like when they committed on him in the jungle, kind of in the same exact spot twice, he punished them. They got the gem, they got big momentum going their way, and they were just able to keep that farm consistent because he never was behind the TB, which is always something, as we say, this match, it goes a bit both ways. If the TB, which in theory he should, gets too far ahead, he'll be able to eat the morph, but the morph, if it's keeping consistent or ahead of that TB, he always has a great matchup versus him.
Everything.
I think might have been it as well. We're seeing the upgrade. I believe started the day off with tape. It's upgraded to plasters.
Is that bandages or what is it?
Yeah, the plaster's going to be better, right? It's going to stick to the skin a bit more. So
they're a little crooked there, though. I don't know.
But this should work. Security's there. They're not going to drop.
I've been there before. I've broken my glasses at events. It's actually the worst.
Let's see what's when we get back in on this. And Roche, it's going to go into the hands of EG.
Yep.
And with that, highly likely that we're going to EG just barrel down the middle lane and Shopify. Actually, that one last chance to a shot at turning this one around. Something that's going to be sort of borderline possible now.
Yeah, Archie's not even gonna, he still doesn't have the Scotty on this link. You know, you can see the concept of why he wants versus these browsers, but it really feels like it just so he just couldn't fight at all. He was just defensive.
Freshish. But yeah, I imagine Chris will keep this right slot for it.
Matthew. Keep beating them. He's like, my friend's coming. Please for me.
I mean, they will go for him. Exposed. We'll get him.
And they did him. Because it's over, but
I mean, that's one of those moments they're like, hey, Matt, go. And we're right behind you, Matt. He's like, all right, boys. And it's like, where are you guys?
That was one of us playing with you, and you're saying, I'm with you. I'm with you. Leaving us to die.
So somebody baited Matthew, I'm sure.
Dyer's
go for it.
Has been killed.
Cause the high ground.
Definitely baited swords. He drew their attention away from the beds.
TZ has finished. He cannot show up until he's got it.
How close is he?
I mean, he's about 200
He's gonna have it.
He's gonna, but even then, they're just so massive. It's really not gonna make too much of a difference unless huge mistake that he does.
He's so close. Really wants to try and a little bit of gold map, and there it is.
Got it.
times are done, but not anywhere near the timing you would have hoped for this game.
It's going to take ridiculous execution from the side of Shopify, and a couple throws perhaps from EG for Shopify to have any hope in the fight. Maybe godly bashes, so that very as EG, because he's just running down at the bottom.
He's got the Aegis, he's got the cheese. So many things they have to do to bring this morph down, and more will have to be back-to-back, multiple attempts, really.
They can even stuff off the Fracture Shard if he does feel like a need in a situation to refresh abilities or his items. And at a trick cloak too, so. It's like, okay, easy now needs a MKB, a crit. He needs so many different items to go through this Morphling. And
Mechanics here, because
2.5 dead.
I really feel he's on the verge of being able to close up this game without a single death.
Come on, Strider.
With perfect jump. I don't know what's going on.
Jumping with dudes towards the south, instead gets some of the heroes on top of us. He whisper of the BKB in that AoE too, causing serious to this pair of bladers up. Easy without buyback, of course, with the spell discovery. 2 heroes out. No buybacks from the Shopify being available. We get back onto the bench, continue the push to refresh what we popped in. And Chris is around the BKB, jump on him from Wiz. In with the extra team, it's up to Mikey. It's over. EG is called. EG, the fantastic game too. Yes, we get a game.
Evil geniuses, victory.
Well, Shopify, they felt like they had a good way to press forward their advantage, but then they dive onto this hero, they get killed, they lose Mikey, they lose Aegis, they lose any type of momentum that they were starting to build up. And yeah, the Lincolns, I mean, you could see obviously the idea of what RTZ wanted with, but after that moment, it was
Cloud, if he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no we'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these Mortem of Kisses. There is still that buyback for the Beastmaster though. Let's see. Let's get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines into the Vortex as well. It could be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save. Though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much. Kami's going to go down. They do get the kill onto Leppington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Coming down to the hooks. Yatsuo still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the potion storm spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leppington once again. That's the dieback on the disruptor, and Yatsuo, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid. Hook. This is the dieback of the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed up by Collapse. One more right click, he goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys him. And he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though. Inside the Static Storm Mirror, he has that Lotus going, and now if Zofra actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out. The Pod King, he's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get the kill onto the Storms for it. Can they take down the Pudge? They're going to be able to catch him, cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud. Everybody on the side of Hydra, they just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of Team Spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get them. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose Happy. Is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphling. Bilal wants to come right back into this fight because he have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks, just do it by foot, it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast. That's just so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, they get do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphling. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Scouts, you want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice.
Strong in by the disruptor, and now we're going to be hitting from when it's back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Sumail is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right back towards tomorrow. Trying to run from everybody on the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive.
Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's a divine right there. They're going in on Q. There's the hit. Okay, that hit off 123. Knocked. What damage? He's dead.
Oh my god. Nothing. Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the rest
AU
of it.
picks it up. I shot him twice. To die yet.
Go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory!
finally get to see them have a little bit of lead. But they need to have good vision, good entry to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Bobica, red panda. This would be huge if we can find a Static Storm before the tombstone. Not bad. Stone from Lulu. Gonna be thrown now over the there. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's just gonna be one down as White Album to dodge, to hide away. The heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the BKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. He has to back away. We have lost White Album again, and now Mango in trouble. Q is going to drop. Master, these fight so well, and they couldn't take down that Undying.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. That's the ball. Big finish profits.
Stun is out on today. Didn't have a BKB available. Bobica dropping low, and on back in. We have an Bobica. Doesn't look like it because the black hole is there. That's on the edge. He doesn't have multi to come back to light. And Aster, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Aster full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the shot. That's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Static Storm, about able to then get over the slash column from away.
They have that alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. Pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet goes now. A lot of trouble. He managed to kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Find Jinx. Really getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down. Pops the BKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. The avalanche, the toss. Jinx, he's going to give up his life also. Monet is way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Aaron, the
GP. Oh, they're done. Okay. I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out. Not really ever been in the league. Victory. He hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom. Standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song. Blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo is blown up by Collapse. Has to buy back. Yatoro gets off his BKB. Pure with another song. Sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse BKBs runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, Nightfall. Hazy on disc refresher. Blinks to high ground. Gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out. Aegis claimed. Lol in the fire. Still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit
nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base. They don't catch Nightfall on the way out. He's blinked out in the range of Mirror. He's still hunting though, and he's going to find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with this rapier damage, like short work and a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable. Laurel, the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the two supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Naga was trying to set and prep there. And Yadoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together. He is
a monster. Oh, pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's gonna get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're gonna be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Rangers up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There's no buyback or collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons. It's vulnerable. Mira gets away from there. Help of the Clement Cave to jump in from Lol. Disruption, self-save. Barracks taken out. Lol. Oh, tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of Lol. It's Lol. Puck is all over the place. Now they go into the GPK though. Aiming for the puck. They're going to find him at long last. They get him and the rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Oh no.
Oh, you see that? I'm not crazy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he phase shifted and accidentally ended it.
There's an Axe Blessing recipe. There's a rapier. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere.
An Axe Blessing recipe. What's that there? Okay. Not sure what the story on that one is. Meanwhile, Save, I think he had a refresher charge, right? Because Laurel dove him, he disrupts himself, and he tries to kill him again after it Save just refreshes and then uses it again. How have they not got the rapier?
Now there's another DD. I don't think they care. Toronto Tokyo is going to take it, is he? Oh yes, the Jakiro with the rapier.
Coming to feed it back to them, guys.
My goodness. There's Mega creeps on one side. Top lane Barracks still standing on Team Spirits. Are we waiting for next Roshan, Trent?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like Beppu have such a good chance of winning these fights right now. They can't get like swarmed in the back line.
They missed the stun on BK. He's trying to hold his ground, but look at the dodge. Oh my god, Yaturo shreds. Where'd he go? Daedalus hits, refreshes, brings forward, kills off Save as well.
Evil geniuses turn to pick. Dire team pick.
Bad Rider!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I know you're not dreaming. It's a third game. That's right. We're going to game 3 here. Evil Geniuses, Shopify Rebellion, and we're in the draft already, joined by Jenkins, Effie, and Pilgrim Flax. We got an opening with the Bat Rider coming out from EG, so that's going to be exciting because they get their hand on the Bat, which is probably
Bat Rider is such an exciting hero.
Actually is. Are you, no?
Sick of this fucking hero.
What?
Just wait though. EG, they played off lane. That's more fun.
Yeah, I mean for Whisper. Whisper's Bat Rider.
But then again, Whisper's just fun on anything.
That's true. He makes it look fun, but oh my god, laning against his hero is just the most boring.
That is different. We get to watch. We don't have to experience it ourselves.
True that.
True that.
I think you will have fun watching EG play this Bat Rider.
Absolutely.
So don't.
He's legendary.
You sound sarcastic, but
no. I can't help it, Mira. You think I'm being sarcastic? I'm not. I'm being. This is from the heart.
From the heart.
From the heart. I'm looking forward to this.
Okay. But the reason why EG's Bat Rider is exciting because they are one of the only teams that will overall first phase up because they're so comfortable on their flux. between their mid and their offlane, because Whisper Flex Batrider is different than any other Flex Batrider we've seen. Like, in his hands, he even plays against lane counters well. It feels like he's just mastered playing from behind on his Timbersaw and on his Batrider, so
10 seconds
very, very few
remaining.
teams will have this kind of confidence.
I don't know how he does it, because
5 seconds
I feel like when you're
remaining.
playing a Bat into Slark or an Timber into Monkey King, like these heroes, it's really easy to play them offlaners, right? They're hard counters, and like the carry has to screw up in order for you to like get a kill on them. But somehow Whisper consistently kills carries when he's countered. It's like his mechanics are inhuman. They're inhuman mechanics. And a lot of offliners study him. They're like, we can't learn anything from this. He's just killing people when he shouldn't. How do you learn from this? He just mechanically outplayed them.
Geniuses turn to ban.
That's why a lot of people are scared of this player, that's for sure. But so Shopify go for their comfort and their Enchantress and Earth Spirit. They open up with 2 support picks. Of course, we've seen Enchantress flex to offlane, but I don't think that will be the case here. But the thing about having 2 support picks when you have second pick is it's actually okay, because you can just counter pick on your cores, right? You're not worried about giving away your 2 supports. And EG counter with the Liqui, which it is a worse Liqui game than it was in game 1 in this first phase, because number 1, there is no Pangolier, there is no core hero that is like super disrupted by the darts into clouds. And the second thing is you're playing against an Earth Spirit who is a much better support than Snapfire at catching Rickies, right? He rolls on top of you from a very long range, dusts you, he gets in the middle of the fight, and he's gonna focus on killing this Liqui first. Whereas Snap last game could not do it.
Yeah, like the way that Liqui escapes in a fight is by kiting you for a long time, jumping over a cliff, jumping to his teammate. Earth Spirit has a 4-second cooldown on roll.
Also, like the cookie is easy to dodge if you're Liqui, right? Like it's just one of those things.
Yeah, and with Earth Spirit, it's like he can silence you first, so you can't dodge his stuff. And even if you do dodge it, it's a 4-second cooldown. So it's just gonna hit you with the next one anyway.
Also, having an Earth Spirit kind of enables Saberlight's hero pool, because Earth Spirit loves to pair up with the Nature's Prophets, the Enigmas.
Yeah.
He doesn't like to pair up with Summons heroes because he doesn't do that much for them. But these ranged heroes that do a lot of damage, or maybe need somebody to disrupt pulls, maybe need somebody to drag the wave.
And that's all they need. Like these heroes like dominate the lane on their own, so you can make up for the fact that Earth Spirit can be a little bit weak until you get some levels, then you can start getting some kills.
Yeah, so we could potentially see a Nature's Prophet here. It wouldn't be surprising, even though there is a Batrider. I feel like Saberlight's comfortable enough. I also would not mind seeing this Enigma, even though you are playing against Liqui. It just matters if you stomp the lane. And Earth Spirit, there are very few lanes that he likes that much.
Yeah, I do wonder, like, I mean, I think EG is probably thinking similar things, where the Nature's Prophet type heroes could be picked in the off lane, but with the Batrider, they're like, come on, go for it. Like we're baiting you. Like go ahead, pick the Natures. But Shopify might still go for it. Like against Batrider and Liqui and Primal Beast and these heroes that are like very agile, and especially the ones that counter you, like Primal and Bat. We're seeing Nature's Prophets on the offlane pick up Aghanim Scepter, and you're basically just AoE stunning people in team fights, and it's not as scary playing into the counters. But we'll see. We'll see how much they value the lane.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
They go for the
Oh yes.
Okay, well that's a hero that gets countered by Liqui. So,
but it was they had to choose, right? Because Mikey doesn't play that many heroes when on Shopify standing in, and he's played Puck, and the other one still in the pool would be Pango, and both are countered.
This could be a pretty big blunder here. I feel like EG could pick Tiny and just obliterate the Puck, or even DK, because Earth Spirit doesn't like rotating on these tanky melee heroes like Tiny or DK, and then they both also dumpster the Puck in the lane. So they're so confident in Mikey's Puck that they're willing to give the 2 counters to it. It's spooky.
I just feel like they banned all of the good heroes in this matchup that Mikey has played to success, and this is the only one that was left. So obviously you don't want to put anything else versus a Batrider that's melee or something like that. And maybe the thought that they had was they could just play the Dream Coil into Earth Spirit Coil Snap that they did yesterday. It looked cool when they did it versus Tundra. Maybe they also thought that it could go both ways, like this Puck could Dream Coil the Batrider pre-BKB and they could have a way to catch him and kill him. But I do agree that Liqui does make things very difficult for Puck.
I will say this, the Puck is also kind of a counter to Liqui. He can't use any of his shit. when he's Dream Coiled. Like, he can't escape. He's locked down. If this guy was the problem in the first game, although, yes, if I'm playing Puck, I don't want to be up against a Liqui. Any kind of silence like that, I have to get a 4 stuff or some shit. But it does mean you can catch him. And it also is, like you said, you can Dream Coil the bat. So it's a counter, but it's a counter.
You're right, it goes both ways, and that's why I think Jenkins is emphasizing that the blunder would come out from this potential tiny pickup.
That would be scary.
DK pickup.
Yeah.
Because they have such good heroes to enable it as well, and like we mentioned before, they're comfortable with the Batrider flex. So you could put this tiny mid with ease, or this DK mid with ease.
Christopher has not played it in a while, though, is the only thing. I know it's a classic Christopher Smile hero, but, you know, he also is a very specific player. He's peculiar. He plays like usually 3 or 4 guys at once, but I think this is the time to pull it out.
They'll go
They
for the
do go
DK.
for
There you go. You called it.
And you know what? We always talk about how DK needs follow-up damage, and a lot of teams will first phase their DK, but fail to follow up on that damage. Not going to name any names.
Yeah.
They may be in this... Not gonna name any names.
Go ahead.
It's all right. No, not gonna name any names. But you do have the Macro Pyre follow-up. You have the Batrider who's going to enable you later on in the game, and you still have a potential flex if you want to.
Yeah.
You still have it if you see something here that you don't.
Abaddon. Okay.
Well, I like parts of the ABBA. I mean, this hero can dispel all of Jakiro's bullshit. If you wanted to run an offlane ABBA into the Jakiro or just follow that hero in the lane, you're going to be able to lane against it just fine. The silence for the DK is really annoying if it's a carry ABBA. Obviously, it lanes incredibly well into the offlane Batrider. You just purge the napalms, which I would suspect that is probably where it's going to go. So ABBA Enchantress lane and just absolutely dumpster. I feel like EG. Let's see. I mean, they could do something like run some aggro carry and then have the bat safe lane, but we saw that yesterday with the Timbersaw, and it did not look so hot. So
I've been seeing quite a few ABBAs in pubs and stuff like that. Is this hero popular at the moment?
It's good.
It's decent. It was better at the start of the patch.
Yeah, it's because his base attack time got reduced, so he just hits faster, and it's because Radiance got cheaper. That's an item that he builds. But also, the reasoning behind the ABBA pick here is like you're playing against Lasso, which you can dispel.
Right.
You're playing against Start, which you can dispel. You're playing against Dragon Tail, which you can dispel. Basically, all of Evil Genius's heroes have spells that are dispelled by
he
shields.
is going to be, if he is carry, which it looks like he's going to be, is he going to be running around dispelling shit for everybody?
I mean, that's the reason why you pick it as a carry. It's when his Aphotic Shield has max value in a game. The one concern with this is, what if Ricky just focuses on ABBA himself, right? Like, ABBA's always lost to silences.
And it's worth doing if it's a carry ABBA. It's really worth wasting your time.
You're putting a lot of eggs in the ABBA basket there. It's worth, suddenly, like you said, much more worth focusing on because...
You just throw some silences on.
Right.
You throw the dart out on the ABBA. He has to ult the dart. It's like, that doesn't feel very good.
I think you need some really strong, like, Saberlight win condition last pick here. It has to be like, I'm seeing Enigma or Visage just to enable or synergize with the draft. I think Enigma is probably better just because you're playing versus DK.
There's so many ways to taking off the Visage armor. Otherwise, I would say, like, for Saberlight, Visage makes sense. But Enigma...
What else could be a strong win condition offlaner? Because I feel like the ABBA might not be enough, right? It just doesn't feel like it's enough when your Puck is countered.
Yeah, for Saberlight, I mean... I don't feel like you can fit a Nature's Prophet that well into this draft.
I think
it needs to be stronger than that. Saberlight, let's dig deep into the treasure trove for him.
You also have to think about like which heroes pair well with Earth Spirit too, so you can get value out of this.
Ideally a ranged hero. Yeah. Necrophos. No, they're playing a Batrider. Terrible.
That's awful.
Also, it's Mike.
And a Jakiro.
Yeah, it's awful.
10 seconds. Last pick is coming out for EG soon.
I mean, they could do offlane ABBA and then still pick a carry. That's a possibility. I doubt it, but it is a possibility.
They could stack their ABBA and just have not the greatest lane and play it as the aura builder and the one who's going to dispel these spells and go for a better carry in the end. Might be better.
Because that was the hero I was going to suggest for Shopify if they did want to put the ABBA as an offlaner into the Jakiro and dispel the fire. But,
denied.
EG deny picks it just in case.
I like it for EG as well, right? Because with the DK and the Jakiro, you have overwhelming tower damage, and with the Ricky and the Batrider, you're always going to have the good initiations.
Yeah.
How is Shopify gonna counter push the amount of pressure coming out from EG? Because this is a lot.
Underlord.
Slack looks nice. If they're
Underlord.
willing to flex the Ava.
The only a lot of the counter push heroes they go for the.
There it is.
Yeah.
You called it.
Okay, so the reason why Enigma looked best, even though there's a lot of ways to counter the black hole early on, is just because there is no stronger win condition offlaner than Enigma in Dota. Like, he scales really well. He scales well with his BKB, his Lincolns, his Refresher.
Yeah.
If you get to that point in the game, this hero becomes the most important hero in a draft. And if you're first phasing an Earth Spirit and you're not taking advantage of his lane synergy, then it's a bad first phase Earth Spirit. Then you've put yourself in a bad corner. And the other option was Visage. But like Jenkins mentioned, there were so many ways to burn through the armor that it potentially was not worth it.
Also, it just takes one good black hole. Just one, believe me. Because I've landed ones, but you can do one good one in the game, and that's it. You win the game.
Yeah, it's true. And the only reason that we were thinking maybe not Enigma, despite it being very good as a win condition, is the fact that there is quite a bit of jump for him. Like Whisper on the DK, Matthew on Ricky, C Smile on Bat, which by the way is going to be an offlane DK.
Are we sad about that?
I think this makes more sense into the Abaddon, and I'm fairly sure like Bat versus Puck. Now people pick Puck into Bat, but it's like 60-40 at best for the Puck. Okay. So Bat's perfectly fine going mid against this.
I think if Shopify win their lanes and they don't run the risk of like the EG early lone tread push and Saberlight actually gets to his items, then Shopify can take this. But I feel if they do like a single throw in the early game, giving EG everything that they want, it's terrifying because there's so much disable and so much control coming out of EG that it's like, who can I dispel?
Yeah.
Who do I focus on? So Shopify's game is heavily dependent on Saberlight. He is the win condition in this draft. So let's hope he had a good breakfast or something.
Oh, you know he did.
You know what I love? Everything.
Absolutely.
You watched him.
No doubt in my mind. He live streams himself eating breakfast every morning.
Does he?
Yep.
Not on Twitch, on a different website,
yeah,
right?
special, you got to be a member.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not on that website. Turns out we're going to find out who had the better breakfast here today and who will take the series here at DreamLeague Season 19. We're heading over to OD Pixel Unfogged.
Thank you very much. Greetings. Indeed, a game 3 bit of action here between Evil Geniuses and Shopify Rebellion. Fog, what do you make of these lineups? The interesting thing really being that this time around it's EG to get a last pick lone druid as opposed to something that Shopify Rebellion themselves have been doing many times in the series leading up to this. We're going to get to see some action this time from Picard's on it.
And he's only played it, I believe, twice in the last 2 months in professional play at least, and he was successful in both of them. He looked great on it as well too, if I remember it from the Lima Major. He did, I think, own on it. So EG, they've got a really heavy pressuring draft again, and they're playing around 2 of their best supports. Honestly, Panda, last game, his Jakiro was like a bait multiple times, got the turn to every single one of these team fights after dying. Matthew, we've seen what he's been able to do on his Ricky. I like what EG's got going for themselves right now.
And this is looking like a first blood.
They give it a Whisper.
Marana take down Fly.
Shopify's, I like Effie's points on the panel toward there quite a lot. I think they can't really make too many mistakes in this game. I think they have to be very decisive with how they make these aggressive moves. Just because I'm a bit concerned. We haven't seen a bat we haven't seen the tier in like a week since all the other teams, since like last group stages did end up finishing off and really have the best win rate either. I had like a 30% win rate across like 6 or 7 games or something like that. So let's see what our team's going to be able to do with backup of 5.
What do you think sort of was the thought process behind getting it in this game? Was it simply sort of just down to being concerned about the threat of heroes like the Bat Rider?
I think it was the bat risk plus the dart. There's a lot of things to dispel, right? The Jakiro spells as well. So if he's grouped up with his team, he could do some really good stuff. Dispels, I don't know, like sometimes I feel like with the Ricky, this cloud is so devastating, and I see fucking a bat, and I think this cloud could just ruin a lot of what their plan is going to be.
Sure. And what does sort of the last pick say to you for Shopify Rebellion, opting to go for the Enigma in this game, to say like...
I was actually surprised, a bit surprised. I was like, either the Underlord or this one. I guess Underlord's a risk when you're playing versus Bat Rider, because then he can just constantly kill you. I guess they just wanted to have this type of safe laner to prevent farm and to get themselves in an advantageous position to, have that advantage early and just push forward with it. But yeah, it could be a bit risky. Of course, have percent-based damage, so there is at least that similarity that comes from like the Underlord, who hurt a lot in the early phase, but I don't know if it's go too early in this lane.
Matthew. Goodness, nearly getting taken out under the tower there by the Fly. Will live.
Should be very careful. Yeah, and overall, I haven't seen the bat puck too much lately, to be honest with you. Chris, though, in the first waves, looking great. Overall, for the puck, it could be a difficult game for him. Playing versus Ricky and DK doesn't sound easy for Mikey. Yeah, they've got the dispel and stuff like that. Perhaps they'll get some type of minimization to help him. And yeah, it does feel like if he gets slowed down a little bit this game, he could just constantly get killed from like a blink stun DK plus this Ricky constantly finding him. Top the Fly is owning this lane. Wisp has 2 left hits. They're getting first blood. Him and Matthew might have took too much up here.
And overall, how does sort of the timing matchup between a carry abandon and a carry lone druid? Are they going to establish the game where one of these heroes is going to suffer even if they do get an even start? Because what are you trying to get on for them in terms of items?
I mean, Prakash is going to go for, like, I would imagine, just like the death. It actually takes 2 or 3 towers. He's okay. I imagine it's just going to be the more aggressive lone druid build that we use. Obviously, not the Radiance system. Well, I imagine he does go for Radiance, so I think Prakash will have a better team. But it's about Shopify being able to group up. And I think that's what they've gone entirely because of this Enigma pick. Group up with the abandon, go for all these shield plays to help each other out.
In the mid, Mikey's starting to struggle a bit.
He really is. Like, this is it's not good for Mike. There's a lot of denies on Batrider as well, too. I mean, Puck, yeah, his base damage has gotten quite a lot of times in the past, of course, but really impactful here at the beginning of this month. Does get Fear off. Chris, you know, he did get a little bit slowed down first on his Batrider, but the second game he exploded in this game. This start is pretty amazing. Panda.
Let's go for the car. Use it to help out Panda.
I don't think he can get it. It's going to be close.
Panda, he's able to get the spell up. And the breath. And he's able to turn and indeed. Picard's chasing out Stabilize. They'll take down Enigma. And Panda will indeed survive.
The baiter. Today, Hero, beautiful the way bait and stuff. This time he doesn't even die, and he gets this type of setup. And a deal start for EG.
That top lane, I don't know whether they're kind of having the slowest, but now starting to get some good denies in.
8 denies at least on Whisper. I mean, he's using the Dragon Tail every single time to secure those denies. They just can't get aggressive onto Because.
Actually finding the root on the
maybe.
There does die this time round.
It will.
100 gold there, full set block.
Big money. If they can do it again, that would be huge. That was really impressive there. I mean, even through the chainmail. I've even bought a chainmail to try to protect his bear, but that's done. Actually putting in work. Not up though. Arteezy.
The body blocks into the trap tail.
Oh my god.
Pretty good.
They got him. Here's Ricky. Gets banned by most teams. This time they accelerate the first 2 pick. Definitely see the reasons why. Whisper 13 denies. I think it's up to now to fix stuff in the mid lane. He absolutely has the potential.
Panda's on him.
Panda, he knows. Yellow.
And he's going to be able to get immediate D-ward as well. No, they just know exactly what sort of move and timing Chris is going to be going for. They know that Chris is going to try this.
Yep. They're reading this like a beautiful so EG in just 5 minutes. And as you said, you know, the mid game, they have a lot of ways to just kill the puck, sit up, see the movements that like Matthew. He's even got to find a courier here, a pretty deep position there from Fly. They're rotating both supports over to help out Mike. It feels very needed. Good kick.
You can get him. Back up Panda. He's going to have the laptop crest. And will mean that he's able to secure the kill on Crit. And Crit, he's out. He's over the cliff. He's away. Shopify, they have their attention towards a different kill. They go for Panda instead.
Mikey gets 6. Might get another one.
Nicely playing around the edge of the green coil.
Fancy.
But still more dice. He's up there, lasting too long. They'll flock down, they'll get, but they don't get for it. Chris, so what?
Chris TP's even, and he's going to get the haste rune. Oh, that was a clever TP. Mikey gets recovered a little bit at the least, though, from the double rotation. But Chris, he just comes in, gets a kill, survives. He's chilling. Can they punish bottom? I mean, right now it looks like they might just be able to. Saberlight is dropping low, but they might just get pause. Some crits here with the rotation. If you can get the connection, could maybe get the kill. I mean, let's see if he gets the Savage Roar off in between.
You think you won?
They get him. They can.
Oh, they get the kickback.
Nice play. Quick rotation there from crit.
It's best to keep things stable in this early game, crit.
Cool stuff down bottom. They're level 6 already now in Saberlight. He got that kill earlier on there as well. Even though he did die, he's super high level. They could even threaten A.K.A again. I think Panda might have to just stay down here and just let Matthew help out Chris Luck in the mid lane. A death on Panda would be huge for Shopify. On A.K.A, sorry, would be huge for Shopify. And yeah, Saberlight, I mean, he's getting it prepped.
He's ready to rip around. They get the kickback into the Malefice. Use the roar to try and bring Saberlight a fair distance away from A.K.A, and it's to not allow Saberlight to be able to continue to lock down on this lone drip.
Alchemist, he had Arcane Boots out. He got Arcane Boot Black instantly. He actually could have just gotten the kill there on that bear again.
They're having to fight a bit too close to the tower. They will get Panda. The backups come in for E. Matthew jumps forward. The bear, they'll get crit.
I mean, they could have gotten A.K.A there, but a good move either way. The bring down there. Shopify bringing extra. Yeah, they have to fix a bit of what's going on here. Arteezy is actually so far behind now at this point.
Radiant's middle tower
hold behind Whisper. Whisper is 6. He's actually the one who's going to start applying pressure on the tower. So even though they are making good moves, it is hurting that top lane even more. And now Fly, very likely to die.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Secret nothing. Try and help out, but I will fall. Matthew jumps forward as well. Yes, two of them in the Dream Coil. It's enough to take Matthew down.
He's burning.
He's got Panda by us. Crit down as well. Double kill for Crit.
Arcane Rune on overwhelming damage. I mean, Crit is going to have bots. Arteezy is actually just super underfarmed. This is actually insane. To the early advantage in CS that he's had, Whisper, these denies, they've really got up something with that kill. Mikey still up. He has recovered 3 and 0 on this puck from the rotations from the supports. They sacrificed themselves a little. They sacrificed the top lane to make sure that this puck could get reestablished. The Witchblade, it is going to be online.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Gotcha!
Oh. He actually can't. I think the Centaur stumped. She got him.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Whoops.
A little late there with the resummon. Saberlight defroze the tip out.
Hey.
He will actually end up getting the bear.
That's the mech. Okay.
Is under attack. Dire's
Those things add up.
are fortified.
They can go A.K.A again. It's huge. Does anyone ever resummon for 100?
They go straight forward. They'll Panda.
Must go down here this time.
I mean, again, Panda able to get the ice bomb to crit. Panda will die. But in his dying sort of effort, he's able to set something up for A.K.A in return. Back over towards the mid. Core's going to be dropped down onto Matthew. Matthew, this time round, he's able to jump away as it comes to an end. Mikey, he'll try and chase this, but Matthew with the jukes. It's going to be a little too pesky for this puck to follow. Our team swinging across.
They're going to have to chase for a very long time if they want to try to get this kill. He's going to TP over and try to get it. Should be able to.
The cloud, Matthew.
A good rotation from Crit.
They'll get him. No power. It's going to be going into the hand. Chris picks up a DD.
Dire's
I mean, Whisper though is the big winner out of everything though. Like he's got Blink Dagger on DK. It's actually insane. Fly, he'll go down.
Yeah, another kill there, Chris. No. As the Batrider, you said it yourself. The game 2, game 3, really hitting his stride here, Chris.
He's feeling himself. Oh no, yeah, I just can't believe how far behind he is. The Blink is done on Whisper, so even though
Mike on the relic looking like,
it's very slow on. He's nowhere near it. I face boots it will go. And he has Blink Dagger, so concerns, you know, Mikey, it's done a great job of setting him up right now, 3-0. Now he's got to have that element of concern. This rookie, this Blink that's going to be super early on Whisper, it could just catch him guard.
Is under attack.
Light. Push going down bottom.
Radiant structures.
There's going to be a reaction. The one getting set up on. Mask of Menace the bear.
Crit. He's going to try and help out. It rolls across.
Nice back.
He'll keep alive now. Maybe to turn.
Here's Chris.
That's going to be there on Saberlight. Chris. Oh, that was a black hole.
Oh no.
Black hole tries to go for immediately put to a stop by the fact that he's dead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Chris, very far. He's gonna get him.
What?
He can't.
Play break. That'll do it. I mean, it's a double game. They're gonna get crit.
Holy crap.
Oh, they're crumbling their Shopify Rebellion as AG just completely crushed off Chris. Last on a Saberlight, but yeah, Saberlight making the call, still try and drop the back cross, but he does about 10 HP, immediately dies.
And Mikey, he uses the lasso on Matthew. We're gonna see it on the upper side here. You'll see afterward. I mean, they used the coil on Matthew, and he just walks out of range of the sentry, and he's fine. Didn't have detection for him. Oh, devastating for Shopify. Do not want to be the one behind in this game, and right now, quite far behind.
They could take so much from the map.
They sure can.
They can't get those first few items on these cores. See, back in action, looking for Chris, but Chris is fine. As Mikey can't finish well with Matthew, yeah, he's in position to start scouting out some couriers potentially.
Yep, he wants to time in for a shard. The courier snipes, he should be able to have it. Super deep aggressive warrior, of course, plays time too, so he's watching anything towards the secret shop. And not because he can just go top. Yeah, RTZ out of the course by a significant point.
DK though.
He is very tanky.
Oh, I mean, Chris forward, the ice was down there really trying their best to bring down this DK, but the backups come in. But still alive. He's able to get out of this set fleet. Shopify Rebellion, they've got to considering back. I mean, Crit wants to keep pushing in on it, but the Dragon falls down. Watch play, jumps back into the Dragon Tail. They take Crit down. I mean, Shopify looking for Matthew, but he's back up. They don't have the detection upon him. Matthew's able to walk away.
I mean, easy feels the need and help, but they can't get anything.
They cannot at all. Full effort there for Shopify Rebellion to find something, but they find absolutely nothing.
By again, Panda, a beautiful ice path. It lands onto Crit. I think Crit actually doesn't get stopped in his roll. He gets the kick on Whipper. Coil will break, and they perhaps actually do get that kill and maybe get some type of moment. Reacting perfectly again.
Radiant's middle tower
from them so far. Yeah, Chris, he is just absolutely turning up. He just needed a warm up after that first game. 7-0.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Constant rotations that were happening versus.
I mean,
that's impressive.
What do you do if Rebellion wants to BKB on like this bat run, right? You've got nothing.
I think you have to go for that. I think you really want to look to make moves, secure these runes right now, try to punish this bad pre-BKB.
Dire's courier.
Rune will spawn bottom. It's a very good one. It's going to be an arcane rune for the puck. And they should be able to get a little bit of momentum on mid with the Enchantress creeping Eidolons.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Matthew starting to do Matthew thing. Like,
Nearly back up. 20
yeah.
They got to get something going with that next time around.
And Matthew just farming bottom. They want to try to punish this, but you have Ricky. They can get this into a total. That would be huge.
They're starting to swing away from it a bit. They don't want to commit it for Ricky.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, if they dive, the come down and TP rotations come in, it would just be dangerous for Shopify.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Catchy. Back far now.
Radiant's
they're trying to dive. Matthew Cook.
Yeah, TP's coming in as well from E.K. They'll happily fight this jump forward with the Dragon in the bar to Matthew. Up by RTZ to run away from this one. He's going to get left behind.
And they find more. Chasing. RTZ used the ult. Chris wants him. Well, okay, find him though. And a very aggressive dive though from Shopify. He's very ready for these moves.
Shopify's kind of running back out there.
They have to punish pre-BKB, right? So they're just looking to get these type of plays. Yeah, quickly get and Tarkucker, I think, actually saves RTZ's life. He gets the stun on the good there right when they feed in. He's had success. He's got SO Mascabat done.
What have we here?
I'm trying to play around their vision here and Saberlight. Still a bit of a scary play to be. They have got Mikey with them. Greaves are done on Saberlight.
Trying to keep applying pressure. Be pretty dark. Liqui almost has it finished also. They're about to have a really big time on the side of EG. Dark BK, so it's finished. Shopify is trying to make space for RT. It does have the relic finished once his courier gets there.
Actually, no.
Hold it maturely. And up. Trying to get the D ward.
And they'll try going in. Get spells off, but they will get it.
Dearly departed.
Play. Just keeping the ward alive as long as possible. They're just staying in the same area now for feels like almost 2 minutes. They really want to put emphasis on the cliff is down. They might actually just be able to push this tier 2 down here.
Radiant's bottom tower.
We'll see if he's going to just quit with the TPs as they were last time. It looks for this time out, they'll let it go.
The glyph. Shopify. We'll get some moment. Player on the open first. Keep playing around Saberlight. That BKB is done, so it's something they're going to have to worry about. They have an answer, though, of course. They do have that black hole from the Enigma if he's not the one who gets caught. Let's see where they go from here. Like, looking to play the replay, of course, as we see the boots travel. He sees them, though. Still has the vision in high ground.
Drop the Dragon Coil, just hold them back here.
Okay. For the next fight, just go straight at them. He wants to get the push started. No coil. He wants this tower.
You trying to build a defense here, you're letting it up.
Why? He's gonna be caught. I mean, it's really hard for them to defend when it dies too fast versus the bear. 8-0. Curtis. He's ready to so almost completely recovered the tier 1 mid.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Think they
I guess maybe against the black threat. It's not there that you feel forced to sign up for right now, EG.
That's a bit scary because if you that's what's going to pull RTG into the fight, and that's where that dispel that we were talking about way earlier. That's where we'll have much advantages. Found himself a nice play, and they're going to fight with their timing.
See how much of an impact the Abaddon has now with the Radiance online, how much he can survive and just get that consistent damage out in the direction of the team fight.
How much he can survive and how much he can bail his allies out of potential dangerous scenarios, such as the Dart versus the Lasso. And DK stun, of course. Matthew, break a bit of that smoke.
They know they're here.
We three things.
It's moments.
I'm going to be able to catch them by surprise. GR, I prepare for that.
Mikey's far up. See, doing a very good job. You know, haven't really gotten that set up. I think DK was online now, what, 6 minutes ago or so, 5 minutes ago. Haven't gotten to get on top of this puck. Same thing with Ricky. He does have Dart now, so Mike still has to be careful. But I like that he's gone down the route of greed, going down to travel. Now he's going to blink and stuff like that. He's causing some issues and pulling E all over the place.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Try and get in on this EG, they jump. Fly, he'll left alone. They won't try and fight back at this shot. Belly and crit.
That's the pickoff they need. That can allow them to go for the river. It is one.
Chris, he's thinking more. Tundra's going to dodge the river from crit. He's got the last guy. Second very support. There's a fighting. The Dragons are there to follow up crit. Caught by the fear. Both supports. Shopify taking.
I see maybe a couple too. Can get away.
I mean, Matthew's there watching from the side. Jumping onto this. EG's still very much respecting that there is that ball available for Saber. Like they don't want to go head first into it.
Back into Roach. They're going to try pick up. Want to poke it. Matthew scouting. 8 seconds for crit. Lasso on cooldown. DK want to bring off EG. They get back away.
Yeah, it's a bit too much for them to take right now. Well, they should fight back in action.
Matthew in position to start these careers.
Radiant are
I'm going to be coming out though. Shopify, they're the ones for a fight here again.
Keep set it up here with the Blink Dream. Well,
DK forward of it.
Panda's in position to tank this. Back and forward on the high ground. They knew it might work. Panda's going to be the one to take it.
They're going to try forcing the roast themselves. They have the angles.
All right. See if they themselves get a cannon deep, get down, get up. Right for the pit.
Kill it pretty fast.
Bounty. EG's starting to head over into sort of the rough area, but
Radiant's needs to fight for them.
It seems like it's going down too quickly. G able to do much about this at all. Shopify are brilliant. Find the openings, get Roche the Aegis.
Nice play.
So it's
Dire's
easy.
middle tower is under attack.
And maybe look for they get the tree. Are they outside of the box? Outside of the box, there goes. Dragonfoot. But it's into the got the two of them. To a stop though. Nice part for Magpie. Lead final boat. Flying Saberlight. Chris on top of them here. Again, burning the two of them. They'll fall. Get Picard, but losing through the turn. He tried to push up him for the dragon attempt there. Whisper. Catch onto the park.
They get Chris.
But easy. Good watch match. Whispering. I'm his Matthew. The detection of upon. No, they haven't. He's able to jump to the side. Back to the sentry. And Mike will find it. Bringing up there from Mikey. The setup. They punch back a little bit in this fight.
Radiant's
Getting
top
the
tower
two.
is under attack.
Using 4.
And RTD, he gets the big one. He gets the godlike. Or, yeah, the godlike.
How much money was that?
At least 870. Yeah, 870 put across 4-2. Extra gold as well. It's huge now. He almost has Manta. Shopify picking and choosing their battles nicely. They got Oz at the start. He just gets deleted. Crit. The perfect grab.
And there is Arteezy, top of the net worth right now. A full recovery from struggling at the bottom before that Radiance was online, but now to the top. And indeed, with those first core items complete, going to have the tools to stay ahead and just outfarm anyone on the map.
And I'm so impressed with Mike continuously. 6-0-1. Playing versus DK. Playing versus Liqui.
Nice hard game, but he's making it look easy.
Sure
it really is. They haven't been able to catch him. They have not.
Yeah, Form was still on cooldown for Picasso when he got kicked in for a couple seconds. Get it off, gets completely blown up. EG shaking up.
Shopify with the lead now.
I mean, Mikey, he's starting to get close to items to be able to protect himself even more. It hasn't been caught at all, and he's soon to have his Lincolns. It gets nuts for now, but he's looking for to grab himself on bottom. He's looking for Whisper. Trying to force the BKB. And well, yeah, Mikey absolutely delivering. He had a bit of a tough lead overall versus in 1v1. Overall, he was getting the kills with the rotations with his allies coming in. And yeah, Ortiz, he's massive. Full Manta, Radiance is done. He's got the 15, so he's got the 65 damage down, and they're looking to fight. A full Vestal also on crit, so he's got a great answer versus Because at all times. The group up from Shopify is absolutely starting to work. Well, the healing comes in from Greaves. Healings and dispels to come from the shield.
I mean, they're straight for Picard potentially up there.
Oh,
Picard's in the area. Picard's going to go for the TP crit. He's going to line it up in time. Gets it with the stun. Picard's in a whole world of pain.
Radiant's courier.
Being crit, he may be 1-8, but he is getting the literal perfect grabs back to back.
Blink dagger out as well for Saberlight, so he'll be in a good position to make the plays. Last time got tripped up by the smoke of the Liqui.
They're moving quick now at this point. They see, I mean, they see Chris for like a second, and Mikey's already setting up on him. He's gonna try to force KB. I mean, if he doesn't use it, Chris gonna roll on him.
He can be there for Chris. He's actually gonna play aggressive. Gets him with the ladder. They've got the Flood Dragon Tail. They'll punish Mikey. They'll put an into hit kill streak. A fair bit of money for Chris. Chris with the remainder of his BKB team. He's out in the trees. Chris gets the kill and gets out.
Is under attack.
BKB's back up in a second. Might be forced to use it himself. The missions are coming in.
See if Supply wants to back off for this one.
Oh no!
Oh, took a little too long to think about it there.
See.
Now get Panda. I mean, yeah, just we'll lose 4 Starfly's courage going to get stunned. That's the recipe hitting the deck.
I think all 3 of the black holes have lasted less than a second. The one that was bottom, the one that was
the one around Rose. That was at least the 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't his fault.
Longer than a second on that one.
That's fine.
You see, yeah, unfortunately, else I say about this game.
But you know what? He says they don't need it then. That's the part.
Yep. I mean, they still get the kills. They don't get the DK. It would have been nice to stop putting the lead hit. Shopify Rebellion. They just get the Blink Dagger done. Arteezy are now pretty much with that full combo ready to blink in and put that Manta and immediately cause a lot of problems for whichever hero he jumps upon. Still, BKBs are down.
Still a very close game, but Shopify starting still with a good momentum at this moment here. And Mikey, even though he gets picked off there, he will have the links for the next time. So very tough for them to get him a second time now. And only dying the once here in 26 minutes, I mean, honestly, that's really damn good.
10 seconds on the Aegis. And maybe EG can think about trying to take fight against Shopify, but it's not going to be easy. Taking down Arteezy twice and through that borrowed time, incredibly difficult right now.
Chris has a full Octarine. Still very farmed on this back. It's 11-1. He did only die that one moment when he got caught, but he still has to be very careful because he can just get killed in a quick burst combo. And there's just so much physical damage they get on him. Shopify.
I mean, Matthew's scanning things out here. If they want to commit onto Fly.
Don't want to use the lasso.
Fly will be enough.
And Picaz gets the last hit. He needs that Deso stack and ooh, and it ain't the real Arteezy. That's only the second Deso stack he's been able to get, and he had it what, 7 minutes ago or so. Even more than that.
Saberlight wants BKB next up on the shopping list. Wants to make sure that there's a full chance of the black holes being stopped.
Pretty limited ways for them to stop it. It's just really the Bat Rider, if he's able to get position with like a Blink Dagger and stuff like that to be able to stop a BKB black hole. So I do like that he's going for it this early. Shopify, they're still looking to fight. They still feel powerful. And they're constantly looking for Picaz. Picaz has to be very careful. He is farmed, but he is absolutely at the risk of dying if they get on top of him.
Got the gem as well.
He's got to sneak it around though. I mean, Matthew, he has a base ward, and yeah, look how careful Fly's being. Supports tend to be more careful, as we always say.
So you're not going to be able to find any couriers this time round.
He has the double ward set down too, but they're just keeping it along the sidelines there. And Arteezy, he's going to try to match that AC. I believe you expect it, of course, to be coming out on the Lone Druid, so he is going to be going for that next. And of course, look at him. He's not using his courier properly, so Matthew,
Dire's courier has been killed.
Snipe. Love it. Shopify, though, absolutely feeling strong. As we've seen, multiple grouped up rallied around this Abaddon.
Oh, they're going to get the jump off Picaz. See if they can help him out. Picaz will manage to get him off. Stabilize him with the black hole. This time around, able to catch Picaz and catch Chris. He's going to live though. He gets the chance to get the BKB off as the black hole comes to an end, and he goes straight over on top of the Enigma. Gigabyte falls. BKB from Whisper. Panda holds back the two of them with the Earth Path. Borrowed time, tipped by Arteezy as he heads towards Whisper. Whisper with the rest of BKB. TP's out. Panda will not escape though.
I mean, back to back, they're getting Picaz. They just get right on top of him. He's playing a bit too far away from his team, and he's getting punished. Great job from Crit. He said he's 2-8, but he's getting the proper jumps over and over again. And the black hole, this time it's a really successful one. Catching the back lines. Onto the push. No glyph. Easy tower. Shopify. They get a bit of advantage here now in these last moments.
Middle tower has fallen.
Got the full ags done now.
Whisper still big. They do absolutely still have forms of being able to multi-scale on the side of EG. But Shopify so far, they're just making Picaz's net worth look non-existent with the way they've jumped him.
Radiant are scanning.
Just really, honestly, I really like the itemization this time around from Shopify. Just Crit having a Vessel, step of heal prevention versus the Lone Druid. They're playing around the Abaddon, so he gets these constant shields off to protect their buddies.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And yeah, Saber, Greaves, Link, BKB, no funny business this time on the Enigma. Causing issues for EG. Because I think for him, he really has to be way more careful in this game. Has to let his Whisper or Chris somehow just jump in first for him. And they're gonna be the ones who smoke now, looking for their own fight.
They want to go once this blink goes down.
Yep. Whisper.
He's in with the blink, but doesn't really find a target immediately. Chris, he's gonna go straight for Crit. And with the lasso spell, take Crit down.
Burn out!
Difficult to go from low, EG. Shopify, they're still looking back at them. In fact, they get the jump over towards Whisper. Whisper's getting low. He's got the BKB off. Mikey, Ice Path is going to catch Mikey. They've caught Mikey. They've taken back.
Did he use the Lickens on somebody else? I think he did. I think he had it on Fly or somebody because he just got blink stunned from the Dragon Tail.
I mean, Chris, he's trying to chase here for more. Fly and Saberlight. Back up to the high ground. Chris attempts to knock them down with the flame break, but won't quite be able to get the reach.
EG strike back. 25 seconds till Roche might have an option to be able to go for it here. And Matthew, he's still kind of lingering for the next hunt. I guess the Lincolns was still cooldown. He must have used it on someone. I didn't see what caught him initially. Easy. Links forward to poke.
I mean, he wants to play aggressive. That borrowed time back up in less than 10 seconds, so he's ready to fight.
Holds back up too.
Crit. They're caught by the ice star. 4% makes it into 3-man. It's a very, very nice 3-man black hole in for Saberlight. The follow-up there from RTZ. They'll be able to clean up all 3 kills.
Oh my god, Saberlight.
That's what you need to see it from your Enigma.
He doesn't even have the BKB. It's just the blink.
He just went for it.
And he finds literally the perfect 3 targets. And Roche it's up. EG starting to strike back, but Shopify, they find the opening again. Saberlight. See, don't look at the other black holes. This is the big one.
Here we go.
Look at this.
Straight away. No hesitation. He's in, and there's nothing to stop it.
Beautiful.
No chance for Chris to stop to it. His last shot was on cooldown. There's nothing to kind of get around and pause it. 3 dead straight off the back. Into Saberlight there, securing them 3 kills and the Roshan. Aegis into the hands of Mikey.
Aegis, and they get a shard onto Arteezy as well. And now he has BKB, so he can do it even easier in these next few moments. Uh-oh, EG. Got a couple good kills, swings quickly back into the dominant side of Shopify with that.
Arteezy just a huge problem. I mean, he only died once this game. He had a slow start, but completely recovered, and now in a point where you can definitely see exactly what they wanted to run with the Abaddon. At this stage of the game, very difficult for EG to deal with this hero with this level of farm that Arteezy managed to him up to.
And I mean, Pakaz, how many times now that it just feels like he's just getting grabbed over and over and over again. He's always getting grabbed from Shopify. Impressive stuff. Matthew. They're chasing him.
Yeah, I tell you what, they'll find him. Saberlight, he's in with the dust. Mikey drops the dream. Oh, they do not want this man sniping any more couriers.
9K lead now. Huge window.
No, Arteezy's super close to picking up the Basher.
And it's 70 seconds. So Black Hole's going to be back up too. I mean, they can keep this going. Full Octarine on Mikey.
Because he'll get his next time out the Basher, but as you say, still very much a liability if his main hero gets caught. They will kill him relatively easy.
He just has to be, it's very difficult for him to get this positioning though. They just have so many ways to repositioning him, of course, as we've seen from Crit. "40 seconds. They're gonna have a Black Hole back available. And I mean, how do you fight into that as EG? I mean, Saberlight, yep, very, very methodical. Greaves, BKB, Blink, he's got the Lincolns queued. Literally impossible for them to stop it once he has that. And they'll even have one already too for Mikey, so they can just throw that on him.
Yeah, at the end of the day, someone's getting caught in the black hole. Almost certainly multiple heroes, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it.
They should, I mean, they can just target Pakaz. He's like all the damage at this point for their draft.
Dire are scanning.
EG's best bet is they've got to try and force that black hole out somehow.
Whisper. He's trying to force that BKB.
Chris coming in to help out. They get the kickback. Whisper's in trouble. They'll put the BKB, but Arteezy continues to be into him. The dump is there. One more hit will do it. No, he's up to the high ground. Arteezy can't quite chase onwards. Arteezy will get held back, and Whisper will be safe.
I mean, the bear is dying. Mikey.
He's going to jump in. Up on the ice path of the route as well. Try and get out with it. The orb, but he's getting bashed up. Will jump to the side, but the Aegis will get popped. First life of Mikey gone. Ask you. Back to Couriers.
Has been killed.
Mikey, unfortunate for him, blinked into an ice path. Does end up dying during just the duration of the next sphere.
Chris has got his refresher.
Okay.
So there is that chance now to get that kind of long duration lockdown and also have that backup lasso just in case he can somehow find a position to put a stop to Saberlight's black hole in this window where he doesn't quite have the link in the Saberlight.
No blink though for Chris.
That's true.
So it's tough for him to find the avenue. Yeah.
It's going to have to be BKB sort of maneuver himself around the rest of the team, and obviously by that time, highly likely that the black hole's been off for a good amount of duration, so still very difficult for EG to deal with.
EG trying to buy themselves some time here with Matthew just sniping these couriers. And yeah, Mikey, he's like, all right, enough of this. He's buying an Aeon disc.
Scanning.
Shopify looking for a grab themselves here. Whisper. BKB's on cooldown. 8 seconds.
Whoever shows their crit will be straight on him.
It's gonna be Panda.
Oh,
Whisper, wait, what?
He's going to look for a bigger target. Find the kill. There's the Black Ops from Saberlight, catching the two of them. Crit with a perfect setup. Getting Whisper grouped up with Panda. They'll take out Panda. It won't quite be able to kill Whisper though. BKB is off in time, and Chris will try for the last one. Immediately taken though with the Aponic Shield struck down onto Saberlight. 2 for 1 at this point.
They just kill his bear. He doesn't have resummon for 30 seconds. I mean, a Fly is just beating into it every single time.
Whisper lucky to get out of that one there. Yeah. Somehow identifying the fact that he'd be hidden in the trees. Sets up nicely, but the DK still too tanky at this point for Shopify Bane to immediately kill, even through a black hole.
Every single time, though, they just have the answer for the lasso. Chris, he just goes in, grabs someone, immediately gets shielded off Arteezy. 7-1. 12k lead. EG trapped inside their base now at this point. Manta's almost finished on Whisper, so I mean, like we said, he is continuing to get this scale, but the fights just look very difficult for them. And soon it's going to become more and more difficult when Saberlight does have Lincolns, and it's getting close. I mean, if they just double Lincolns him, then there's just no way for them to stop stop that black hole. Even with double lasso kind of play. Lots of different things they can do. They find a really good neutral item from Liqui too. They get the Timeless Relic.
Earth's bounty.
And EG, now they can't get outside. The ward coverage is perfect there from Shopify.
Any big items around the corner for EG? We're looking towards next.
I mean, it's Whisper's Manta that he's going to be picking up in a second, but I mean, it's difficult to say what else. There's not really any other big one except if Chris goes for a Blink Dagger himself. Just feels like Shopify, they have all the answers at this point. And they're multi-scaling. Fly quietly in the back lines this Enchantress over and over again. Hurricane Pike, Boots of the Bearing. Bear runs in and it just takes like 15 impetus shots. And they don't want to put much attention to this Enchantress. They need to focus on these other heroes way too much. Arteezy, Blink Abyssal Blade. He has the true combo now. The easier one, at least. Chris be able to get away. Crit was hunting. And yeah, stuck inside the base, EG.
Guys are scanning.
How close on the Lincolns? 600 more. Yeah, looks for Shopify. They don't really need to force a big fight right now unless they want to. Unless they feel good with like someone's getting out of position. I think they could just finish Saberlight's Lincolns and then they're in just a great spot to be able to close the game out.
Lucky attempts here with the Dream Coil. That's a
bit far.
Okay. Perfectly fine this time around for cars.
EG.
A few.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
His way over to his favorite spot.
They're losing all their vision though. He just placed these wards, instantly gets taken away from that gem.
I mean, they're going out pretty far in this top lane.
Chris.
He's going to be forced to BKB. Up the lasso. Saberlight's got a black hole if he wants to use it.
Come on.
That's 2 lassos. He can't even finish him.
He'll get the second BKB off. I mean, at least Chris is going to live. We'll allow him to get away from the threat of the black hole of Saberlight. Easy though, he's still able to jump in. The Glimmer's there. But the Panda trying to do his best to save Chris. And you know what? He's just got a Panda. He's able to bail Chris out of there. Chris will survive.
But oh, that's both lassos used. He had to use absolutely everything just to be able to survive.
Is under attack.
EG completely falling apart here. Shopify. Full control of the map. Rosh up. Let's see how long the spawn is. 20 seconds. It's a fast one. And Lincoln's is about to be done for Saberlight. His career's dead though.
Oh, Crit. He's had enough of this. No more couriers will die on Crit's watch.
Oh, Mikey takes the kill. He deserves it this game though. He's playing super well in this book. Rosh gets back up. They're going to give the tome even to Mikey after him having such a good game. Yep, like I said, he deserves it. And Saberlight, he'll back up, and he's got the Lincolns done. Now what?
I mean, what do you do against this Enigma? It's been, a bit of a wild ride for Saberlight. He's had some, some crazy black holes. That's sort of on both ends. You know.
Absolutely.
We had some rough ones, but recently the last two, a couple of bangers from Saberlight with his items done now. Very much reason to believe there's going to be more of that to come in this game.
He's the ones that mattered, you know?
Great stuff.
And yeah, Roche, it's scouted immediately. They're going to go in there and they're going to kill it in seconds. And now it's, oh man, refresher also. Looks amazing for this game. With the Enigma here, they can have double black hole. They can even give it to the puck. I mean, I've won it.
I think Saberlight's going to want it, surely.
But Mikey, come on, you feel the potential. No, I mean, of course, you want to give it to Saberlight.
I mean, with how powerful and impactful the black holes are, of course. That sounds like a GG to me.
I absolutely agree.
Able to land them in this next fight. That'll close the game up if Saberlight is somebody just surviving getting there, and there's every reason to believe he will.
And he also has,
using right now.
He even has Ninja Gear too, right? So he literally has the perfect setup to get the double black hole.
This is going to be so hard for EG to deal with.
And even, yeah, Mikey, he's 25 now. So Dream pierces immunity. 6-spotted. Bear. Just tickling at this point.
Artis is in onto the bear. Bear starting to fall low. Emphasis as well, that will do it. That's the first gone. The BKB for a second, he's going to make the jump. He's going to go for Chris here with the first black hole. Controlling the back rider, but the BKB was off in time and looking for the second black hole here. Table, but he gets caught with the bat. The bear's on top of him. Doesn't matter. Still gets the black hole off. Catches the bear. Catches Chris. Chris has gone. The bear down for a second time. Table still somebody in trouble. Dodges the ice path. Protected by the effect shield. He's out of the face. He's back to safety. Whisper's trying to chase him. They're coming out with the buybacks. 2 buybacks so far. Saberlight, he'll live. Whisper couldn't finish him. Mikey's diving the base here. The third buyback to come out here from EG, but they're getting forced all the way back to the fountain. Artisi ready to dive. Puts the Mantis down. They're diving them in the fountain here, taking down Chris for a second time. Picard's out without buyback. Same to be said for the Panda. It's down to the final 2 of them. Just Matthew almost split alive here in these final moments potentially for EG. They'll get the sleep set up onto Artisi, but even if they take him down the once, he's still got the Aegis.
We have an understanding.
And he's able to just save. Crit level 20, pulls him out of any trouble, as if there was any. And that's all the buybacks. Picard's dead. That's game. Shopify. Beautiful execution when they group up and fight. And yeah, Saberlight absolutely coming in clutch.
You knew in those last moments. Just had to deal with Chris on the back. Matthew, he's out for good. Whisper as well. Taken out of the game. Everybody dead on EG. And there it is. GG is called. Shopify Rebellion will take this series today 2-1.
A beautiful game. Really, they knew exactly how to strike EG. They absolutely had some moments striking back and stuff like that. But honestly, Saberlight, he put it to an end. That 3-man black hole with the blink around the Roche pit, that was literally everything to just seal the deal.
It really
Shopify.
Was.
Yeah.
If he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... We'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these multiple kisses. There is still that buyback for the Beastmaster though. Let's see. He wants to get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines into the vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save. Well, though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami, he's losing so much time. Kami's going to go down. He do get the kill onto Leppington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Going down to the hooks. Yatsuro's still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the post and Storm Spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra, they don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leppington once again. That's the dieback on the Disruptor, and Yaturo, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid. Hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed by Collapse. One more right click, he goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys him. And he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back. back though inside the status storm mirror. He has that Lotus going, and now if Soulfire actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out. The Pod King, he's dove in. Yeah, they're gonna be able to get the counter to the storms for it. Can they take down the Pudge? They're gonna be able to match up and cancel off the TP. He's gonna be dead. The storm trader though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no static storm. And like you say, they're even gonna be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud. Everybody inside of Hydra, they just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of team spirit here. But Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no static storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I'm worried though, they're going to be able to get it. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose. Happy is this the dieback? They do the break the Liqui sphere though. Morphlin, Bilal wants to come right back into this fight because you have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks, just do it by foot it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast. That's just so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, he gets. Do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphlin. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
You want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. In a Palace, strong in by the Disruptor, and now they're going to be hitting the win. It's back up once more. In a Palace, and Sumail is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right it back towards Tomorrow. Trying to run from everybody on the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive. Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left to this.
And didn't get the tether off or something. I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's a divide right there. They're going in on Q. Where's the hit? Okay, get that hit off. 123. Knocked great.
He's dead. Oh my god. Nothing. Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about those.
AU picks it up. I got it, bro. The dive.
Go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory.
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead. They need to have good vision, good execution engagement.
We're down up on high ground. Or Bulbica, Red Panda, this would be huge if we can find a Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stun from Lulu. Gonna be thrown now over the there. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's just gonna be one down at his White Album, to dodge, to hide away, the heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the PKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him, who has to back away. We have lost White Album again, and now Tango in trouble. Q is going to drop faster. These fight so well, and they quickly take down that Undying before the turn.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. That's the spot. Big finish, profits.
You got the
Stun is out on the today. Didn't have a BKB available. Bulbica dropping low. The 10th toss back in. They have another kill off Bulbica. Doesn't look like it because the black hole is there. That's on the agent. He doesn't have multi to come back. And after, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Astro full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the shot. That's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Scatter Storm, able to then get off the slash column from away.
They have that trying to keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. It's pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet is now. A lot of trouble, but they managed to kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Really getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down. Pops the BKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. With the avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. This is wonderful. Then Monet, he's way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Ares did
JP. Oh, they're done. Okay. I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out, not really ever been in the league, he hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Everyone's just standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song. Blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo, blown up by Collapse. Has to fight back. Yatoro gets up with BKB. Pure with another song. Sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse BKB runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, Nightfall. Hazy on disc refresher. Blinks to high ground. Gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out. Aegis claimed. Lull in the fire. Still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit.
Nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base. They don't catch Nightfall on the way out. He's blinked out of the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's going to find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with this rapier damage of like short work and a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable.
Laurel, the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the 2 supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Naga was trying to set and prep there. And Yatoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together. He is a monster.
Oh, Pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's going to get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're going to be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Rangers up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There's no buyback or collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons. It's vulnerable. Mira gets away from there. Help of the Glimmer Cave to jump in from Lol. Disruption self-save. Barracks taken out. Lol. Oh, tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of Lol. Slow puck is all over the place. Now they're going to GPK though. Aiming for the puck. They're going to find him at long last. They get him and the rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Oh no.
Oh, you see that? I'm not crazy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he phase shift and accidentally ended it.
There's an Axe Blessing recipe. There's a rapier. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere.
An Axe Blessing recipe. What's that there? Okay. Not sure what the story on that one is. Meanwhile, save. I think he had a refresher charge, right? Because Laryl dove him. He disrupts himself, and he tries to kill him again after it save just refreshes, and then uses it again. How did they not got the breaker?
That was another DD. I don't think they care. Toronto Tokyo's going to take it, is he? Oh yes, the Jakiro with a rapier.
Coming to feed it back to them, guys.
My goodness. There's Mega Creeps on one side. Top lane Barrack still standing on Team Spirits. Are we waiting for next Roshan, Trent?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like BetBoom have such a good chance of winning these fights right now. They just can't get, like, swarmed in the backline.
They missed the stun on BK. He's trying to hold his ground, but look at the dodge! Oh my god, Yaturo shreds. Where'd he go? Daedalus hits, refreshes, blinks forward, kills off save as well. SD's gone, TP home. Get the hell out of here, BetBoom now.
Lucky eating a coil. Dude. Leshrac vanished.
He looked okay until he didn't.
Until he got hit for 1,350 damage from a single right click? Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Right until that.
Ow.
Luckily, Toronto Tokyo was not there to feed the rapier back, so that's good.
And now Team Spirit running down lanes, coming for the Radiant base. Balls are still there to hold on to. Oh, this has got to be mentally debilitating for BetBoom.
Mini 71 minutes.
Team Spirit is wearing them down.
The admins have been on, they told them, nope, these guys. The longer this game goes, the harder things are.
Well, it's like Moomiander was saying in that Seb documentary. This isn't Dota you're playing. This is a slogfest. You're going to wait it out and play 60-minute games, long-ass ones. There's a long line. Let's go very far forward. He unders from Mira, but the Undying will fall inside the Radiant base. He'll as Mira gets off one last finger of death, and the turns will go through. They kill GPK. It's a dialect on the ledge. Naga now in trouble. Song of the Siren trying to buy a bit of time, but Yatro moves forward, gets the damage in. Bill is dead. Oh god, it all comes crumbling apart for BetBoom now. Wait, back. They're on to Mira. The kill off Nightfall save though, and lol. He opens up on them. The howitzer is here. Massive 40 mil cannon just shattering into BetBoom. Drow saved by the rip. The soul is everyone dying. There's two. And she's called it over. Team Spirit.
Look at him. Look at Mira.
Oh my god.
The shard to anybody who would listen at the Lima Major, which was nope. Which, yeah, nobody's taking him up on it yet. But if you see a shard being picked up by any team that was at the Lima Major that speaks English, you could probably sort of it's good. This shard is actually good. I don't know when, and I don't know how you get there. I'm not sure. I actually got a better game as a word recently with the shark. Oh, pretty good. I think that's really good. Oh, yeah. Slark with that shard is crazy. It's actually a broken strat. If Jowly knows you're still on top, he can take that. Maybe that's what he needs to get back on top. Shadow Walk his way back to the top. And then if you read it for 1,000 comments, but because I say it and nobody I will say the other good thing about Bounty Hunter, but is we've got two different memes here. The Bounty Hunter shard, the Magnus Ags. He does have an extremely high base armor, and he probably has the highest base armor, starting base armor in the game, which can make him really good at the laning phase for trading. Yeah. He's versatile. Terrible. Oh, yeah.
Front line a little bit of the jump support, but again,
Dire's middle tower is under
the levels of the big ball.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. TSM FTX victory.
Midas was being, they have an inkling that this is going on, but they jump forward, find the Star Spectre. The Doom is there, Force Staff, keeping him alive and on the other side of the fissure, but there's way too much damage, and the rundown is going to be there. MC is gone, GH is gone, and looking for more. 9 jumps back in, finds Kuro too, tries to get out of there, does not have a way to escape. Mar is completely under control, P2 is gonna die. Buybacks are coming in. Amar realizes he can't do that cancel TP, but eyes on the prize. Tundra trying to close this one out, close this series out with a quick 2-0 as they set their sights now onto the tier 4 towers. There is a buyback still on Spectre, and no Doom available. The BKB is out though, and now the turn, the break, the finish. Amar dies a second time. MC on top of Snake King managed to find that kill. Sumail still controlled, does manage to get the blink back and away. MC, they're gonna go back in for more. They can't, but Sumail, away just barely. Sumail got to be controlled. They got him there with the Gleipnir, and it's only MC left alive as Tundra start hitting these tier 4 towers.
This unleash with the damage coming through from the sidekick now as well. Buckle though, it's actually going to be the Molten stealing that Pango form. And he doing anything about this because it's going to be hexed out, so we have the damage to kill him off. It looks like this one's going to get low. He's right back now as well, but he's not going to be able to get the kill. In fact, he just drag him closer to him. Be able to clean up the side of one move. They have no cause now. A.K.A the only one left alive in terms of cause. 3 heroes dead for the next at least 70 seconds. And this is going to be it. Yeah, Bedroom just come in. They're going to start to go up the base. Not even needing to go for Baggers here. As you can see, they just want to end it here and now. In fact, even diving into the fountain now as well, where the hook comes out. Mortland is going to be a good. He's got a Satanic. He's going to force that away to tell him to save coming out from space. He's then really cocky on this Mortland, but it's paying off, and yeah, they're just going to be able to dive into the fountain once again. And the fountain farm, these heroes cleaning it up. GG is going to be called after 45 minutes here. One move. They look great in game number 1. They look pretty good in game number 3 here as well, but Bedroom, they just had enough out of them in game number 2.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Be right. I keep my enemies close. Mixed up Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant victory.
Away from the enemy,
like
it's
your
not
guys
really
just dying
getting them
because
anything against Watson. They got themselves all down. They can
generally
save
core the Bible is also good with the strategy, which is why the rebuild was
that first one. And then you get more minus armor out of acid spray for a physical damage nuke of an unstable concoction. It's a deadly mixture. You're winning 3 lanes here for Geeks.
No, they can't. Look at that. Not enough. call it. They
You're gonna
have
have to play to defend the power.
Won't finish him off. Slots it beyond
Radiant's
godlike.
bottom
They
tower.
call GG. That's going to be 2-0 here for the
I
side of
think Dream's not having a whole lot of fun with this. He's hitting stick charges, but he did manage to at least get single stacks off of the Bound of Strength.
Then refuses to commit.
Sanaba.
Venice. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Warriors of the wood.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Сейчас поиграем. Сейчас поиграем.
Good night rest and comes in fresh today. Again, they did it before in the group stages. The least favorite team to play is Team Liquid FE, and I don't think you can blame him.
I feel like everyone's least favorite team to play is Liquid, unless you're Gaimin Gladiators, then you enjoy doing
Take
that.
your free win and
It's an indescribable phenomenon, something that occurs only for GG, but Liquid have been at the top of their games this season. All of their players are on the same page. They're all playing at the high skill level. They in a long time too. It just feels like everything's going seamlessly for this team. So I wouldn't be surprised if both teams try to dodge them whenever they can.
10 seconds remaining.
No dodging possible in a group stage where everybody plays everybody. That's what we're here for now. Stage number 2 here, DreamLeague Season 19. And we got Team Liquid on the Dire side, Radiant side for... And we're going to find out what the teams have for each other. How much flex potential there will be, because that's indeed a question mark when looking at these. As we know that Team Liquid has got a bit of potential. So far, though, nothing too out of the ordinary. We do start with running out on the side of Team Liquid. Tusk and Snap, which I believe there are 2 heroes from Beastcoast gone.
Yeah, Snapfire is the most important one, I'd say. I mean, I think they've been playing around a little bit with not always taking Snapfire recently, but I believe like Sacred had some game yesterday that it's 100% worth. I mean, banning out. I mean, I've always thought it's one of his best heroes. I really love seeing it, and it usually just complements their game plan. Because they like to run at you, they like to fight, and Snapfire is like she doesn't have to be in the fight to follow up with damage. So I really love the hero for them. So I'm glad it's gone.
Yeah, exactly. She opens up field hero pool too, right? Like these melee roaming type forms, the ones that have disable but not necessarily a lot of damage. Like the Nyx, the Tiny, the Earth Spirit, etc. Snap pairs up with them so beautifully. So
that's why you gotta give a shout out to Schofield, because he also has learned Snapfire now. So he's finally able to play with these ranged heroes. God bless.
Alright.
Turn to battle.
Alright. Nisha Pango has arrived. Dude, Nisha has been popping off so much Pango that I feel if you're not ready to press it within the first phase, you gotta get rid of it. I mean, I have not seen him had a single bad performance on this hero so far. He brings the tempo and he makes rotations out of Liquid out of control, just non-stop.
5 seconds remaining.
Here's my question for you guys. I haven't watched all of the game.
Okay.
But I've watched a decent number of the games. And we were talking about Pango earlier, actually. And especially, Nisha, this hero. Let him... They don't counter him. I mean, there's Bloodseeker. The Bloodseeker ban is a good counter. What do you pick now to counter Pango?
The best shot that a lot of teams have been going for is picking the Storm Spirit or Pango, because he is very lane. He also can match tempo because his lane goes so nicely. The issue with it is he's playing against Disruptor, which is always punishable. We saw Insania also punish the Storm Spirit with his Disruptor versus Pango many times before. So that is the best thing you have left in the pool, but you have to be ready to protect your Storm.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Still, I think Tiny honestly still very good here against Pango already. Because it provides a way to potentially start a fight by bursting him when you have that blink through. It would be as well if they could pair it with another stun. Like if they want to put this mid on Dark Margo and then they pick Schofield some roaming melee that can come mid and kill, then they can do some. He doesn't play like Maranas and stuff, because that's the nice thing, right? You like combo Tiny mid to an arrow. Like, what could he take?
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not sure. I'm sure they'll find something great.
5 seconds.
But I love it when you can still fight on Pango.
That's definitely how you have to go about it. And this Tiny, I feel they don't want to reveal it yet, because if they do go for the Storm in the second phase, which they honestly might do if they pick some kind of buffer for it, it gives them an issue where Liquid can just play into this Tiny comfortably, right? The last time they the Tiny, that was yesterday, the first time actually, Schofield played it with this Snap, and that lane worked out so nicely for them, but it's because they saw the Drow Ranger early on too.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they could take some off-lane hero. I know, like, if you want to put Tiny on full, you like to play stuff like track, but I personally am not a fan of it into this opening from Liquid. I just think it's liable to get run over. Because it can die very easily in side lanes, and Liquid love to apply a lot of pressure in their side lane.
Maybe another thing we could do is just riddle their Tiny flex by picking other support.
I was going to say, why don't they pick Ruben and just steal the Pango? Like, that's a thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's not the best thing. So they've given away their flex here. We know Dark Mago Tiny, but as she pointed out earlier, it has a good enough lane against Tiny and a good enough game plan against Pango, where it doesn't matter too much, right? But so now they know this Tiny's mid. We're comfortable putting the Pango mid also. Yeah. Comfortable rotating into this Tiny, and now you see the two supports in Ench and Rubik, and you can run to by picking better heroes. Music is making me feel like there's something very intense going on here.
This feels like the scene in the movie when we're just having a talk before we go down into the cave to fight the monster. You don't know what's down there.
I would have mind seeing Drow here with
Waiting
clockwork.
180 years for someone to come by. You think you can beat it?
10
Some determination. You ain't got a chance.
5 seconds remaining.
Mickey.
I dare you to do a whole draft like that.
Oh, don't
so
think
amazing.
I will create a Reddit thread and get this man off if they haven't already. I will duck down and be even worse than you could have possibly imagined.
Hold on. There is a core somewhere between Phoenix, Clockwork, and Disruptor. What the
Church
hell?
of Phoenix. It's the Church of Phoenix.
10
Phoenix is
It's
the
the Church of Phoenix. Listen.
Yeah?
Phoenix
You
is the best hero in Dota.
Oh, get out.
If it gets leveled
Okay.
versus tiny.
Okay.
Especially if it's a tiny core and they've given it away by their support duo. Okay, Phoenix core versus tiny
that's
core.
what speed.
You buy the speed missile early. You can buy the meteor hammer in this patch. Max Sunray destroys tiny. I freaking love picking Phoenix into tiny. It's so much fun. Have you ever watched? You dive in. You wrestle.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yep.
So there's still 2 picks for Beastcoast, but if they pick 2 heroes that are very good at killing the egg, do you switch your offlane priority to be the Clockwork 3?
No, because Phoenix doesn't even need to play on his as an offlane.
Doesn't give a shit about the egg.
Fire Spirit, Vessel, Sunray. You're a damage
That's
dealer.
an dealer, by the way.
We got
You're a damage dealer.
Yeah, but now you've had to pick Jug.
No. It's K1 Jug. It's different.
Oh.
It's like a K1 Phantom Lancer. That's also different. Like, if anyone else picks it, like, well, that's cringe. But when it's K1, man finds his farm. Man makes it happen. I was thinking that Lifestealer would look pretty nice here, but Jug feels basically the same kind of role. He's just going to be able to use Spin to hit the egg in these fights. I would like it if one other hero could also do it still, because it's like Hook that's going to be able to interrupt somewhat.
I think if ever there was a good Jug game, it is this one.
Yeah.
Because you can Blade Fury out of Glimpse. If you get initiated on by the Clockwork and somehow he fails the push or something, you Blade Fury inside of the cogs and you can work your way out. It's also super good against Pango later on in the game because you can just Omni Flash the roll.
You make
and
good
kill the
points.
Pango.
You make very good points.
Even though as a hero has not had that performance in this patch, this is a really solid Jug game. It honestly is. However, it is punishable on lane, I believe. If it is a Phoenix, you can just bait the spin with maybe Clock going in on him. One of his Fire Spirits he spins, and then you dive, boom. He's punishable on lane for sure.
I think they really need to ban Slock. That's my opinion here with Jug, because the Slock shot instantly cancels your Omni Slash. It's like, I feel like they have the best lockdown for him, and
10 seconds remaining.
I'm guessing here that Team Liquid haven't picked the carry, so that's looking for something.
I'm with that.
They Vandal Shrek out.
Yeah, it's a little rough, I'd say, for Jug that he can't play this split push game. I think because if Disruptor's playing on side lanes waiting, like with his ult, just going to be able to kill the Jug a lot
10 seconds
with
remaining.
team. And the fact that they can cancel the TP, it means that he's not like super free to just be hella aggressive on the map. But usually East Coast, they don't really care about including K1 in that way anyway. They'll just let him farm, do his thing on their map, and then they'll play 4 up on the other side.
There's also potentially Furion for Liquid here, if they want to, for Maker. I think they'd also go for a fighted carry like Monkey King. And that way they're not too concerned if it's some really strong offlaner that builds auras. Monkey King should lane well. 2 other solid options for them.
Well, they were stream sniped in the band slot.
I think they can pick Bloodseeker as well if they want. Oh wait, no, they banned it. Sorry, I was looking at the far monitor.
Oh, it's tiny.
There was something funny Boxy said the other day where he said, like, somebody asked, do you guys ever recommend heroes? That's stupid. He goes, no, we sometimes recommend heroes that have already been banned. Like, everybody does that.
I told him, like, we do that. We do that. It's very normal. Sometimes you just get so caught up, you just forget what's going on.
Pick
Yeah, like, oh my god, this is such a good Bloodseeker game, and then it's like, oh, wait a second.
Yeah.
They thought about that already.
Drow still exists. So I feel like this could be a solid game. You have the clock pairing that you can take advantage of and just send that to drop her bottom.
Thinking about gap close as well, maybe these Drow would be too bad. They've got Ursa.
Ursa's a strong fighting carry.
I think this jog looks really painful now, and he's gonna rely a lot. I mean, it's K1 and he does this weird stuff where you think
painful for him or painful for people that face him?
Painful for him because you're playing into like the potential disruptor silence, so you don't really want to buy BKB, but you kind of feel pressured maybe too. You're playing into Pango's gonna buy a backer, you're playing into hookshot, you're playing into an us also gonna buy a backer. So your spin doesn't really mean much the later this game goes. I mean, the guy's insane. He sometimes pulls off plays where it feels like he should be countered, but he isn't. But like that's kind of like a costume type statement to make.
As odd as it sounds, Ursa's pretty good at defending the egg, right? Because he can just instantly burst the target focused on the egg. And he's always had a really great matchup against Juggernaut throughout all patches.
Oh.
I also like that by picking Ursa indicated the like melee or a better type, and that's why they had to go for the Necrophos here, which has a better lane, but I think it gives them less for the game overall.
Yeah.
This is such an aggressive lineup from Liquid as well. Like, this is just, imagine this lot running at you. This is terrifying. This is terrifying.
It actually is. It's really scary, and I don't think Beastcoast are going to be able to make their own moves. I feel like they're kind of playing a little bit more defensively with this Necro pick now, because that is not a mobile hero.
No.
Like, you'll be wanting to play with like some tiny tossbacks into your Necro, and then that's how you're going to try and take your pickups.
And if you when you have a Necro, you just have to take one of the vamp either, and you can't distribute your farm the way that you want to. It also limits the places that Tiny can play once he does get that blink dagger, because if you leave this Necro alone and it's a couple of times, it's a completely worthless pick. Because what is counting here? Who are you using your ulti on me? The only strength here is Phoenix, and it's not that high of a priority right now. You're dealing with the Pango and the Ursa.
Alright, I'll back Beastcoast though. They really need looking, in my opinion. Like, this Juggernaut should completely out-CS the Phoenix, I think. Until at least he gets a few more levels, so maybe they can dominate the other levels. The Necro should win his lane against Ursa. So I'm kind of hoping Tiny should farm against Pango. So really, I think they should find farm. Hopefully things are early for them.
For Phoenix, I mean, we're gonna see a lot is gonna depend on the lane. I think that once go start to run away from Liquid, they'll be have an easy job catching up the line that they have, but let's see how it goes as we are gonna watch Pixel and Fox after enjoying a bit of Pog and Pandas.
Thank you very much, and it's time for Team Liqui versus Beastcoast. And there's a Juggernaut on my screen. What's going on there?
There's a Necro and a Juggernaut on the same team. What the? I think they're double down, just dominate lanes. And I think that's exactly what they have to do to have a chance in this game. They're an amazing team. Sometimes they like to put Zion. He's weird. You can see why. I mean, he's playing versus we talked about it multiple times. It's one of the best heroes like score Tiny. Multiple different fast. Necro into it. So if they shut down the Phoenix, destroy two of these cores effectively throughout the game. So let's see if Beastcoast can make some magic happen in these laning phases. Like they absolutely have. Slow phases. Laning phase. 3 lanes though.
Tough one for Beastcoast. Let's take a do it. Honestly, yeah,
The battle begins.
All the respect word if you can win with tough here to win with, Fog. And honestly, not what we're seeing a lot of teams kind of to give the time of day to try and play. No.
I don't think I've seen the versus Clockwork Phoenix lane though. They have interested to end and at laning if they can get Clockwork though is incredible versus Jug at all stages. I actually the Jug spin TP, wait, zone and stuff. He spins and gets out of the yours. Let's see what it really. I just have to come in with advantage in lanes, snowball off and around Dark Muggle deck. It won't matter, but it's a tall ass.
I mean, I'm after the bullshit. Dark Muggle is top. I'm first. What up? I'm red from the face. But I have a different lane route this Pango.
Absolutely. We see I mean, more time the Tiny does come out slow, they have no Pango. You know, it's a direct. A lot of games. It's a total hopping. I don't think lanes and they are up to be able to do.
Does. We'll be able to keep the pretty healthy position.
I think Zion's not level 2 yet. Yeah, we'll be able to win. Now, free farming, Jug getting quick single also.
Okay. We'll get it, but that first one, not cool set up there. Did it up backing at the of course, cool. Next pop to die.
That 4 position thing, right? But I got me on it. Feels that this before. The performance was played versus the other day in like 4 points. It was pretty sick, but just the potential of this game. Yeah, much.
What do you reckon? Like with this game, devastating for Beastcoast, or do they have to deal with it?
I think Pro is the answer, right? Yep. That big end. That's what they for this draft for it. It's a good game. It's great for the core. Like all these different heroes, just one and versus one of these. Ursa, Star, more flames. I mean, I could go out of the. I could go down holes. It's the wrong one. That's why I Jug. Underwhelming a hero unless you just get the super dominant stuff. See what on the map in particular. He's probably the most position that we've seen, just running around it constantly. This game around, so he can get the win. This is a time this team lagging to stay bottom, make size. As we said, he can just steal every single time though, so he's gonna be more. So far, he is last, and it will be a rush. But okay. He's waiting to put the point in. Like that to it. He in this lane. The lane that they crush it. Then maybe got handed during health. So he's able to, nice.
Well, but A.K.A want to stick out and fight.
He has just and he not dropped the healing ward for a bit because so it's potential kill on it. So
be a fun side.
No,
on the between side. Fantastic.
Dire's top
very early meeting.
Under attack.
Has a ton of pressure for this moment. Just meteor tree lines. Just the hero got
are fortified.
Okay, bringing it low. One more right click. Oh, not the.
And she ends up dropping bottom.
I mean, Mickey. She's trying to take on. He's bad, but he's actually enough.
Oh, distance. Don't feel the connection to the tree line to attempt for that's it. And we actually see something I think I've never seen before from a clockwork. Yeah, lucky. At one point in the bad race, 2 points got K. He just did not anticipate it. And then he'll suicide. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool.
Precious bounty.
Meter hammer. In 5 minutes and 50 seconds.
I mean, that's going to be a couple around the Phoenix.
I think that's the fact.
You know, we a lot of it rush, but yeah. Matches could actually be tough, but in terms of it, one is the fastest. I won at 40%.
It's like, oh geez, lane dominates. They don't get it this slow. You know, they don't get handed 2 kills. Phase. That. So you said. Absolute game. You commit.
But I have available side. Rotations. But it's going to be both dying here at Beastcoast.
Not they want this top lane by any means.
Also,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Got this lane, give it space. won't hit creeps without any interruption.
Not the absolute worst case. He's doing pretty all right, but behind top of the one I'm really concerned about. It's good lane, right? That versus that Ursa, but versus everything else, it's a necro game. He's versus Pinga, he's versus Clockwork, versus Structure. These are very strong. You can dodge, of course. Buckle very effective. Go to the rest of the connection on Thunder Shield Crash is definitely big.
From the next step, I'll try to make it alone.
Pressure on him somehow.
Ready to dive to tower there. Creep waves. Yeah, I'm in camp. Back up. Under. Ready to go. It's the angle. Perfect. The case for love. Back for now. Crash and Niche finish off there. They get the kill.
Niche knows exactly how to make this. Need to set up here.
And hit the 6. So you've got some that you try and die.
He's up.
It's going to try and chase him down, but still goes by. He's not quite enough time to take out a Rubik for now.
I think before he wasn't there.
Your death approaching!
And bought him. He still take that away from him.
Oh, that would have been bad if they're K1. How can we get him? Only level 1.
Yeah.
Level 3 though.
Yeah. Come on, and level 5 now.
You wanted? I don't think he wants to put third. And I think you want more battery. So.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Be fine.
Yeah, he gets away. But deny for box. Yeah. One of the only other abilities that's not good. No time to actually.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice and dead. Let's get
Margot there with the Scarlet.
There we go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Them trying to get some pivot. Totally going their favorite. First Liquid coming ahead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's a good way to start it. Okay, one.
Coming in for K1.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Having such a, I mean, got better XP. Level 5. Our main boots finish.
I mean, good mate. His way down.
It wasn't likely to be second here too. Okay, Ghost.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Still gonna have a rough game, but getting up to any of the chip for a good game. There's the power of me, because Mago get blasted.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He does. Oh, it. Use. Yeah. Just avoid the.
So gonna get them back. Because with the Atrium persisting, these dogs and run away. Now coming to an end. It'll be a bit. Marco back in face of Daniel. The kid for tonight. Sting against the hit. Might be able to finish off some.
No, Mago. He have a very better. Some 10 for these shoot targets. Oh no.
Radiant structures
Our
are fortified.
continue to get poked. K1. Make them Insania and has hit 6K1. To be careful where he stands for the disrupt roll.
He's for Blade for slash. Doesn't have TP available. No Blade Fury TP out of that. He's completely on his own.
That's actually pretty cool. Like him in that listen to get vision, do try to get an angle to get that. I was making them.
He's too Liquids want to dive a bomb. Dark Marco, down the static, so the Avalanche is pieces, but no follow-up. Count the stroke to the beginning of this one. Marco across the mount. He's still alive, though. He's able to help. They've got to run. Stolen glimpse. Go again.
Dyer's turret has been killed.
Around the storm into the glimpse. This fight, it's all Beastcoast.
He's Schofield is under attack. Is alive. How does he get the spells in the game? He gets that
has fallen.
Causes issues where they have to
middle tower
pop in an awkward position. They're tipping over some by the dark, but they immediately take it down. And at this point, it's full of from like,
oh, maybe. I mean, from go. What a monster.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Now it's this is still kind of like not, but still kind of considered.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Exactly what they need to set up for this.
Gonna team top one.
No way. Another set for power.
It's difficult to catch it, K1.
Okay.
They know that.
Radiant's bottom tower
down completely.
Dyer's top tower. Radiant's bottom tower.
They can't quite finish in chat. Top of the way. He wants to stick around. He's back, but I'm going to grab and takes out Insania.
Make it.
They got it. Okay, Margo's got to wait for his cooldown. It's there.
That's a little awkward.
The way out the Avalanche. Comes to it, and the Avalanche. Off with a fade ball. Beastcoast, they're starting to take over.
They absolutely are. After his top lane, he's recovered. Yes,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What last for from this Rubik?
It's the thing, right? You know, the it's rather scary if it runs you. Because they've got little tools and such to be able to deal with and run them. They've got to for
Dyer's middle tower is under
on this game. The initial, it's not going to work anymore against Beastcoast now.
I mean, Beastcoast is supposed to be looking for the next.
He knows he's not going to connect us. The dark mode is the kid. The good angle here to it's going to be bunch of dark go. He has to retreat to the edge too. It's going to be anything that could do to take this tower. It's going to be down. Beast going to take the opposite.
I mean, Mago has blink. You know, Beastcoast stay.
But then heals. Stinger on that. White 7. Believe the hooks. Taking support. Just run up.
Radiant's bottom.
The Omni Slash. Get one back to get the kills in. I'm on. The combo button. It's not the damage ninja. Okay, he turns with the strength of the K1.
Okay, but too aggressive. for the targets. They're tanky. They tanked this Omni Slash pretty much perfect. He lined it up perfectly into what, 3-4 heroes. I think he clipped. Let's see what stopped Dark Mago's blink. Because it's an option perhaps to be able to and maybe get this. But something stopped him.
Hit by Schofield. Set up there. After an avalanche, Dark Mago cleans up that.
Alrighty. I'm playing so well.
Yeah.
So aggressive.
So slam down that bit of a lead at the Beastcoast for getting. Again, close 14-12. We'll see again in the fight.
Well, I get like a fire shirt or something in the clip because he was looking to blink and not his eye, and then he gets and eluded quite a bit there from that. We're still hitting timings. Fuse finished up. So battle here, so they're still very good. Beast definitely need to be more active in this game. So far, not bad.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Can they get in here? They cannot. And then he can go away.
So watching. I'll see off as well. Glimpse of the swashbuckle. Stinger's life will taken from him.
Beastcoast does not feel like they want this game to slow down by any means. When they're playing versus Battle Fury Ursa, when they're playing versus a team like Liqui, it's got to be go, go, go. It's got to be up to Mago to make all those moves. So it was like... So less than 1K lead here for Beastcoast. But playing to these farmers, playing into these heroes is still difficult.
Another record being smashed hit by the boot bearing between on a Phoenix. Some time.
Beautiful item to have on Tiro.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Running at heroes.
Radiant's
Got a
bottom
bail out.
tower is under attack.
Let's see what's going to happen now, because it's starting to be a little bit more difficult for them to punish Liquid. It really is up to Mago if he's able to get the jump, if they're able to full niche with vision, with like a Reaper type and stuff like that, and if Schofield's able to get these godless steals. Liquid at the moment not giving the opportunity. Play that far. Isha. He had Bash shoot up, but I'm glad switches and he's going for items. It's going to tank him up a lot more versus that tiny burst. Downtime is not something that Beastcoast wants to play with. Gotta keep going.
Actually, smoke up. Back to Liquid. Actually, there's room for here for that he can pop if he wants to try and get close.
Boom! There he goes.
Close in person. Here with the jump.
Good at sentry coverage though. If he walks high ground, they'll see him.
Sweet.
And they actually
Radiant structures.
balls. Okay.
One that Liquid would expect.
Okay, rocket to scan. Oh, they're gonna keep going.
This is a risk. Very risky against it. To the Thunder Static Storm put up. There's a scare team that Liquid's ready to bring to them. The jump's there. Darmago gonna be able to start the fight. Elite tip boxer.
Good play. And they keep it. Still up.
And Liquid still gonna want to say something about this 4 versus 5.
They roll Thunder at the ready on the time.
The connection of this match. Okay, wants to get the play carry off. Re-enter for them. Static Storm not doing anything at all. Only as copying and steady his up as well. Both support.
I mean, that ward that they have, not on the cliff, but north of it, just gets 2 free catches to support them. They're actually away with this. Can Nisha get the steal?
He's going to try for it. He's coming in rolling down and jumps for him, but Nisha holds his ground. Nisha, he's able to get the snatch. Grabs the Aegis, he's out with the duration of the Thunder. They may have got the Roche kill, Beastcoast, but Nisha steals the Aegis.
That damn spot. High fives the tower.
That should help.
Great move. Like the Beastcoast, the boldness of them just going for a Roche versus this much team fight. It's pretty cool stuff for them. Meanwhile, though, A.K.A, he's got a ton of time to sit back and farm. Has a full BKB after his Battle Fury. And now it's Liquid playing with this. And the regen kicks in almost immediately. 31 HP per second on Zai. Still impressed with how Beastcoast has been playing and with their decision making, right? Just very, very aggressive. Doing a lot of things that a lot of teams would just be too scared to do, especially versus Liquid. So many teams we've seen them like poke and prop around Roche, but they're very scared to full commit. The fact that Beastcoast can do that is
are scanning.
a good sign. Liquid. They're just, I mean, they know that it's up to Beastcoast to tempo and the moves toward them, because Mick is just like, yep, Ursa, Battle Fury, Jug with Manta Fusel. He eventually will farm if these fights don't start going more heavily into Beastcoast's favor. Here they go. This ward that they have, it so much. He's Mick. Trying to find Nisha. Can't quite.
Yeah, difficult to jump in.
They still have. They literally didn't find that ward. It's full duration. It's 2 sentries to be able to spot it out, and yeah, they couldn't. I'm just saying he was gonna look at the replay after that because he's like, how did they catch us? Support's getting caught from Mago.
about Margot. He's got his KP now.
Okay.
So he needs for him to get in, get out, and also just to get it if he's the one to be focused by a static storm at the start of a fight.
Issue with Aegis, right? He is the prime target, but
they got the K1.
Oh, they catch him.
Static storm's late, and there's no way out of it.
Quick from Insane. They're looking for more.
Hook shot control. It's a bit of time for the rest of the team to head over, so it's an opportunity to heal up a bit. Ways down upon him. That's a lot of overbearing magical damage that he won't be able to survive through. He's going to go down. He gets control on a Sacred. He's under his tier 2 tower with a full pipe. That's going to trap for it with a tip it over in the summer. It's a lot of magical going for the crystal of the Necrophos. It's enough. Full aggression there for Spike, knowing that the damage was going to be there to even manage to take down this Necrophos underneath his own tier 2 tower.
He doesn't know where to touch the egg, so he's got the shard. He can just burn him down to a crisp without the jug alive. Mickey, he has Blink. Dodges the avalanche.
Still gonna get tossed back.
Schofield might just die for that.
I mean, yeah, Mickey puts the BKB, take out the one of them.
Oopsie. Delivered Mickey kill. Tagging himself. Starting to get some big control of the game. That kill on the jug really gonna slow down K1's farm. You see him already 1600 behind Mickey.
I mean, he's just got to hope to find these fights in a way with the opportunities for him to pop with the Omni Slap. It's difficult to use. One of the reasons why Joke's sort of fallen off, the chances that you'll find these ready to take the pull off is very unlikely. He's getting jumped off. Oh, it's a Blade Fury off though. He's getting his mana burn. The refusal of K1. Stick his head up. Drop Omni Slash to secure that. Takes out Boxy. Off the miss. So the Dark Market pops the BKB. Axe combo to take out Insania as Nisha is attempting to take Sacred out, but the heal keeps taking the line.
Him again.
Control. Dark Market him with Avalanche. Sacred has got one. That's right. Yeah, they've got the side. Nisha gone 3 back-to-back. Big kills there. Goes. With the Aegis on Nisha. Juicy stack on the Sacred. Finishes off with the dive.
They're still playing very well. Even all things considered, like Halo, now he's backed up to being close with the Surge, so the Tiny 2 armed.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Marco still yet to die this game. 9-0-4, perfect game for the Tiny.
First to Tiny, who is playing to this Phoenix.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's up 19-17. Strike back again. Oh, shot off.
They do want to fight this, but at the same time, Nisha not for 10 seconds.
I think this is the best, most disciplined that I've seen Beastcoast play. Very crisp, they're moving around the map. Even after these lanes, even though K1 has died 3 times, keeping themselves really close in this game.
Gold and sweet.
And yeah, he's continuing to scale, which is super important for them.
What's sort of his favourite? Just the crit, and then does he go for the Dragon's? Is there anything else he needs for us this game?
I think he can just on that route.
Yep. Fine, Boxy. A lot of backup is here. Boxy pushing on.
Yes, the BKB.
Down to the ground, BKB to the right. He's safe now. Nisha. The Thunder. The bounce can control Sacred. He went back in. That is almost certainly going to cost him his life there.
Oh, no.
He did a perfect game up to there, but butting off way more than he could shoot. Jumping back into the center of that fight under the supernova. It's an easy kill for Zai to pick up, and he gets a hell of a lot of gold for it.
That was suicide. Just body out of the fight or something like that, but oof.
Radiant's top
Let's go for his reaction to that. Shadow Amulet down mid. What he has to say about that one. A rough fight there. Losing Dark Mark going inside. He's going to have a scary timing on his next time. We'll see it again. I mean, did he see someone low Marco? I guess he felt that he wanted to save Sacred.
He tried to save him.
He tried to save Sacred. He gave his life there to for the toss back to an admirable play. Unfortunately, one that does not work out for him.
They were playing so clean too. This is honestly still is one of the cleaner games that I've been seeing them from them, but that one was a big blunder there from Mago. The team fights are very difficult for them. The pickoff game, excellent on Beastcoast. If they just keep finding these pickoffs, they can't. But take
team fights.
I mean, he's level 17. Yeah. He's almost 18. So,
and once he's kind of 18 and has the Shivas on side, it feels impossible to take 5v5 when that Phoenix is around.
Yeah.
Even if they commit with the Fury on, unlikely they'll be able to take it out.
They'll have more and more answers as the game progresses on Liquid to be able to stop them from full committing. Like if the Jug just spins and tries to go egg, there'll be a bash eventually on Nisha. They'll be able to have the hook shot that comes in from the clockwork. So
super difficult.
Because they have to keep the cleanness up, they have to keep the consistency up to have a chance to Liquid to start to pull far ahead as Urza continues to just grow and grow and grow.
A lot of farm on Mickey now.
He also has a basher too, so yeah, more elements that they have to be able to stop this Jug from hitting egg.
Yeah, next thing you know, they'll have the full abyssal.
Yep.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's very fast Roshan. All the ults are back up for Liquid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Beastcoast
attack.
do here now. It's got to be the name. Maybe the game has to be like spread a ward, get a pick off so you have number advantage in a fight. Which is not the easiest thing to achieve this game.
Coming in.
Asher, Anisha, he's got it finished.
Is under attack.
Double back. Asher versus the Jug. More and more players.
Schofield, he's been around this area quite some time.
Oh my goodness.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's away with the blip.
Anisha.
How long is he get DD?
They need the Omni on him.
They've got it off. Oh, it's not fair. Oh, beautiful avalanche from Tundra.
And Mickey
comes in from the side there with a 3-man avalanche. The DD. He just tears through the triple kill on Margo. See if they can maybe find more. Avalanche is going to be up in a second. Boxy going to get clipped by it.
Owen is up. I don't think they know.
He wants more kills to Dark Margo. He's going to get Bloom's back. Trying to jump in. K1, they're ready to dive up to the base here with the Blade Fury.
They're on Insania.
Oh, Margo's in the combo. Jumps forward, gets us back. They take out Boxy. They're going to be able to get Insania as well.
Oh, baby. They've got a lot of time now. 60 seconds no disrupt. I think they're just on high ground.
Beautiful. I mean, Dark Margo, this, once again, no fears. Just moves in aggressively to grab the team rune. Ends up being in perfect position for the 3-man avalanche. And the fight, it's all theirs.
The damage from this Tiny. They might be able to get around.
They're be careful. Dark Margo might blink on them.
He killed them fast. They'll at least get...
Yeah, this one.
15 seconds on the Urza.
For K1.
Dire's middle barracks.
Range.
Dire's middle barracks.
Disarm down to K1 so he can keep hitting. We're going to hit by the fire spirits though.
He's just thinking about it.
Not able to disregard. Oh, maybe. It's across the building. When he commits with the Blade Fury, they get Fabric. Ponzi gone pretty deep in with a super goes there off to the side. Ponzi won't fall. Ponzi and Ray's turn. K1 trying to get the range of the supernova, but he still gets caught by the stun. A stun is ground, but he will fall. See if the rest of them are out there. Dark Margo's getting a bash. Mickey gets the bash connection. Dark Margo and K1 will pay with their lives. They do get a good timing on the objective there mid. They take the full set of racks away from Liquid.
It's a racks, but now they're going to lose the rush. It's still an excellent hit. East Coast. They're just looking at them. It feels like they're not anticipating it by any means. The matches over and over again. Anisha jumping on the high ground. I don't think he gave respect to Berserk there versus Dark Margo's Tiny.
It's a crazy game. Fantastic stuff here from both sides. 26-21. It's 30 minutes in. Liquid, and they'll go through. Any chance for a steal from Beastcoast? Probably not right with the heroes they have. They can't get her in time. It's too quick here from Mickey on the Urza. Aegis is claimed. I believe that was what is full of whistle on its way out to him as well.
Sure is.
Zai in the trees, trying to catch it with a mirror hammer. Swashbuckle Bash will do it.
Radiant's top tower is under
Beastcoast,
attack.
I can just keep working your magic. Now put Aegis, so it's going to be a lot more difficult, but if you can catch Nisha off guard like you were able to before, definitely still elements of being able to do it in this game, which is incredibly impressive when they've gone for a Necro and a Jug.
And whilst he was dead, Dark Margo Was able to get the courier out, pick up that demon edge. If he wants to spend up, yeah, he does.
He does.
He's got that full Daedalus done. Already we've been seeing some crazy damage numbers coming out from the Tiny. Now they're going to be even more insane.
And he does have a full Scotty finished up also.
Dying. Looking towards the refresher next.
This is absolutely in-game so far. Yeah. I think you just have to keep working your magic. Just keep trying to smoke, catch them off guard.
Yeah, even if they've got the agent.
Yep.
You've got to try and go because it's time when and there may be a bit of lag. So a chance the Beastcoast can get the successful jump.
You got to do these reckless plays when you're playing versus a team like Liquid.
Nisha. Slightly separate for them.
Can they catch him? I mean, Dark Mago.
No, he's heading over to the backup here, Nisha, so kind of not finding that opportunity. Full bash is now done on K1.
It gets in. Finds Schofield.
And they're going to try and go for K1 as well.
Big hook shot.
There's a DD into the rip. He's able to grab a K1, he's in paper and he picks it up. There's a DD on K1 and he's not available if he wants to get back in on this. The buyback coming out here from Schofield. Back as well immediately from Sacred. They really want to try and force this fight, but Mickey is cleaning it up. Triple kill for they're trying to head away with the BKB. Gets out of the range of the supernova, and here's the only snap with the DD, but it over to the neutral free. Unlucky RNG for K1. Get Boxy, but not the ult that he hoped for there. And now K1 in potential trouble. Mickey's on top of him, and Avalanche from Dark Margo will hold him back. And use the toss as well. They get the scythe down on Tanisha. Not back killing, in fact, with the jump back four from Dark Margo. That Mickey's just got 3 buybacks for this fight, Beastcoast. Sleeper pays off a secondary buyback coming out from Liquid. Nisha back in action, Boxy. Hit him with the hooks from the Sacred. Right time with the Ghost Trap, but Mickey jumps forward to slow Sacred. No further way out of this one. A buyback from him, out for 75.
What was that? 3 buybacks from their side, but 2 buybacks also forced from Liquid. Yep. I mean, even with an Omni Slash that unfortunately bounces they still do pretty okay.
Indeed, Dark Margo still able to make those great jumps. He's still 15, 2, and 7. He'll be ready to start queuing up the Agonists, level 20 on the Tiny.
He's hitting hard. I mean, 1,380 crits.
Next fight is scary, though, for Beastcoast with those 3 buybacks being used.
But Nisha also having his down. If they catch Nisha at the start of the fight, they actually have a to be able to take the rest of that one. Zai is still a huge issue, though. We're seeing every time the egg goes down, if he's not answered, every time he has Sunray going, he's shredding heroes.
See how aggressive Liquid want to play. The fact that they themselves are also in a bit of a tricky buyback situation.
Mickey can still just delete heroes if he finds them.
I mean, was the case in that last fight, yeah. They're still hard to deal with. Dark Margo's go for it. They get the jump on Boxing. He's in return. Dark Margo will manage to get the BKB off. He Oversteel turns his way back into the tier 2. The healing ward's out as well. Dark Margo's going to be saved. He'll get out of there. Beastcoast, any chance of getting back in on this? Dark Margo's thinking about it.
Doesn't have BKB though. He has to be cautious. K1 also 10 seconds till Omni Slash.
Swiftly.
They get the catch.
Trying to jump. Forward. K1 gonna be able to get the blade through off with the Supernovas there as well as the Sunray. Dark Margo's BKB on cooldown. He'll die. But they get Nisha. K1 was able to finish him off. Mickey focusing for the force. He gets K1 out of the side. He gives K1 the chance to get the Omni Slash off onto Zai with the Ondis. Keeping Zai alive. The Oversteel turns himself back into the pit. Zai will live. They focus Mickey, but the Reaper side damage is not enough. Mickey turns towards Sacred. Ghost Trap's back up. Mickey's got to run. The impetus taking him down low. Mickey will fall to the blade fury of K1. It's Stadia surrounded. They'll take the fight. Beastcoast. Nisha out for 80. No buyback. 3 others dead around him. Beastcoast, they're holding on.
Stinger with the carry there. The impetus shots. He just did like, what, 3,000 damage onto this Ursa?
And if you watch the start of that fight as well, I think even though he kind of jumps into a position where he gets static stormed, he was able to get the toss off Dark Margo to get K1 that far enough into the fight so the static storm did not clip K1, and K1 was able to get the blade fury off to play the fight, and at the end of it, get that Omni Slash off onto Zai. Dark Margo keeping K1 alive.
Absolutely ridiculous plays coming out from Beastcoast so far. This is so cool. I love it. Yeah, they get Nisha at the start, and then they finally get the Ursa. They kite him out long enough. Big plays coming out. I mean, Dark Mago, he is truly delivering 16, 3, and 7.
He's got the complete abyssal if he wants to buy up.
K1. He's got the spin, he's got the healing ward. He's actually committing onto Zai.
Won't get the bash.
Do it with flair.
Boxy.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Afraid to go in now. Scarfield, he's turning.
He's going to be able to get the catch, K1. Not going to get in on top of him, though. Boxy laid down the cogs.
Stinger.
Actually, K1's going to continue to dive forward. He's in with the Blade Fury underneath the tier 2 tower.
Mago's coming.
Couple of impetuses, bringing Boxy down low. They'll drop the static storm to try and push them back and keep Boxy safe, but it's not going to work. And Dark Margo is in with the jump. Gets the toss back onto Zai. Zai.
Still totem.
Up to the high ground and dives back up. He'll get away from Dark Margo just in time. Zai will live.
I mean, they're challenging Liquid in every single one of these fights. They're playing perfectly around the cooldowns of these, the respawns there. The Ursa and the Pango were still dead. They're just diving forward. It was a scary and risky play from K1, but ends up getting them the kill on the clock.
Tower's taken. Crazy game. 34 to 28. Less than 1k gold in it. That's the K1's next time done. He's got the Visceral Blade. But still, Mickey, he's at the top. 25k net worth on the bear, level 25. He's now got the money as well to get that nullifier done. And this is going to make a big difference, of course, giving them that kind of surefire chance of just taking Sacred out of the fight. As we've seen the last few times, Sacred definitely being able to survive a little longer than Liquid would hope for him to.
It's the 9 hits and the nullifier, though. Will they have the answer for it this time? So far, they've been doing it. They've been impressing incredibly. They're getting really good scaling, too. This Tiny, as you said, continues to grow. He's had to back away, though. He can't actually go down the Ag route.
The Ag stream is dead, at least for now.
For now.
For now.
But K1, he's been given opportunities to just become absolutely massive. Also having an Elven Tunic of his own. This could be a difference maker. That slight bit of evasion versus the Ursa.
Ooh, Schofield. He's hanging around on this bottom lane on his own. He's getting away with it. Wants to try and find his level 18. Done as well for that Yule Scepter.
Oh, can he get away?
I mean, yeah, Zai's having none of it, though. He wants Schofield out of it.
Schofield?
He sticks around for the steal of the Sunray. He tries to go for the TP out, but they will find him. I mean,
he's a risk taker.
He was taking a lot of risks there, Schofield, and will cost him his life.
He did proc the Aeon Disc, though. Right?
Honestly,
that's pretty big.
I'd say that's kind of worth. Yeah, 2-minute cooldown on the Aeon Disc going to be pushed on to the next longer duration. Longer cooldown.
If he is able to survive there and he keeps Sunray, it's massive. So, he's a big risk taker, and maybe that'll pay off in the next 100 seconds.
Dire's top tower is under
Morian just coming out though. Nisha, he has his finished.
Yeah, he's starting to realize that he's falling behind significantly. He just keeps getting popped inside these fights. He needs a way to protect himself as well.
Yeah, I mean, even if he gets like the roll-off and he's getting in on there, still high chance that the Omni Slash is going to come bouncing his way, catch him some bashes, and maybe even threaten his life.
34 to 29. Game neck and neck. All about who gets the proper jumps. Who gets the deletion of certain heroes at the start of these fights, and how are these buybacks looking across the board? Tiny 1,400 away, Ursa 600 away.
He's in! Makes the jump on the Sacred. Sacred gets taken out immediately. Boxes in with a hook shot onto Margo. Puts the BKB. Neon this pop, but BK will now turn his attention towards him. The Overseal Tome once again, saving Dark Margo's life. He's able to get back to the distance, but the Glimpse is there, and Stania has to reach to drag him back. Dark Margo should finally fall in with Nisha finishing him off. There's 2 dead on Beastcoast. No fight for them to take it. Beastcoast have to back off, but Mickey, he's not going to let them. Jumps forward over towards Stinger. Stinger falling incredibly low. The rocket flare from Boxing finishes him off. 3 dead on Beastcoast.
Oh, fancy from Zai. The dive meteor play, it actually clips Stinger. Back to business, Liquid. These are 3 huge kills. They have a massive winner to push up onto the high ground now.
Check out the Roche pit, but it's still going to be a minute and a half until Roshan's back up.
Straight to bottom. There's no glyph.
And there's no buybacks.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And for Beastcoast, 3 of them dead.
Ursa now has the buyback gold.
A lot of time for Liquid to play with the fortifications back up.
Zai, he's got Ever Fresher. It's finished on the Kerner after this Rex.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
A full pipe now as well added to the mix here for Boxy, getting all these items together.
They're going to keep going.
Liquid. Indeed, just continue to keep this pressure going. No need to necessarily back off. We'll see how much they respect the respawns coming in as Sacred's back in play. 15 seconds until Dark Margo.
Radiant's middle
They're going to commit for it. And they keep scouting out that Roche. The rockets continue to fly. The DD spawns bottom too, and yeah, they'll get that second important Rex. Liquid now in a comfortable position, but Beastcoast, same name of the game. Keep running at him. Keep trying to find these pickups. Much harder now versus all these buybacks, though. K1 has his available. But yeah, this pickup from Mickey, the nullifier, usually Sacred gets deleted. There's nothing he can do. He tried to do the tricky disassemble, reassemble Aeon Disc, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway because the nullifier was on him.
DD rune on Mickey. This is going to be what Beastcoast run into. They will not anticipate the fact that there's a DD rune on this bear.
They have to take these risks, though.
There's a jump, Darmago. Immediately onto Mickey, but Mickey's able to get it on the BKB on turns around straight away towards the Tiny. The BKB's there. Darmago still falling low. The stun ray as well, burning through. K1 as K1's trying to get the ult up, but he'll die before he can do so. K1 taken out alongside Schofield. Sacred will try the TP out in the trees. He'll make it away, but Darmago left to die in the mid lane.
I mean, it's the way they've played all game. Liquid, they were very ready for it this time. Beastcoast very recklessly climb into the high ground and get turned. And honestly, K1 got nothing off. He got controlled by the bashes, controlled by the cog pushback, and then a static sword laid on top of him.
And Liquid, they're ready to dive in for more. No buyback available on Darmago. K1 has got his.
The meteor hits.
It's going to catch Sacred. The buyback will come out from K1.
Zai.
He's going to charge straight towards Zai. The bashes will clip K1 on him back. Mickey's going to jump in. It's the second egg. Mickey's dying pretty quickly. In fact, Mickey's just straight up dead. They've got the Ursa. K1's able to get the Omni Slash off here, dodging the stun and the damage from the Supernova. He'll still get pushed back by the cogs of Boxy. And they get K1 back to safety. He's turning towards Boxy. Quite some times here, up in the air with the self-fuels. Display Fury's down towards Zai. Standing his ground, but Boxy will fall. A couple of kills here on the defense from Beastcoast. Zai, he's going to try and TP away, but they've got him as well. Beastcoast, they'll hold off the back of the buyback from K1.
Can they get more? Oh, very close. Stinger again. The third 3-hour carry almost in a way. Just getting these constant impetus shots. He's able to finish off Zai too. And yeah, Mickey, over-aggressive. He just gets caught.
Yeah, they went straight in.
Back the other way we go.
A bit of a risk taken there from Liquid, and it does not pay off. Roshan is up. Beastcoast, they can head straight towards the pit. And off the back of those kills, well, K1's caught back up in XP. He's level 25. Next time around, that Omni Slash is going to have that extra second duration.
Mickey spit the gold, you're right. He doesn't have buyback. He bought the Swift Blink. They can't actually contest this.
There's still a chance here for Beastcoast. Holding in on this game. An excellent buyback from K1, and one that will be covered by the fact that he's going to be able to behold this Aegis unless Liquid can make some sort of a steal. But with Nisha and Stadia being the only two alive, they're not even going to try and risk it. K1 grabs the Aegis, and that's going to be a free Aghanims here for Dark Margo.
I mean, Margo, he couldn't build for it before. Now he's been handed one for free.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Hasn't used it yet, though.
No. I mean, I imagine he will.
I imagine he will. I was going to say, it's very good on K1, but I think he wants the scaling, so yeah.
Dark Margo wants it for sure.
They don't want to be all in on just one hero, especially because he doesn't have buyback. Yeah, another window. Beastcoast. Losing their racks, but winning a pretty unexpected fight, being able to get this catch off here. Liquid. I think they're feeling pretty surprised with the way that they're able to fight back constantly. Zai, respawning in 5, he's going to have buyback in 100, but Mickey's 600 behind.
I mean, if Beastcoast can make the jump before Zai joins the rest of Liquid, this is going to be devastating.
Absolutely. What do they find? Sacred, Mago. Crow tree.
No, he's in there.
Is under attack.
Darmago's going to jump in with the Aghanims damage. We'll prop the Aeon Disc of Nisha. Kim will make the jump towards Schofield. They've deleted the Rubik. No buyback available for Schofield. Sacred being focused upon Stinger. Get glimpsed back under the tower. Mickey's going to turn over towards the Enchantress. Stinger focused by the Bear and the Phoenix. I'll find a second support there. Liquid. Be able to take the fight. Oh, that's an ambitious TP there. Tries to TP out right in front of Liquid. They'll put a stop to that straight away. 3 dead on Beastcoast. Liquid. They'll deal with the aggression.
Back the other way. I mean, Beastcoast, again, just relentless aggression. They try to jump by when they put a ward down with Vision, but they can't catch Nisha with this Aeon Disc. They don't have an answer for it. They do not have a nullifier of their own.
Dark Margo, he knows the way out of this one. He needs the Rapier.
Yep, does feel like it.
He's going for the Dream.
McKay, 40 gold from buyback. He's got it available now to him. Him and Nisha, the 2 important ones.
I mean, at least for Beastcoast, for the tier 2 still standing top, likely that they'll get the full lineup back in action by the time that Liquid reach the base again.
And this is where Tiny thrives, right? The base defense, where he's able to actually have the trees to be able to throw his Aghanims. Liquid, they have pretty much everything available for them, though. Rolling Thunder in 5, double Phoenix Egg. It's at the ready. And multiple buybacks. 30 seconds. K1.
Just gotta be careful standing on the front like this. Risky stuff. I mean, he's gonna get caught by the hook shot. The bash is there as well from Mickey. He gets the Blade Fury up in time, and now he's caught in the static storm. He's getting burned down by the stun ray. Somebody's got to burn him out. He's in with the toss. He gets K1 back to safety. And then with the BKB pops, he's also able to steal time away. Doesn't matter though. The BKB comes through and he gets Torch back, but he's still up on the high ground. He's gonna have K1 head back over towards his side. The healing ward's down, as now it's K1's turn to save Dark Margo. They'll attempt it with a steal over, but K1 is gonna be able to focus down the egg. They kill the egg successfully. towards Insania. Another round of the healing ward out for K1. The avalanche onto Insania as well. It's a 4th hero dead. Beastcoast defend.
He didn't even lose the Aegis, Owen. Dark Mago saving the day. Oh my god. Beastcoast, this is ridiculous. I cannot believe what we're witnessing. And they have Rolling Thunder for next fight too. Schofield, he finds a Dream Steal.
I mean, this Tiny's insane. The way that Dark Mago's playing as well. You know, he's got all this farm, all the items, all the damage in the world, but he's not afraid to still throw himself in to bail out his teammates.
And I think Zai committed his gold onto A.K.A.
Ooh.
So I don't think he has buyback. Can they just, I mean, they might have a window to push an end. It's a possibility. Mick is forced to buy back.
What are the timings on the ultimates as well for Beastcoast? Still a minute until Omni Slash is back up. But you're right, with the Sage still in his hands for a minute, they can play full-on aggressive around this Juggernaut. K1's strong.
This is insane. Lincoln's being thrown on their buddies.
What do they got?
Oh my god.
I'll be back up in a second, but the damage will have been done. A second set of racks taken away from Liqui.
I cannot believe he never even lost Aegis. With the position that he was standing in, he was just confidently standing on the front lines of everything. He knew he had his bailout from his buddy Dark Mago.
Yeah, great fight. I think was that the first fight as well where K1 turns up with the BKB?
I believe
I think it was right,
yes.
and that sort of allowed him to pop it and commit and take down that Supernova, make sure that Zai didn't get to play the full fight as he wished to.
And that's that was a level 25 Supernova also. That was 13 hits that he went through. Holy shit, this is crazy. How many buybacks? I mean, all the important buybacks, of course, needing to be used at least on Liquid. Nisha has 170 gold left for his. Will get reclaimed. East Coast. Making magic happen. K1 soon to have a butterfly also. Dark Mago, honestly, even though he has to buy back, he might be given the opportunity to finish off a rapier. I thought he was considering selling something there for a second.
I mean, he's going to have to free up the slot somewhere.
That's what I mean. I thought maybe he does sell like the Echo Saber or something and just go all in.
Still would be a bit short on the gold, even if he sells it. Needs a bit more to get that Rapier Dream online, but as you say, he is close.
This is unbelievable stuff here. Mickey, yeah, he is just, I mean, at this point now, it's like if Mickey dies, this game just abruptly ends. East Coast have clear avenues to be able to win this one. Schofield, he still has Rolling Thunder for this next fight.
With flair.
K1, 40 more cautious seconds, and then his buyback will be back online. Do you imagine he'll play with that in mind rather than spending up for the butterfly? Save for buyback hit?
I think for him, he probably wants to because Mago doesn't have buyback. But honestly, Beast Coast, it's no telling with them because they're just all in half the time. Lincoln's now on Stinger. He continues to be a scaling core. It's level 24 on this Enchantress.
Radiant are scanning.
But these Lincolns could be massive to protect versus the Abyssal Blade in particular. For the nullifier. Yeah, Mago. Now he pretty much does have the gold if he wants to sell it.
It's getting close.
Does he commit? Do it. Do it. Do it. He does it!
Oh, smells the Eon disc as well. Hey, this man wants to live on the edge.
He's like, I'm not getting rid of Echo Saber. That's damage.
Hey, no, this Eon disc is getting worse anyway with each pop. So.
There's nullifiers. You know, whatever. It's just going to be dispelled.
I mean, that is true, honestly. Last few times, his Eon disc has been dealt with pretty much immediately by Liquid, so...
Oh, baby. Oh, look! Oh, the DD! I mean, what are these crits going to be like? This is going to be some like 2,500, 2,700 damage crits.
Somebody going to die.
Someone is sure going to die.
See how they start this. Nisha is in with the Rolling Thunder. Dark Mago is going to carefully eye up the situation from the side. There's been the jump from A.K.A, but what's Stinger? They focused the Enchantress. Stinger's gone. Nisha now rolling towards Sacred. But then the Necropods, here comes the damage from the trees. Boxy just died.
3,200.
I think it was something like that. They've got the Omni Slash as well as the Reaper Snipe down on a Zai. A second kill to be found by Beastcoast. The buyback comes out from Boxy. Zai does have buyback available as well if he wants to consider it. Schofield jumps in. He gets the telekinesis grab onto Nisha. Nisha still has the Spark Buckle to try and break away. The bash prop there will hold back K1. You saw that damage come in there. Boxy, he didn't stand a chance.
It's 3,291 onto Boxy. That was the DD though. Boxy instantly buying back. They get Zai, but they don't force a buyback. Liquid. They have vision at the moment. They saw K1 for a second here. Roche, it's a long spawn.
It's a long one.
That would have been really fortunate for Beastcoast if it insta-spawned. K1 nearly has buyback and the butterfly. Wild game. Mickey, he's about to have his consumed Aghanims finished up also, so he's going to have more answers to be able to survive through the burst. Both teams go very all in. No deciding. No really way to tell which way this game is going to go at this point.
Oh, there it is.
Let's see.
Okay. Bending up. And the fact that, 3 minutes left on his buyback. As for Beastcoast, 2 minutes left on Dark Margot's.
Top tower is under attack.
Schofield also still holding on to another big spell. He used the Rolling Thunder last fight. He actually has a hook shot for the next one upcoming. Be massive for them to get the catch. All up to execution. Schofield constantly scouting forward. Checking for any vision.
Maybe seeing if he can set something up here in this bit of a window whilst his eye's still dead.
Let's see if they can maybe try to find Nisha. He's thinking about it.
Oh!
Doesn't guess the right way.
Nisha. The blink off in time. He's out. We'll talk about blinks. K1's now got his.
He switches the build.
But wants to get Swift Blink over Butterfly.
Looks like it.
What does he drop out for that one? Did you get rid of your boots?
I mean, Diffusal is becoming less worthwhile, but let's see.
Yeah.
It might just be the boots.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, it might be the boots first, then afterwards, you're right.
He's probably going to want to hold on for buyback gold, though. This game's getting pretty crazy.
He needs it.
Yeah, not having buyback could lose you the game at this point.
A lot of heroes do have it. He has it. Tiny has it in 50 seconds. Ursa does not, still for 2 minutes.
Radiant are scanning.
But Beastcoast definitely with some clear windows if they can pop this Ursa.
I mean, that's going to be the risky thing, right? Roshan's back up in 30, so pretty much very close to a point of the game where Roche is going to be up. Dark Margot will have his buyback back up, but Mickey, as you say, he will not steal for about another 40 seconds. So definitely a window where Beastcoast could push for the Roshan with these extra lives, whilst Liquid don't quite have that luxury.
All about who they can jump. Liquid very scared to show themselves on the map. They're playing on high grounds.
There it goes.
And there it is. They scout the Roche immediately. Do they do the crazy move of going for it?
Still a big risk to take. Even with the minute no buyback on the Ursa. But for Liquid, it's hard to force it here for Beastcoast. They know that Liquid's still strong. Even with the one life of Mickey can still get in there and pretty much successfully tear through at least 2 of their heroes.
Gotta say, I really love the way that Beastcoast not only how they've played, but how they've itemized throughout the entirety of this game. These Yules, they've caused problems. Lincoln's Aeon discs across the board. It's been phenomenal stuff from them. And yeah, both teams sitting on their respective high grounds waiting for an opportunity.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. There's the triple Yules that Beastcoast is running, definitely causing issues for Mickey when he tries to commit around the BKBs.
It's not something you see too often on like these Enchantresses that want to go for scaling, but you can absolutely understand why.
Yeah, if there's an Ursa in the game, it's definitely what you want to do.
54 minutes.
Incredibly annoying for him to play into.
18 seconds till Mickey has buyback, but he's actually short about 900 gold at the moment.
There it goes.
Did we see the buy up from K1? Yeah, he's got enough now.
Yep.
Oh, well,
he's just short.
He is going to be a little bit short. Well, no, if he sells an item, yeah, he sells his phase boots.
Yeah, okay.
So now he's got it. He's got Swift Blink and he's still got buyback.
Tense moment still. 600 gold. Mickey, he's trying to finish up that farm.
And it's up.
Both teams so patient. Who's going to get the jump? I mean, Stinger, he's starting to solo the Roche. Who's ever able to have the more successful fight around this Roche? Very likely when he commits for another one.
Okay, dual wielding here, Dark Margot. Double rapier, no buyback.
He is a madman. What is it? So he has... What is the damage going to be? It's like 4,000. I don't know, like 4,000 damage crit.
What did he actually sell? Oh, he sold his boots, right?
He sold his boots now, yeah. And he's just using ninja gear just to hide, to get the position, the angle. And yeah, K1, he's starting the Roche. Liquid
are scanning.
They know they're under vision. They're pinging it out. Both sides have both of these cliffs warded. He's going to commit. The Roche is dropping low.
Liquid's got to go soon if they want to stop this. I mean, but they know who enters into the pit is going to take a face full of trees.
Can they find Dark Mago? They're going for the wraparound. They're going for the long wraparound. But Beastcoast, they commit back into the pit to force it, perhaps.
Nice, trying to slow them down with the fire spirit. Schofield gets the catch up the side, but straight away Boxy needs to get in on top of him. They'll drop the Reaper side down onto Mickey, but it won't do any damage at all. Mickey's still full HP. The first casualty will be down to Schofield.
Oh, it's a good egg.
Egg from the high ground. They're trying to bursting it down. Caught with the bash. Sacred's out. Secondary buyback immediately coming in for Beastcoast. K1 turns with the only range up to Mickey, but Mickey's able to get out with the lip from Mickey, but now he turns. The bashes are there onto K1. K1 in trouble. K1 trying to escape it with a flamethrower. Dark Mago throwing in trees from the side, but Boxy is close to gap onto Dark Mago. Puts herself to the trees, being channeled upon his teammates. Dark Mago will jump back in onto Mickey. The damage is done with the right clicks alone. Dark Mago takes down Mickey. Buyback immediately there. Boxy hooks us back over towards Dark Mago. Roshan on the hit to Amazai. He's trying to finish up the Roche. There'll be the stolen hook shot used to control the rolling thunder. The damage is in from Dark Mago once again with the trees. It's Nisha out of the fight.
Mickey gets the rush.
Jump forward from Dark Mago with the avalanche. You can find Mickey now. Mickey trying to escape with the damage. It's so much. One hit ready from the Tiny takes him down to about half HP. Get pushed back here by the Hurricane Pipe. Oh, Stinger, Schofield's up the high ground. Look at the Yule Scepter. It's going to be enough to control him. Setting up for the trees to come in again. Mickey, that's the age just gone. They take him down the wall. K1 now looks over towards Nisha. Nisha gets caught by the bash. Schofield.
Mickey's on high ground.
He's been surrounded. K1 and Sacred. They surround Nisha, but Nisha, another swashbuckles there. He gets out. Mickey back in the BKB. Rolling thunder from Nisha. He's controlling the Tiny. Dark Mago trouble. He tries to run the trios, but they've got him. Rapier's hit the deck. Liquid, they're going to be able to get the pick up. Mickey feeding into this K1 Juggernaut. K1 gets disarmed. He's surrounded. Nisha jumps in. They finish him off. Triple kill for Mickey. Ultra kill for Mickey. And no buybacks in sight here for Beastcoast.
What the hell is going on? But Liquid, they've done it. Egg positioning's on point there from Zai. They get the rush, and there's the GG. Holy shit, what a game. The best game that I've seen so far this tournament. Unbelievably back and forth.
Wow. Now what the way to end it there.
Holy crap.
I mean, the fight they had, it just fantastic position to come in with those buybacks. You know, the fact that the fight sort of drifted into the jungle of Liquid gave them that advantage to come back in with those second.
If he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... we'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these Mortimer Kisses. There is still that buyback for the Beastmaster though. Let's see. Wants to get himself back into this, the dive onto the back lines, into the Vortex as well. There could be a real nice dismember. The hooks come nice save. Though. He saves it, Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami, he's losing so much. Kami's going to go down. They do get the kill onto Leppington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Going down to the hooks. Yatsu still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the potion storm spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leppington once again. That's the dieback on the disruptor. And Yatsu, what can he do? The hook. It's going to be blocked mid. Hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed up by Collapse. One more right click. He goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds. And now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys him. And he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
the glimpse comes back though. Inside the Static Storm mirror, he has that Lotus going, and now if Zofra actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out. The Podking, he's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get the counter to the Storms for it. Can they take down the Punch? They're going to be able to match up and cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Trader, though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud, everybody on the side of Hydra. They just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of team spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Punch being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get it. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose Happy, is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphlin, Bilal wants to come right back into this fight. Does he have the boots of travel to do it? It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks, just do it by foot it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a Beast Master, so much damage. They're going in for the Morphlin, he doesn't have a buyback.
No, they get do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphlin. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
You want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice.
Strong in by the Disruptor, and now we're going to be hitting the winning back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Sumail is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right back towards Amara. Trying to run from everybody on the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Radiant's middle barracks
Siphoning and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive.
Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the Ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back, and there's a smoke action.
There's the divine right there. They're going in on Q. There's the hit. Okay, get that hit off. 123. Knocked quite damage. He's dead.
Oh my god. Nothing. Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the rest
AU
of it.
picks it up. I got it first. The dive yet.
Go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory.
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead, but they need to have good vision, good entry to engage.
We're down up on Hydra on Herbovica. Red Panda, this would be huge if we can find a Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stone from Lulu. He's thrown now. There. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's just going to be one down at his White Album. The dodge to hide away. The heal's coming in. So they hoping for a save, but the PKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. They have to back away. They have lost White Album again, and now Mango in trouble. Q is going to drop faster. These fight so well, and they quickly take down that Undying.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. That's what. Big finish for it.
You got the
Stun is out on today. Didn't have a BKB available. Mobica dropping low. The 10 on back in. They have a Mobica. Doesn't look like it because the Black Hole is there. That's on the edge. He doesn't have multi to come back to light. And after, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Astro full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the shot. That's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Scatter Storm, about able to then get over the Slash Golem from away.
Back, they have that trying to keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. It's pretty good for them. Right Alma, but now Monet shows up. Now, they're in a lot of trouble. Maybe one. He needs to kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Really getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down, pops the BKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. The avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. Just caught in. Monet is way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like earned the
GP. Oh, they're done. Okay. I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out, not really ever been in the league. Victory. He hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom. Standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song. Blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo is blown up by Collapse. Has to buy back. Yatoro gets off his BKB. Pure with another song. Sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse BKBs runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, Nightfall. Hazy on disc refresher. Blinks to high ground. Gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out. Aegis claimed. Lull in the fire. Still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit
nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base. They don't catch Nightfall on the way out. He's blinked out in the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's going to find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with his rapier damage will make short work of a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable.
Laurel the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the 2 supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Naga was trying to set and prep there. And Yatoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together. He is
a monster. Oh, Pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's gonna get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're gonna be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Rangers up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There's no buyback or collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons. It's vulnerable. Mira gets away from there. Help of the Clement Cave to jump in from Lol. Disruption, self-save. Barracks taken out. Lol. Oh, tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of Lol. This little puck is all over the place. Now they're going with GPK, though. Aiming for the puck. They're going to find him. At long last, they get him, and the rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Oh, no.
Oh, you see that? I'm not crazy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he phase shifted and accidentally ended it.
There's an Axe Blessing recipe. There's a rapier. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere.
An Axe Blessing recipe. What's that there? Okay. Not sure what the story on that one is. Meanwhile, Save, I think he had a refresher shard, right? Because Laurel dove him, he disrupts himself, and he tries to kill him again after it. Save just refreshes, and then uses it again. How did they not got the rapier?
That was another DD. I don't think they care. Toronto Tokyo's going to take it, is he? Oh, yes, the Jakiro with the rapier.
Coming to feed it back to them, guys.
My goodness. There's Mega creeps on one side. Top lane Barrack still standing on Team Spirits. Are we waiting for next Roshan, Trent?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like BetBoom have such a good chance of winning these fights right now. They can't get, like, swarmed in the back line.
They missed the stun on BK. He's trying to hold his ground, but look at my dodge! Oh my god, Yaturo shreds. Where'd he go? Daedalus hits, refreshes, brings forward, kills off Save as well. SD's gone, TP home. Get the hell out of here, BetBoom now.
Lucky he didn't coil. Dude. Left track vanished.
He looked okay until he didn't.
Until he got hit for 1,350 damage from a single right click? Yeah. Yeah. Right until that.
Ow.
Luckily, Toronto Tokyo was not there to feed the rapier back, so that's good.
And now Team Spirit running down lanes, coming for the Radiant base. Balls are still there to hold on to. But this has got to be mentally debilitating for BetBoom.
Mini 71 minutes.
Team Spirit is wearing them down.
The admins have been on, they told them, nope, these guys. The longer this game goes, the harder things are.
Well, it's like Moomiander was saying in that Seb documentary. This isn't Dota you're playing. This is a slogfest. You're going to wait it out and play 60-minute games. Long ass ones. There's a long line. Watch get very far forward. He unders from Mira, but the Undying will fall inside the Radiant base. He'll as Mira gets off one last finger of death and the turns we got through. They kill GPK. It's a dialect of the ledge. Naga now in trouble. Song of the Siren trying to buy a bit of time, but Yatro moves forward, gets the damage in. Will is dead. Oh god. It all comes crumbling apart for BetBoom now. Wait, back. They're on to Mira. The kill off Nightfall save though, and lol. He opens up on them. The howitzer is here. Massive 40 mil cannon just shattering into BetBoom. Drow saved by the rip. The soul is everyone dying. There's two. And she's called it over. Team Spirit.
Look at him. Look at Mira.
Oh my god.
The shard to anybody who would listen at the Lima Major. Which, yeah, nobody's taken him up on it yet. But if you see a shard being picked up by any team that was at the Lima Major that speaks English, you could probably sort of it's good. This shard is actually I don't know how you get there. That's okay. I actually found a better game as a word recently with the shark.
That's pretty good.
I think that's really good.
Oh, yeah. Slark with that shard is crazy. It's actually a broken strat. If Jowly knows you're still on top, you can take that. Maybe that's
You don't adjust.
You just do the same thing again.
Grab
Run it
it.
back.
You're on that roller coaster, Sheeps.
Run it
you
back.
don't get to the top of the ramp, come flying down, and as you go into your loop-de-loop, turn to each other and say, "Oh, at the top of that ramp, it was pretty fast." You're just going, "Ah!" That's how you do it.
That's a very
Right into the second game.
Straight into the second game, and we do have the same bans coming out for Team Liquid. We do also the priority shifted in terms of who has side and pick, but it doesn't matter because Beastcoast still chose second pick, and then Liquid still chose Dire. So we end up with the same scenario as we did previous, just like we are ending up with the same first 4 bans that are coming out.
I mean, they alternated the snap ban on Liquid for the Inch ban. I feel like Tiny should come out again, potentially, for Beastcoast. It's one of their favorite openers. But I wouldn't be surprised if they try to somehow wiggle a Pango into their own draft. Hey, they go for the snap, Tiny.
You know what I'd like to see just once?
Yeah?
Just once.
What?
I'm just thinking.
What?
You just had a really hyped series that could have gone either way.
Yeah.
Sure, it was, even though it was tense, it must have been fun to play in.
Yeah.
The players should get together and say, we need a second go at that, because it might have turned out differently. Let's both pick the exact same lineups and just run it again, and we'll see. Because maybe this time, you've learned something, we've learned something, we'll put it to the test.
Yeah, I've seen that before for like the first 4 picks, and I think the final picks were what changed. Because it's hard to commit that fully onto the same thing.
I'm just saying. Just once. If any pro teams out there watching, just think about it. Just saying.
Just think about it. But like, don't.
Why not?
No one, like the viewers, think of the viewers. No one wants to watch the same.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't want to watch that again.
I would love to watch that again.
The game will not play out the same way.
Exactly.
Right, exactly. So I'm saying no one wants to watch the same heroes play a worse version of the game they just watched.
Oh, no. You gotta imagine. It's a better version because they learned.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They'll learn, so there'll be less crazy, chaotic things.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
You make a good point.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was a great idea until you'd made that point.
Sorry for being a Debbie Downer. That's my bad.
It happens.
I'm with you, Alex. I am with her. No, honestly, that kind of game gave so much secondary anxiety, secondhand anxiety watching it. Like, my heart was pumping at so many moments. I can't even imagine how the players felt. There's no way they want to put themselves through that again. I remember we asked Insania in an interview after that Tundra game where it went to like minute 70 and it was super close. And we asked him, do you feel like you learn from games like that? And he goes, we don't want to be put in games like that generally. So.
I think Beastcoast thrive in it, so I'm sure they're okay running it back.
So for Liquid's end, they really, really hate being put in those situations.
But they're in that situation so frequently.
They are.
Yeah, I think they need to adjust in game 2 to Beastcoast's like run at you style, because everyone knows that's what Beastcoast want to do, but it really felt like they were a bit disorganized with how they like held high grounds or held map areas. They kind of allowed themselves to get picked off a bit. There was clutch things like the Roshan Aegis steal by Nisha that maybe recovered their game a bit, where it might have gone a very horrible different way otherwise, because they won the lanes. I think Beastcoast, we talk about how their laning is a little bit weaker sometimes. They should have won, I think, their lanes harder than they did. They lost pretty badly. So I think in this game, if Liquid do that and then don't feed away kills, it could look very bad.
Which, by the way, since you mentioned that Aegis steal, we didn't have time to talk about it because so many other things happened.
There was a lot that happened.
But that was one of the best, or cleanest rather, Aegis steals I've ever seen, because I think Clock was dead at that point. So
Beastcoast did this nice 5-man wrap on Clock and killed him, and I think that's why they felt so confident.
Yeah, Clock was dead at that point, so there was nothing giving Roche vision for Nisha. So that was just pure gamer instinct going in like that. That was God.
You're right. There's no rocket flare or anything like that. There wasn't a static field or anything like that.
I'm not sure. It was a long time.
Pure instinct. That was a pure because Disruptor died as well. He just even dropped his spells and died. So both of his supports were dead, and he just went for it. Like
gamer instinct.
That was wildly good.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, speaking of, that was Nisha's 12th Pango win in a row. He's played 12 Pango games since joining Liquid, and they were all wins, 100% win rate.
Well, I guess we're gonna see a 13th here at this point. I mean,
let's not ban this hero then.
Yeah, exactly. At what point do you say, you know what?
Maybe we ban it.
But to be fair, they did play against it rather well.
Yeah, no, they did.
Maybe they feel confident.
I mean, it was a very close game. We can't just say, oh yeah, easy for Liquid, because it was definitely not easy for either team.
But so Beastcoast take the Phoenix this time around, and Stinger had a really incredible Phoenix performance yesterday. I feel like he almost won that game single-handedly in the early game for his team, and I feel like they feel comfortable playing with it. There's a lot of damage coming out from the backlines now in the Mortimer's Kisses and in the Phoenix Sunray plus Supernova that can follow up on the Tiny initiation.
Yeah, I think if we look at the comfort on Beastcoast, it looks like a Stinger Phoenix, Dark Margot Tiny, and a Sacred Snapfire. I mean, they'll reveal that here, what they want to do with these heroes. I really like the IO pick from Liquid. I think that they've set themselves up to have very clear objectives on the map. Like their ability to catch heroes between like Glimpse and Reload in just means that if anyone's ever out of position on Beastcoast, they will get caught and killed. I actually think last game they did a really good job of not feeding too hard into it. Like Juggernaut, I think he went off on his own in a side lane like once and got punished and killed. And for the most part, they actually just stuck together as a team to not give away kills.
Yeah, they did do that, and they actually itemized to do that as well, right? Because instead of a typical farming item, Hector just went for the Mantis Cell into Diffusal, which is such an old school fighting that fighting build, and it could have gone very wrong for them, but it went very right for them for a very long time, because typically when that happens, you're concerned about getting out-farmed by the enemy carry who goes for the farming item. But because they were able to cleanly take these fights, because of their strong formation, it worked out for them. I mean, up until they lost.
Yeah, up until they lost.
But that was a great game.
It was a great game.
That was a powerful game. So with the IO Marcy, I'm a big fan of this combo. You can flex the Marcy to the safe lane or the off lane, depending on what you need. But Marcy provides a lot versus Phoenix, right? She's just such a clean egg hitter, and she buys BKB anyway.
Yep.
So you're always going to have a hero like charging in, getting this egg, and you're going to have it either buff the Pangolier or the sidekick, or maybe potentially the carry coming up.
5 seconds.
So they show that it's Schofield on Tiny. We get the
like
Dark Mago Ember.
A thing of legends also. I mean, I do like this Ember approach to heroes like Io and Disruptor, because this hero can consistently fight into them more than a Tiny that maybe is more dependent on having burst. But Ember can kind of kite in and out of fights. He doesn't necessarily have to put himself in a position where he is going to go in and then die after he gets the kill, right? He can disengage, re-engage. The only scary part is you're playing against Disruptor. You can get punished by Disruptor with like a well-placed static storm and maybe a roll. You can get chain stunned in the early game.
I think later though, when this Ember has Ags and stuff, it is so impossible for Disruptor and Io to play.
Yeah.
And it's going to be really hard. They're going to have to rely on having like bashers on Marcy and Pango to try and control these cores.
10 seconds.
And now we know that it's the Sacred and Schofield Snap Tiny lane.
Yeah.
They actually, in a game that looked like they should lose this lane yesterday, they were playing against Drow and Undying. They somehow managed to win it. And that was because of like awesome positioning by Schofield, who was getting these tossbacks that he shouldn't have been getting. So I actually have a lot of faith in Beastcoast's offlane duo.
Yeah. And now we go for our mid-draft segment. Period. What's the last hero?
For Liquid?
Anyone, I don't care.
Thinking they could do with maybe, I don't know if it would be a great Storm Spirit game, but
for Liquid
wouldn't be. Yeah, for Liquid, I'm just thinking we'll give them a bit of jump. Does okay.
They both want.
I think they have a mid Pango, so I don't know where their Storm would go.
If it's going to be mid Pango, then.
I see where you're going with the jump, right? But I feel like Marcy and Pango are sufficient enough to jump if Marcy gets her BKB.
So maybe just some more sustained damage that you'd want then?
You need some backline type of damage coming out for Liquid right now.
No idea.
So we're looking for, because they ban out the Underlord on the side of Beastcoast. So they're thinking that maybe Mickey is the one playing the IO. You think the Mickey is playing
the Marcy? It's the Marcy carry.
Sorry, that's what I meant, Marcy.
It could be offlane or carry Marcy.
I thought that maybe
they have to cover their base.
Marcy.
They should cover their bases right now on Beastcoast. Maybe ban one offlaner they don't want to play into and one carry that they don't want to play into. But either way, like Liquid will give it away with their last pick here. That's just the misfortune of being first pick.
Well, I would like to see a Mickey morph. Thank you.
Mickey morph.
A Mickey morph?
Ooh, that could be sexy.
The Mickey.
I think it's kind of scary versus like Tiny, Snap, Ember, Phoenix.
Do they?
Why not just pick Ursa again? What's the deal?
They could.
I mean, it hits the egg.
It does.
Yeah.
He's tanky. He's hard to kill.
He is.
Does damage.
He does.
There you go.
Turn
there you go.
A jump scare.
Shadow friend.
Shadow friend.
Okay.
This is a strong like safe lane hero to pick on 23, because regardless of whatever pick they may go for, you know that you're gonna have a strong lane. Like SF, one of his biggest strengths is his laning.
Yes,
Even if
he's
he
a pain
has
in the
people
arse.
running at him, just you get some levels, you stack a couple of raises, and running into an SF can spell death. So I understand why they go for it. You also have this nice synergy between the Marcy and the SF now. You have this carry that you're gonna hyper buff.
Yeah.
So if you go carry SF, do you still do the stupid blink thing where you just go "Pacow" and blow everybody up and there's nothing they can do?
Yeah, you do actually, but a little bit later.
Get that
yeah,
out of the
you
game.
do get Arcane
Typically,
Blink.
you just go for the like Dragon Lance BKB and you just kind of click people.
That's for carry SF, but you can still gotta do it. You just go kill everybody.
You get like
instantly.
a couple of items. Some people like Mask of Madness on SF. You get like a Dragon Lance BKB,
right.
but then you go Arcane Blink because it's just so
It's
darn
so
good.
stupidly good, right?
There was one game though where Shopify went Aghanims on SF before Arcane Blink on RTZ. That did not look good. I don't like when people do weird things like that. Yeah.
What does it even do? I forgot. I forgot.
Like, sucks the
Requiem back in. Yeah.
Requiem back in, so it's like more damage, more fear.
It's been a long time since I've seen SF build Ags.
All I know is, it is mid SF and carry. Carry.
Oh, so they just want to destroy the Ember lane.
Oh, so they flexed the Pango to offlane.
Yeah.
And what's he playing? Okay, I think Pango's one of the better heroes to play into Ursa, right? Just because you can disengage from the go-ahead, but I still don't think he's going to have a great lane on Pango. They're going to be very dependent on Nisha winning mid very hard versus Ember, and Io and Marcy just playing on that level 6 Io timing.
I do like the Ursa last pick, though. I think it's great. We're probably just going to see again another, like, Beastcoast running at you lineup. It's nice when K1 actually plays a run at you hero instead of just farming for 10 years.
And he's in the mood suit today, right? Like with his Manta-style diffusal builds. Like
he's feeling it,
He's ready to fight. But I feel like if you don't go Battle Fury and Ursa, it's a big gamble. Because if you lose a couple of fights, you lose the first couple of Roches.
I think he can afford to go Battle Fury still.
He should. Yeah. I would say he should. It's hard to have a clear read on this because I feel like both teams kind of picked their comfort. But it's hard for me to root against Liquid just because of how composed they are. They're out for blood right now after that last game.
I would think, though, with the way Game 1 was played, I think Beastcoast is pretty out for blood as well. But I'm happy that both of you are like, you know what? Could go either way. That's the way we like it here in Dota 2. Let's see who takes the second game of the series. We're heading over to OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, game 2 here of Team Liquid against Beastcoast. Fogged, we had a fantastic game 1. We're getting a change up here in the draft this time round, and very excited to see sort of Nisha bring the SF back to the mid to go for that advantageous matchup against the Ember Spirit. Overall, though, what do you make of this one?
I got my fingers crossed right now for a third game, but I think Liquid's got a really clever approach this time with this SF.
First blood potential, though, here with the Avalanche. Nine will jump in with the Steel Crash. They're going to focus towards Insania. Insania pops the Fairy Fire. They're blocking off K1 as well. They're allowing the chance for Insania to get away. Dark Margot, he's falling low. K1 turns his attention over towards Nisha instead. Nisha turns. It's another set of the Razors on. Pots the Mango, and that will allow him to find first blood himself. He will die, but not before claiming first blood here.
I mean, it's still going.
If they can find anything more, they're trying to block on Mika's escape. The Avalanche onto the two of them. It's going to be a double kill for Stinger. And that should be everything there. So Liquid, Nisha will find first blood. Over on the side of Beastcoast, though, Stinger, he'll get a double kill.
No, not bad. Nice little engage coming out there. I like the way that Liquid flexed this, setting themselves up for a very, very strong mid lane, just for Nisha to dominate. And this time it's like the flip around, and they're going to put a lot of harassment on the K1. He actually is... I mean, he's going to have to start the lane.
It's going to be a bit awkward.
Very low. And Stinger actually using another set of Fire Spirits. They're going to beat on him too.
And I mean, honestly, as well, I imagine for Nisha as well in that situation, he's kind of happy that he died, bro.
He's super happy.
You use all your well, not all your mangoes, but all your mana. I think he used like one mango in that situation. You get first blood, and now you're going to be back to lane. You're going to have full mana, full HP.
This is one of the harder lanes for Ember Spirit there is. It's not on the same tier of like a Huskar, but it's pretty
Look at Insania just being annoying. All right, that's going to be a kill. And he even baits out a Fairy Fire.
He TP'd also. He's got to walk back.
He didn't.
Yes, he did. He has to walk back. Oh my God. I mean, it's a godly game for the SF already.
It was a great game 1. I mean, that is pure pain in the mid lane.
I mean, Stinger just needs to sit mid now. He can't actually go to the side lanes. He needs to go this because, oh my God, he's going to miss like 2 waves on the Ember.
No.
Oh my God.
Can we get an F in the chat?
F in the chat. And K1, oh my God, if K1 dies, we're going to call it. All right, he's okay. K1 is starting the lane at like 10% HP. Their mid lane dying.
I mean, on the plus though, I think Nisha did miss, he missed quite a few CS though.
He sure did.
So even though he was able to get that kill, he's only got 2 CS so far in that mid lane.
And they'll get kill top. Nice.
There we go.
Okay. Thank God. Good job, Sacred. Good job, Schofield. It's going to be up to them, for sure, in this early game, I would say, to be able to dictate stuff. I think the Ursa lane is going to be extremely difficult. I think this lane setup is actually really cool from Liquid.
K1, he's dead. And they can turn towards Stinger as well a little bit. Stinger's trying to turn and stand his ground against Boxy, but Boxy's going to be fine. And same to be said for Stinger, but still kept incredibly low on the HP.
Sacred.
Staying able to dodge out the Avalanche quite nicely there, Zai. Be protected with the damage reduction of the shield crash, but gotta be careful with how low he is right now.
Yeah, he could just die to a single set of spells to come out there. They don't have any mana, though, on the side of Beastcoast. I imagine the couriers are bringing something. Yeah, Mango and a Clarity coming up toward top. Yeah, really, as we were saying, because there's so much chaos that's going on. Mago actually has more CS somehow than Nisha, but...
I was saying, yeah. So it's something. I mean, what's the XP difference looking like? Nisha, he's about 3/4 of a level ahead, Nisha. Back up top. Sacred will get taken out, and Schofield also seeing it as low as he is.
All right, don't even get to talk about anything. Nice, I love it. It's just constant aggression. That's what we got last game.
3 to 4, just 2 minutes in.
All right. Nisha reestablishing himself, as you said. This lane, tough for Mago, and I think... No, I can actually say it. The lane switch up, I feel like it's really clever, actually, on the side of Liquid. Marcy and Io, very good to be able to shut down a lot of those safe lane carries, and they have the Pango in a safe lane to be able to actually withstand pressure that's coming out from the spam of something like a Snapfire. So I think it's really clever that they've actually gone for this, because K1, he's constantly under threat of dying.
Front back here.
Nice Fire Spirits.
Foxy himself.
Nice play.
Stinger here. Solid stuff from the Phoenix.
It's going to be up to him to land those Fire Spirits to stop the aggression that goes onto K1. And that's huge, because K1, he actually had a salve. So big stuff in... Wait. I don't know why he tipped him there.
No, I think it was because Insania was trying to get the catch on mid, and Schofield's like, haha, you're not going to be able to surprise my mid laner. We know you're there.
And now he's going to gank him.
He actually is. He tips him. He comes to kill him.
And Mago.
Preemptive tip there from Schofield.
He's fine.
Insania, he weren't ready for it. Insania, he weren't ready. I'll tip him back.
I love this team so much. He gives him a Z. Oh man, these guys are super fun.
I'm in the chat at each other.
Serious though, very serious on the side of Liquid. All right. All right, K1, 18 last hits too. So Stinger, I mean, he got early levels on this Phoenix, so it is making a bit of a difference down there for the pressure that they're able to apply onto K1. But they're sitting super low constantly on this Ursa and this Phoenix, so there's constant kill threat that comes out from Mickey and Boxy. Fire Spirits, can he land them? He can.
Come on. Got to back off again. Oh, he's going to be fine. Stinger doing a great effort here to keep K1 from dying in this bottom lane.
So, and yeah, Mago, I mean, it's one of those quite impossible lanes to deal with versus SF, as we said multiple times. And Nisha, yeah, 25 and 10, 23 and 10. He's reestablishing everything here. Sacred still last hitting super good. Top lane, this is the best lane for Beastcoast. This is one that they should have the best advantage first. And Schofield, I mean, he's just being active. Toss back into the tower.
He's got very far and a few one charges, Nisha. We'll bottle up, get a few rages stacked up onto Dark Mago, still holding onto the one charge to verify. There it is.
He actually dodges the chain. No way Nisha's going to be able to keep going.
I mean, he's keeping these rages stacked up.
Oh my god. What an outplay.
And I think he's going to get away.
He
Gofield's
really
going to
is.
get dragged back by the glimpse. Nisha's going to live.
Juking into the tree line, dodging the searing chain, keeping the raises going. Holy crap.
At the same time, down bottom, Mickey and Boxy, they were able to take out Stinger, who'd obviously been quite the nuisance for them so far in this bottom lane.
Wow, that was one of the craziest SF plays I've seen in a long time. That would have been huge. I mean, I like what Schofield's concept is. I love that he's playing around the mid lane, trying to get these tossbacks to try to help out Dark Mago. We don't see a lot of players do stuff like this anymore. But Schofield, he's one of the few that it will always make these relentless moves.
I mean, they had to do something to make this early game a little bit easier for the Ember.
Sure do. Nisha, though, comes back, and now he's got an illusion rune. And, oop, he even plays there for is Boxy going to tick out? Nope. I love this set, by the way. I haven't gotten to cast a game of IO with this set, I don't think.
Did you get it?
Not yet. You still can, right?
I think so, yeah. I hope
so.
Honestly, I think it was on the market, and it's a pretty good price, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, at least the other day when I checked out, about $6.
You know when he gets low, he makes a sad face?
But does he actually?
The face of the actual...
change it.
It makes like an X, the X eyes.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like a sad face. It's actually... We'll see it later. I'll try to...
We'll keep an eye out for that. Does he change on the portrait as well?
Yes, it does. It's really cute.
Well, there you go.
Top, Zai, getting over aggressive. Can they punish it?
That's difficult. Swashbuckle still there, he's fine.
Do they have a glimpse? Insania, he can't quite get it. But yeah, this Marcy absolutely free farming. Tread's finished up. 3 points in the sidekick. This lane, it's super strong. There's infinite sustain really that comes in because your IO's healing you with that sidekick as well as you hitting it for extremely high damage, and you get a crazy amount of denies.
I think we might have had Nisha there as well, popping the illusion to micro some, get multiple stacks going in the jungle for himself there.
Okay.
So full efficiency for Nisha.
Nice try.
And they actually end up losing someone up top. I mean, this is the lane that for me at least, looking at Beastcoast, this is a lane they absolutely have to win. Because the other 2 lanes, they're impossible. Mickey, they'll find Stinger. Able to dodge away, but barely even survives.
Oh,
he's still hunting.
Here come the spirits. And Taylor across the creeps there to close the gap and make sure the spirits connect. Boxy.
And now 6 on Mickey.
He's going to go straight onto K1, but backups here from Schofield. And with the avalanche onto the 2 of them, hit the toss combo as well. They take down Boxy, and Mickey's not going to have enough damage straight away to finish off K1. K1's going to be fine. Actually hit 6 himself on the kill they get onto the Boxy Zaya.
Mago looking for Insania. He'll get him. Chaos everywhere. 7 to 9, 8 minutes. A 3K lead though from Liqui with the lane setups that they've gone for.
Yeah, I mean, Nisha just gets super farmed with the way he was able to back up, clear the stacks in the jungle, and of course already with how much he's finding from that advantageous mid matchup that he was in.
Yeah, level 8 compared to Dark Mago, who's level 6. I mean, they just need to help out this man. They need to constantly making rotations up toward him. And, a mess up top. I'll talk about it after.
Yeah, bottom lane, they're going to go straight for K1. They know that his ult's on cooldown. See if they can find him. Should have a solid chance of running him down here. It's best to hide, but they'll catch him. They'll say, unavailable. K1 will fall. Yeah, what's happening up top?
They missed the bottle refill. He backpacked it. It was on cooldown. He gave it to the snap. So Mago, I mean, he still has full mana and health, but it's all about trying to enable this Ember in any type of way with rotations or with anything because of how hard that mid matchup was. These things will add up.
I mean, Schofield, he's got Stinger here, but there's 3 members of Liquid. Mickey, Insania, and Boxy. They'll find one and they'll look to find another. Drag back down to Stinger. They catch a second.
Oh, that was fancy. Nice little rebound.
12 to 7, 4K lead. It is speeding up fast this time around for Liquid.
Look at Insania. I mean, he's having fun. They're showing no mercy this game. I mean, they showed no mercy last game, but Beastcoast just played like absolute monsters this time around. Off of the lanes, they're super far behind. It's going to be a lot harder for them to do those type of plays that they did last time. And they're playing versus the IO. So when you get ahead with an IO, we always talk about how it's like a different kind of game. This IO just speeds things up very, very fast with the way that he relocates around the map, constantly outnumbers. And not just an IO, a disruptor. So they can outnumber in 2 different ways.
Amnesia. Sending over towards K1.
K1's up top.
There's no way out of this for K1.
Farewell.
In the mid, Darmago trying to find Insania with the help. A Stinger, but the tether's there. Ooh,
no way, he hit 6.
He takes him out. He's going to be able to save him. Boxy coming in last moment, keeping Insania alive, but now Stinger's going to be the one to fall. Nisha, he ends up picking up the kill on Sacred, and indeed back over on mid. Mickey's running down Darmago, throw out a Remnant. It's enough to get him away, but the spirits are coming in from Boxy. Darmago is on the retreat. Mickey's charging him down.
Under attack.
He's gonna catch him. Uh-oh.
Nisha.
He wants another.
He might even be going for more. He's still got mana to play with. Looks towards Schofield. Schofield's got an avalanche and a toss.
And he's got buddies.
But he's not got much more. Schofield dragged back into another raise from Nisha. Mega kill streak. This SF out of control completely.
Everyone out of control. They're all so high level. There's so many kills on Liquid. Everybody's level 6. The 2 supports hits it super early. I don't think Mago expected the Disruptor also to be 6 on top of the IO.
I mean, they weren't ready for that switch around, taking the SF to the mid. Dark Mago having a tough lane, and it's showing. He's going to TP top.
Okay, good kisses.
Able to dodge the Requiem initially, at least not catching sort of the full point of the attack straight on top of him, but he still gets clipped by the fear, so will die. It was a cute attempt to try and take down Nisha, but didn't end up being enough. Nisha still gets away. Bottom lane, Zai.
Uh-oh, K1.
He can get the ult off, and K1 indeed, he's already used his Enrage. So Zai, he can get another connection with the Rolling Thunder. And it's going to be up the mark with the shield crash. May have needed that damage to actually finish the kill, and indeed, with the shield crash missing, Zai won't be able to finish it straight away. He's
going to keep going
down. I mean, it's low cooldowns, of course, on the spells of the Pangolier. And shield crash is back up, and this time the second one will finish the deal.
They're so high level. Zai level 9. K1 level 7. 0 and 4 on this Ursa. Devastating for Beastcoast this time around. The name of the game still is going to be cause panic all over the place, try to look for any type of setup, but that kind of was their big move just before. The egg and the kiss is committed, and they don't get the big kill.
Anisha just too high leveled and a bit too tanky at this point to burst, even with the use of their ultimates.
This is all pre-BKB on him, and Mago, can he get out? Flint, Insane's trying to time it. Won't get it right.
Well, actually ends up... See Dark Mago right on top of him. Doesn't mean he's in under sort of threat as Dark Mago. He'll head for the Arcane Rune instead.
Tip him. Yeah, tip Insania. Gave him the Arcane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think it's this double switch up, right from Liquid. Sending the SF mid, sending the IO Marcy bottom, having the Pango top. All three lanes just went amazing. I didn't expect top to go as good as it did for Liquid, but it ends up being amazing as Zai is kind of just a mid laner from the safe laner now. He almost has Diffusal finished up on top of Arcane Corrosion and a Ring of Health. Gonna have pretty insane timings for him. Beastcoast trying to find something going their way, but Liquid's responding.
Is under attack. Dire's
He's
top
TP'd
tower
over
has
Insania,
fallen.
but I don't think they'll want to fight.
Radiant's
Maybe if
bottom
K1 sticks around too long, we'll go for the glimpse back. They're trying to bait something. I'll get the kisses out from them, but the dive forward's in. As Mickey's in trouble. K1's able to take him out. They'll use the supernova. Liquid's not going to be able to finish the egg, so they've got to retreat from this.
Inside? Can they get him too? That'd be difficult while he's rolling.
Do Liquid want to fight 3 versus 5? I don't think so. Dark Mago,
he's in.
He's ready to die. In under the tier 2, he will get glimpsed back, but the toss is there, and they'll take out Zai as well. All right, Beastcoast strike back.
Can they get Nisha?
And if they catch him with the avalanche, falling pretty low to the sun ray, and he's wrong manner himself.
A toss.
And they're still on top of him. They get him. Another one for Beastcoast. And they start losing some heroes in return. No, they just end up getting another. They take out Insania.
Here comes Mickey. What? Stinger? What? Whoopsie. Hello.
He continues on the return dive. That will cost him his life, but if anything, takes the attention away from Schofield and K1, who will actually be able to retreat out of that.
At least they're trying to still play aggressive. Every time they have their ults, it looks like they're just going to try to make these moves. Even though they're so far on the back versus Liquid, they're still looking to try to make these aggressive plays. 36 kills total in 14 minutes. We're almost at 3 kills a minute, Owen.
Yeah, who was able to get the kill on Nisha there? Yeah, Schofield, right. It helps towards his Blink Dagger funds, and yeah, 1,600 gold pretty much towards the Blink Dagger. He's going to be able to get a good timing on that.
Not bad. Not bad at all, considering for him. But looking at Mago, he needs these kills. This poor Ember Spirit, very poor, very starved. I mean, I still love how aggressive they're playing.
They're diving tier 2s.
Mago.
He'll be fine. Oh, Willie, Remnant's out.
Oh my. He is okay for now. They're making the move over. Kisses back up in 10. I feel like every time there's kisses up, make a move with Sacred. Definitely still have kill threat on some of these heroes pre-BKB. Mickey soon has his. Same thing for Nisha. So that window for them to be able to use these good magic damn abilities, it's going to be a lot harder for them to execute. Very soon. So they're looking to keep pace up. Beastcoast. Okay, this is clever. K1. He feels the need to go Diffusal this game too. He's like, I can't go Battle Fury. It's just not gonna happen.
It's a good shout. He's gonna be able to play aggressive with this Aegis. Liquid, they're not sensing this at all. It's a free Aegis here for the Ursa.
Nicely done. Cool moves. And Mago, he's on the hunt. He needs to get some kills though. December. He's 1 in 5. Might be able to find Insania, but Insania might turn onto him. Whoop, just kidding.
Insania won't want to drop the Static Storm hit.
I guess they didn't want to bring the relocate. I thought they were going to maybe Static Storm set up for it, but guess not.
Some sort of setup mid as well. Won't get it. Minute power rune, it's going to be up top. Dark Margo, be able to grab it. DD.
It's a big one.
Definitely enable him in the next fight. McKay attempt to stand his ground against K1. Backup's coming in. They're from box seat. McKay still having a lot of swipes stacking up on him. He's got to be careful how close he gets to the bear, but the disarm's there from Zai. He can commit straight back in onto K1 and we'll get him. That's the Aegis out.
He's pushing the limits.
Kisses are coming in. And McKay, he's got the BKB and same to be said for Nisha. They're going to take down K1, but not before K1 indeed is able to take down him. McKay will fall. Nisha using the Requiem, pushes back the 3 of them. Zai with the Rolling Thunder controls this snap fire. The Sacred goes down. Dark Margo remnants away in time before the Static Storm will catch him. They'll settle for Schofield instead. Dragging back the Tiny. Liquid, they'll find a third.
They want Mago still. Zai He'll crash, won't be enough.
A stinger. He's still sticking around. We're seeing if he can maybe get the kill onto Insania. He nearly does.
There's a glimpse up in 3. They don't even need it. They're just gonna hit the egg.
Yeah, they'll take it down, no problem.
That was a very ambitious egg there.
He wanted to kill Insania. I mean, Dark Margo, he wants to kill Insania as well, but the heal. Oh my goodness. Yeah, just in time from Boxy. I think Dark Margo might have even had that if the heal wasn't there.
No matter what happens, this is easily the funnest series, even if it ends up being a 2-0. I love the way Beastcoast is just relentlessly running at them, even when they're this far behind.
I mean, hey, you know, they kill Mickey.
True. Mickey, I mean, maybe kills himself a little bit there, but yes, they do get Mickey. Stands his ground there versus the Ursa. How many stacks did he have? 14.
I mean, he was hit a lot. Yeah, those last few right clicks hitting hard.
Radiant's top tower.
Oh man, this is a very enjoyable game.
He's having a great time.
Yeah.
He's got all the money in the world right now. 11,000 net worth on this SF. A beautiful game from him.
He is, I mean, about right. I always mention it. 10K at 20. This is just blowing it out of the park.
Up in the mid.
Okay.
Boxy is here. Okay. Side kick and heal up. Schofield's got his blink dagger though.
Okay, and did you see what Mago queued up? This is some desperation stuff. He's got the Deso queued up.
I mean, it's the way to go.
Did he switch it right when I said it? Oh, I bought the Javelin. Come on, man. I always get excited. I always get excited for it.
That's more like it.
Boxy leading the charge. They scout Schofield. They see his blink. He's able to get away.
Mickey still wants to go.
Okay, oh, and I'm not going to lie. I may love this IO set, but I really do not like the noise of the spirits from it. They're quite noisy. Zai. Wants blood.
Okay, Sacred. See if they can maybe get Dark Margo as well. Guys closing the gap. Dark Margo, he looks to be in trouble. He's got the run out, but they were ready. Static Storm set up in position, ready for him to jump over to his Remnant and catch him.
Mickey even jumping in the base to look for another one.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're hunting them down there at this point. Nisha tower dropped, level 15, level 16 in fact.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, what's the closest level to him right now?
13 on Zai.
Yeah, quite the gap, and of course the closest from Beastcoast is the level 12 on K1. I mean, he's just so far ahead right now, Nisha.
K1 is getting closer and closer to BKB, but with this build, it's a build that you have to just fight with. So every single time they do lose one of these fights, it feels that much worse for the side of Beastcoast. And poor Dark Mago, he has no breathing room. This poor man.
Dire's top tower is under
level 10 on the Ember to the 16 Shadow Fiend. What, do you hear those spirits?
I mean, what's down to the normal spirits, man?
They're just quite that. I mean, maybe that's the companion cube one, actually.
That is, I mean, it is loud.
It's a little loud.
It's definitely louder than the other one. I do like how it turns into a fish, though, and swimming around. That's very cool. Anyway, back in the mid. That's a dead Ember Spirit, unfortunately, for Dark Margo, knocked out again.
He literally can get no room.
No, he gets out on the map now. They've got the ways to catch and kill him very easily.
10K lead. I mean, we got an exciting game. Or game one, sorry. This was exciting, but very one-sided. Aghanim's now. All right.
All right. He's ready to save people, Sacred.
Radiant's middle tower.
Or send people to death.
Send them in. Yeah.
Send in Dark Mago. No, they can actually do fun plays with Schofield. But he's just going to send a creep in for now. But yeah, they can do fun plays with Schofield where he sends him in, the toss back, and Schofield blinks out. So they could get some kills here, potentially. Not easy, though. 14,000 net worth at 20 minutes and 50 seconds on Nisha.
Oh, Mickey.
Radiant are scanning.
Can they punish him? He has BKB.
Gonna get the combo. Pretty low with the Sun Ray, and he'll keep his cool, won't pop the BKB. Now Nisha's in with the BKB himself. The Supernova's there in time to dodge the Requiem, but he won't dodge death. Stinger goes down, another kill for Nisha.
Can they get a catch?
They're going to send him in. K1 lands. K1, he's going to find himself straight on top of Insania. They're going to try and get this jump forward as well with Schofield, but Zai, he's already in with the Rolling Thunder. Mickey pops the BKB, he gets to dispose, focusing down Schofield as Schofield will fall. The Rolling Thunder continues to clip on the Dark Margo. Also gets hit by the disarm. They're trying to bring down at least the IO. K1 will manage to do it, takes him down, Boxy. But Mickey turns back in with a rebound. Another kill for him. Nisha's in with the raises on towards Sacred. Triple kill for Mickey. Everybody dying here on Beastcoast. As now out, respawning. It's only the poor old Phoenix left alive to try and defend against this Liquid. They've got the 4 of them in play still.
And that, you know, the Snapfire Ags there, it actually does both. It gets him a kill and gets him killed. So there you go. And Nisha he's too farmed. The Ursa stands on top of him for a second, just gets piked away. Can't actually keep the chase going for Nisha.
I mean, again, considering the deficit they're playing at, not a bad start to just trying to enable this Ursa with the BKB and defusal on K1 and getting that first kill, and also being able to take the life of Boxy here towards the end. But it just wasn't enough.
No, definitely not. At least they get something.
Yeah, Nisha as well, I believe, having an arcane rune popping throughout that whole fight.
Level 18 on Nisha. They're so far ahead. It's just so hard for Beastcoast to fight. Even when they have all their ults, just too impossible for them to fight. Stinger, only level 11 still. I only say that it's not like bad to be level 11 at this point, but with the way that he had started the game getting the XP, thought he would be able to maybe have that 12 early on. I don't think it would have mattered, but level 1 Ag, they just shred right through it with ease. Has to smoke himself away. Zai actually fakes out that Rolling Thunder. Where do they go from here?
Zai can't really do this on his own. Dark Margo.
Dark Mago, he's finished his first item. The poor lad. Will lead the entire game. But as he finishes his first item, Mika finishes his third. The Bastards online.
They're going to try to sneak another Roshan.
I mean, Insania looks like he might be walking over to check it. They're actually going to get away with it again.
They didn't scout it out quite yet. They might just get another Roshan.
They scanned.
Oh, no.
It's going to die, though.
They're not checking it out, though.
Okay.
All right. They get the second Roshan as well. Aegis and Shard. It's all into the hands of K1.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Baby steps.
Oh, they're in. K1, he's in on top of Boxy, pops the BKB, focuses the eye. They get Boxy first. Now it's towards Mickey, but Mickey Jones falling on the Stinger. Stinger not going to get the chance to pop the super, but he'll try for the TP out, but the bash is there. As the Aegis has gone, Nisha, he's going to set up for the Requiem timing, and it is there. Perfect.
Well, at least they got the Roche.
No, that's
Nisha with the big smile again. He's like, oh, free setup. Oh, man. I mean, a good attempt there. Everything being used. They can't even get the egg off, though. Even if it does go off, he just dies. Insania, he wants to get the glimpse. Oh.
And he's going to get it.
He gets him.
Another one here for Liquid. Disposes well on a Schofield. They may even be able to threaten the Tiny as well. Actually, with the fortification, they'll respect the tower. They're getting a little bit low themselves.
Insania spams help. Please. Full Aghanims for Zai. Insania's about to have the boots of the bearing. Anisha, he's just breaking records. I think this is the Butterfly level 20 now coming out. Can they toss him into the base? Oh, not quite that far though.
Try and get him a toss back. They will get his courier. So his Butterfly will be delayed at least. The problem is he has pretty much every other item under the sun right now. I don't think he's going to be too worried that one of them's taken away. Zai will... well, he's dead. I mean, they could look to go. Look, Pangolier, go for the toss. He's going to get the toss back. The Supernova's there as well. Liquid aren't going to be able to focus down the 8th. They've got to get out of the range of it. They'll turn towards Schofield. Schofield will die for this. It's K1. Takes out Boxy. Now with the BKB pop, he can look for more. He goes towards Mickey. Mickey's in trouble as well. A triple kill for K1. Beastcoast, they'll hold on. Oh, the cookie. Oh my goodness, how did that not catch him? That was so close. That was... They nearly had a shot at taking down Nisha as well. All right, they're still in on this one, Fop.
They punished the big greed there, of course, from Liquid. I mean, Zai just rolls into the base.
Just rolling in.
Takes tier 4s and dies to some auto attacks. A little bit of a slip up there, but a good toss back stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, great call from Schofield with the buyback. Sacred.
And he's alone.
I guess a little too carried away there. I think he felt that he could maybe take down the tier 1 tower. He could not.
He started feeling good after that last situation.
What is this?
The state of the game was reminded to him.
See there with the progress of Nisha this game. Pretty much kind of soaring ahead, at least about 50% greater net worth than the average you'd have on an SF at this point on this patch.
Massive.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Butterfly's still dead though. But you know what's gonna happen when this courier respawns? He's gonna get a full butterfly and a full data list delivered.
That's true.
And back in the base to get caught. Pretty much the whole game is just reliant on tossbacks, and if they can hope that Liquid overextends for now. K1 still getting some good amount of farm, but he needs, honestly, if he gets maybe one more item, then there's a chance. The problem is that Mago he still has no game. This Ember Spirit, Kaya Maelstrom, he has 112 last hits. K1 might be farmed, but the rest of the core is just not having that type of game.
Precious bounty.
And yeah, there's the data list. Nisha. 30 seconds till his butterfly comes back.
Some of these new items as well. Take the Mindbreaker for now. That's quite the noise.
It's noisy, I'm telling you, man. It's noisy. I was clicking on him for a while because I was like, do I actually want this?
I mean, it's out. You
can I disable?
Deafen the enemy.
Can I disable the noise? It still looks cool enough. All right, Isha. 5 seconds till that courier does respawn. And that's gonna be a juicy one. A Blaster Egg now also. He can pass that over to his IO. Oh, did he send it back to base? Oh, I guess he did. Good item on either of the supports. Schofield looking for somebody.
Hunting for Dark Margo.
Oh no, Margo!
They're in with the jump. Schofield will offer up an avalanche. BK, he's already out with the BKB. The bashes are there as well. Dark Margo's gone.
It's Stinger.
He's gonna get away.
Nicely done, at the least. But poor Mago, just let him play.
I won't get any more though, Liquid. The Beastcoast. Oh, okay, mate, they'll get Schofield.
Oh, they will.
They did find him up top. Maybe not actually, with the toss over and the blink back up. K1, he actually gets in and kills off Instania because the fight's kind of split. They've got to push for more at Beastcoast. K1, see what he can get. Can he get his hands on Boxy?
No, they're coming. They got to run now. Beastcoast.
Now it's time to back off. They've lost Schofield off to the side. Nisha did end up finishing him off. Jump forward with a rebound. They're in, but now K1, he's going to try and return fire over towards Mickey. Stinger will not be saved. Lies up on the high ground. It's left to K1 and Sacred to try and escape.
And it's Nisha. He did get his items delivered.
Mickey's in. He's going to get the catch on Sacred. Pulls him out of the safety of the base. K1 will jump forward aggressively. Not with the time, he's able to take it off and he's able to kill Mickey. K1 gets the kill, but he will fall here to the physical damage of Nisha.
Oh my lord, Mago!
A couple of hits from Nisha and Dark Margo's in trouble. They'll run it away, but the right clicks follow up. As Nisha gets the triple. Zai starting to play around with him close to the fountain.
Oh, Zai?
Sacred begging here for it to stop. Whoa! That was a beautiful throw. As the Schofield just got thrown into the ring to the finish. It's not enough damage to kill Zai. And indeed, it looks like it may be game over.
Oh wait, Box is pulling him into the fountain.
Oh, wait, what? Okay. Be careful. Notification is up. Stinger has just killed your offlaner.
Nisha.
All right.
Okay.
There's a supernova.
No, just
all right, Box.
He's got dive up. Oh, okay, the Mindbreaker.
That's what got Mago killed as well earlier.
Yeah,
the Mindbreaker. Yep. He got the hit on him earlier and he just died in that one
the game ain't over yet. They keep it going. I mean,
for the fun of it, they're keeping it going.
You know, Sacred made the request for them to stop, but stop winning, stop beating us, and it kind of worked. This game's not over yet.
Boxy said, okay. Whenever I see these IOs do that, it's to relocate your teammate into the fountain and instantly buy Ghost Scepter and pop it. And just let the fountain hit them. It's the grief play from these IOs. I swear I've never done it. Mago? Oh no.
You just started stop.
My friend. Let him play. That's 25 on Nisha.
What's he getting next?
He has the arcane blink. He pretty much has it done. 30 minutes and he's 6 slotted. Just about. 31 minutes.
He's got 27 kills.
Yes, he does.
27, 2 and 8 here on the SF.
Set up for success. He's the only one not clowning around, I feel like. Nisha, full business.
Oh, Sonya.
Oh.
Let's go. He knew that someone was there.
But they gotta hide. There's the relocate.
He's got TP.
Xenia, he wants blood.
Oh, he's under a sentry. All right, easy kill for K1.
Gets blood, but it's his own. 2 hits. Has to pop the Ghost Scepter just in case, because Nisha might 2-shot him. Schofield, where's these toss plays? Okay, so toss onto Phoenix, and Phoenix Icarus dives into the fountain, right? That's the next plays.
Is in. Oh,
no!
Phoenix! K1's gonna get jumped forward as well. Let's see the Requiem. He teased around, but he won't commit with it quite yet. Nisha, they'll turn over towards K1. K1 getting bashed up by Mickey. He's trying to get back up towards the bases. BKB soon to be coming around. K1 jumps forward with the Earth Shot, but ties it with a swashbuckle. Cuts down the two of them, Sacred and K1. No buyback available on them.
Dark Mago, don't step up.
Zai, run. He's jumping forward. Nisha coming in. Oh, the Rain's attack damage there. Hit with the 25. Just takes him out in one hit. 4 dead on Beastcoast. They've had enough.
Oh my god. The Nisha show from start to finish. 1 raise. That's all it took. I mean, Mago was at full HP, but either way. 56 to 27 must be one of the highest kill scores in 32 minutes.
It's got to be one of the highest individual scores as well. At least we've seen in a while, right?
Yeah.
29 kills.
Cloud, if he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... We'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these multiple kisses. There is still that buyback for the Beastmaster though. Let's see. He wants to get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines into the vortex as well. It could be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save. Though he saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much time. Kami's gonna go down. Did you get the kill onto Leffington there as well? So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Going down to the hooks. Yatsuro's still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the potion Storm Spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leffington once again. That's the dieback on the Disruptor. And Yatsuro, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid. Hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed up by Collapse. One more right click. He goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds. And now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys him. And he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. When you literally cannot be stunned, how do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though. Inside the Static Storm Mirror, he has that Lotus going, and now if Zofra actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out. The Pod King, he's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get a kill onto the Storm Spirit. Can they take down the Pudge? They're going to be able to catch him, cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud. Everybody inside of Hydra, they just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of Team Spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? Diving Warwick though, they're going to be able to get damage. They get 2, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose Happy. Is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphlin. Bilal wants to come right back into this fight because you have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks, you know, just do it by foot, it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast. That's just so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, they get do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphlin. No way Warwick defends this.
That's pretty much control, right? They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Scouts, you want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. In a Palace, strong in by that by the disruptor, and now the BKB from win. It's back up once more. In a Palace, and Sumail is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right back towards tomorrow. Trying to run from everybody on the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive. Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left to this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's a divide right there here. They're going in on Q. There's the hit. Okay, get that hit off. 123. Knocked away. He's dead.
Oh my god. Nothing. Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the
AU picks it up. I shot him twice. The dive yet.
Go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory.
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead. They need to have good vision, good execution to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Our Bulbaca, Red Panda, this would be huge if we can find it. Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stone from Lulu. He's thrown now over the Bulbaca. There. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's going to be one down as White Album, the dodge, to hide away, the heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the PKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him, who has to back away. We have lost White Album again, and now Mango in trouble. Q is going to drop. Aster, these fight so well, and they couldn't take down that Undying before you took out.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. That's the ball. Big finish for it.
You got the
Stun is out on the today. Didn't have a BKB available. Bulbaca dropping low. The 10th on back in. They have a off Bulbaca. Doesn't look like he could. The Black Hole is there. That's on the agent. He doesn't have multi to come back. And Aster, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Aster full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the shot. That's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Static Storm, able to then get up the slash column from away.
Back, they have that trying to keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. Pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet goes now. A lot of trouble, but they managed to kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Really getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down. Pops the PKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. With the avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. Then Monet is way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Ares did JP. Oh,
they're done.
Okay.
I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out, not really ever been in the league, he hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Everyone's just standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song. Blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo blown up by Collapse. Has to fight back. Yatoro gets off his BKB. Pure with another song. Sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse BKBs runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, Nightfall. Hazy on disc refresher. Blinks to high ground. Gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out. Aegis claimed. Lol in the fire. Still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit
nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base. They don't catch Nightfall on the way out. He's blinked out of the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's going to find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with this rapier damage, will make short work of a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable. Laurel, the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the 2 supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Naga was trying to set and prep there. And Yatoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together. He is a monster.
Oh, Pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's going to get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're going to be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Rangers up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There's no buyback or collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons. It's vulnerable. Gets away from there. Help of the Glimmer Cave to jump in from Lol. Disruption, self-save. Barracks taken out. Lol. Oh, tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of Lol. It's Lol. Puck is all over the place. Now they go into GPK though. Aiming for the puck. They're going to find him at long last. They get him and the rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Oh no.
Oh, you see that? I'm not crazy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he phase shift and accidentally ended it.
There's an Axe Blessing recipe. There's a rapier. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere.
An Axe Blessing recipe. What's that there? Okay. Not sure what the story on that one is. Meanwhile, Save, I think he had a refresher charge, right? Because Laurel dove him, he disrupts himself, and he tries to kill him again after it. Save just refreshes, and then uses it again. How did they not got the breaker?
Now there's another DD. I don't think they care. Toronto Tokyo is going to take it, is he? Oh yes, the Jakiro with the rapier.
Coming to feed it back to them, guys.
My goodness. There's Mega Creeps on one side. Top lane Barracks still standing on Team Spirits. Are we waiting for next Roshan, Trent?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like BetBoom have such a good chance of winning these fights right now. They just can't get, like, swarmed in the back line.
They missed the stun on BK. He's trying to hold his ground, but look at my dodge! Oh my god, Yatoro shreds. Where'd he go? Daedalus hits, refreshes, blinks forward, kills off Save as well. SD's gone, TP home. Get the hell out of here, BetBoom now.
He's lucky he didn't get coiled. Dude. Leshrac vanished.
He looked okay until he didn't.
Until he got hit for 1,350 damage from a single right click? Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Right until that.
Ow.
Luckily, Toronto Tokyo was not there to feed the rapier back, so that's good.
And now Team Spirit running down lanes, coming for the Radiant base. Balls are still there to hold on to. Oh, this has got to be mentally debilitating for Bet Boom.
Mini 71 minutes.
Team Spirit is wearing them down.
The admins have been on, you know, they told them, nope, these guys. The longer this game goes, the harder things are.
Well, it's like Moomiander was saying in that Seb documentary. You know, this isn't Dota you're playing. This is a slogfest. You're gonna wait it out and play 60-minute games. Long ass ones. There's a long line. Watch get very far forward. He unders from Mira, but then dying will fall inside the Radiant base. He'll as Mira gets off one last finger of death and the turn from Yatro. They kill GPK. It's a dialect on the ledge. Naga now in trouble. Song of the Siren trying to buy a bit of time, but Yatro moves forward, gets the damage in. He's dead. Oh god. It all comes crumbling apart for Bet Boom now.
Wait,
back. They're on to Mira. The kill off Nightfall save though, and lol. He opens up on them. The howitzer is here. Massive 40 mil cannon just shattering into Bet Boom. Drow saved by the rip. The soul is everyone dying. There's two. And she's called it over. Team Spirit.
Look at them. Look at Mira.
Oh my god.
The shard to anybody who would listen at the Lima Major.
Which was nope.
Which, yeah, nobody's taken him up on it yet. But if you see a shard being picked up by any team at the Lima Major that speaks English, you could probably source it.
It's good. This shard is actually good. I don't know how you get there. That's all. I actually got a better game as a word recently with the shard.
Pretty good.
I think that's really good.
Oh,
yeah. Slark with that shard is crazy. It's actually a broken strat. If Jowly don't use still on top, he'd be taking that. Maybe that enemy needs to get back to the top. Shadow Walk is way back to the top. And then if you read it for 1,000 comments, but because I say it and nobody
I will say the other good thing about Bounty Hunter, but is we've got two different memes here. The Bounty Hunter shard, the Magnus Ags. He does have extremely high base armor, and again, probably has the highest base armor, starting base armor in the game, which can make him really good at the laning phase for trading.
Yeah. He's versatile. Terrible. Oh, yeah. And frontline a little bit with this young support, but again,
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. TSM FTX victory!
Midas was being, so they have an inkling that this is going on, but they jump forward, find the Son of Spectre. The Doom is there, Force Staff, keeping him alive and on the other side of the fissure, but there's way too much damage, and the rundown is going to be there. MC is gone, GH is gone, and looking for more. 9 jumps back in, finds Kuro too, tries to get out of there, does not have a way to escape. Mar is completely under control, he too is gonna die. Buybacks are coming in. Amar realizes he can't do that cancel TP, but eyes on the prize. Tundra trying to close this one out, close this series out. The quick 2-0 as they set their sights now onto the tier 4 towers. There is a buyback still on Spectre. No damage. The BKB is out though, and now the turn, the break, the finish. Amar dies a second time. MC on top of Snake King managed to find that kill. Sumail still controlled. Does manage to get the blink back and away. MC, they're gonna go back in for more. They can't, but Sumail, just barely. Sumail got to be controlled. They got him there with the Gleipnir, and it's only MC left alive as Tundra start hitting these tier 4 towers.
With this Unleash, with the damage coming through from the Psychic now as well. Watch Buckle though, it's actually going to be the Morphin stealing that Pango form. And he's doing anything about this because it's going to be hexed out, so we have the damage to kill him off. It looks like this one's going to get loaded right back now as well, but he's not going to be able to get the kill. In fact, he just drag him closer to him, be able to clean up the side of one move. They have no cause now. Aintrad, the only one left alive in terms of cause. 3 heroes dead for the next at least 70 seconds. And this is going to be it. Yeah, Bet Boom just come in. They're going to start to go up the base, not even needing to go for Baggers here. As you can see, they just want to end it here and now. In fact, even diving into the bounce now as well, where the hook comes out. Morblin is going to be a good. He's got Satanic. We're going to force that away to tell him to save coming up from stage. He's then really cocky on this Morblin, but it's paying off, and yeah, they're just going to be able to dive into the fountain once again. And the fountain farm these heroes, cleaning it up. GG is going to be called after 45 minutes here. One move. They look great in game number 1. They look pretty good in game number 3 here as well, but boom, they just had enough out of them in game number 2.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Be right. I keep my enemies close.
Mixed up
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant victory.
Away from enemy, it's
like your
not
guys
really
just dying
getting them
because
anything. Watson, they got so bad down. I think they can
generally
save it.
forward the Bible is also good with the strategy, which is why the reason
That first one, easy pickup. Behind tower, but he's got to be careful. His alchemist is actually pretty dangerous because literally rocks that are really points down. And then you get more minus armor out of Athens Grave for a physical damage nuke of an unstable concoction. It's a deadly mixture. You're winning for lanes here, Ricky.
They
have to play to defend power.
Won't finish him off.
Radiant's bottom tower.
That's going to be 2-0 here for the side of
He's not having a whole lot of fun with this. 10 stick charges, but he did manage to at least hit single stacks off of the Mountain Strength.
Then refuses to commit.
Sanaba.
Bounty.
Vanish. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Warriors of the Wood.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Сейчас поиграем. Сейчас поиграем.
Radiant's Ancient is under attack.
Ultimately, this game kind of comes down to just who jumps who. There he goes. Save him. They have a save? Nothing. They've got the coil locking him down. They kick away the bear, but it's not good enough. Meanwhile, that 5 talent with the back lines getting demolished. John Well is going to be able to get away. The Sapphire couldn't quite finish him off. Let's see if they can force the buyback. Surely they will, but is Geek Slate going to be able to get a successful fight to use of that buyback?
One of these wolves is bigger than the other.
Yeah, but it's not that big wolf you gotta worry about.
It's the little one. X. They're trying to force this punch by, but he is holding it. Discipline. Doesn't care about the racks. And I agree. What the hell do racks mean? It's out. Get the heck.
I mean, they need a kickback. I think he'll buy back once they get a kickback from the
Re-Wolf. Need a pressure charge. Round 2.
He's well put into use. Kill the top. And he died fast in that little interaction. Now the buyback goes out from Scam. He really won't get this though. You want to go for this Ursa. They managed to get the scythe on him now. He silenced up on the
probably had to get to eat anything. He goes for the refresh. He got psyched as well. He just went for a dieback. Dubu just commits with the help of everybody else on the side of Bleed, and they die. Forced now on the run, but Bleed are running down Geek Slate Heroes. They have just demolished them. There is no chance, no shot on the side of Geek Slate to fight back against this lineup this late.
We're not winning the late game man fight here. Then Dubu's taking it to mad attack speed. He just runs in. Right here, where's the Manners not getting it pushed in. Drop it. Oh, look at that damage coming in from the kids as well. The back line, Cox being assaulted. Cord's not gonna let him get away. Get forced down. Back into hell. What is this man fight?
Satanic against all these heroes. What is happening? It's so alive, but eventually they Satanic at the BK can't get in. Oh, the snowball thing. Maybe trying to pick him up. Okay, now they got him maybe the order. They can control him up. Enough force down. No way. Don't let Force get away now. This is the end of the game. The Giants Ring gets him over this Sprout. Finishes off the Nature's Prophet. Jenny's down. Finally died, but they haven't really gone through buybacks off the lead. They've got all their buybacks ready to go, so that is going to be it. Finally, GG is going to be called, and Bleed hit their first series win here in the CD.
Really do not want to give this one up, but they may just have to here. Oh, there's 3 man. It's over. It's over. It's all over. Just show them mercy. Throw the towel. Just stop giving this man highlights. It's too much for one day.
Gonna stun the AM. Stop hitting my tower.
They see Kiyotaka.
They do. Yeah, they've got the Roar on the coil. Who comes is out? The Hand of God in the green. Trying to buy some time. Kiyotaka surviving. He pulls away. AM now in trouble, and Aegis is claimed up. Ironcrad trapped in the Sprout. And HR still fighting the Wukongs. Cow. They can't catch the AM. Too quick to blink away. Has the counter spell up, but Ramsey's held his Dragon Tail. They've got him now. AM dead twice. Gilgary's a dragon, but even with that Ghost Scepter burning alive, the root will catch him. Prophet finds the control. Poor Afterlife dead to Kiyotaka, and Ramses with a mega kill streak clear through one move.
Just not sure. I think that might be it, Gary.
Yeah, even with a triple buyback. Yeah, Puck, Rubik, Beastmaster, there's the third one. No AM for 30 seconds. The building's a forfeit. Enchantress lift up and drag away from Rubik. Saves her for the meantime.
Let's say Kiyotaka's clear to have a little bit of fun now at this point.
It's go time. Do what you want. We got 32-minute tumbler toy.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, good, great item, by the way.
that thing is busted now. If there's any item I agree has to be like removed from the game, we do need a new cycle of neutral items.
Oh, no fight with fire, they say. So I'll just go fight with an arcane rune instead.
Have fun with mega creeps.
Yep.
Arcane Storm bottled up.
I mean, they did make a hell of a comeback last game. You know, what is 0% even?
But is that what it is? Oh, yeah, you're right.
It is a 0 currently.
Well, Try 1v5. Okay, Ramses has arrived. Bring everybody in. Jump on the side. There's Kiyotaka finding Rubik dead. Puck gone. No buybacks available. That's the end of game 3 in this series. Anti-Mage pummeled down, and GG is called. Hellraisers will take things in the end. A very close one though. Series overall. I think one move. Very gonna be proud of themselves the past couple of series.
Because he's doing so much damage, but yeah, overwhelming makes more sense because you have a ton of strength.
Yeah, and coming through here now as well. I mean, Kami, he's going to be coming forwards. You see Happy in the river as well. Shigetsu throws himself in the self-clip easy. He's really away from this fight and just he needs to wait for them to come back and pull that. He gets 2 kills, he takes down both supports. Trying to go for even more Melduel. He's got that BKB going, but they're looking for the fight, and Malik trying to get himself away from this one. The Chain Frost bounces around, but Malik, can he get himself out? He's going to be polarized. Manaboy comes through. Lefington, he's surviving through all this. You get to, he's losing all his teammates. He gets dragged back in. He's going to get killed off.
High ground miss, you're not gonna be all that lucky. There was one high ground miss there from Happy, and the second one does get on top of Melodril. Yeah, at this point in the game, you just can't do anything. That was an Aghanim Scepter reveal from the Disruptor. The thing is, you just get it on the CK, and you can literally see what Hydra are doing in this one. They are running in with heroes. They don't care about the Mana Void, and then once the Mana Void is used, War can do whatever the hell he wants. And Anti-Mage, you don't really want to commit wholeheartedly, but at some point you see that your teammates are dying, and you have to, and then at that point it's just game over. So the way that Hydra are approaching these fights, you can see that Na'Vi at this point, at least in a straight up 5 versus 5, they've gone no shot.
No, and it was kind of rough that the anti-mage, he was clicking himself to try and get a D-ward, or see where the dive vision was, and for about 2 or 3 seconds he just had to watch his teammates die. By the time he gets into this fight, both of the supports were already dead.
Oh, let's see, Daniel, he does get his ulti onto the storm.
He's dead. He might be able to kill off the Storm Spirit, though. He will go down. That's going to be a big one. The buyback comes down now. He's going to try and chip the targets onto Lefington. Lefington, can he get himself away with the tether? In fact, they want to fight back into this. They take down the Primal Beast. Primal Beast has to buy back. Big dive in from Warwick now as well. Trying to get on top of Melduel. Melduel, does he lose his life? He absolutely does. He's dead for 105 seconds. No buyback. Daniel, he might be the next one to go down, and this is just going to be Hydra. After having such a slow start, and Na'Vi looking so good coming into this game, Hydra are just absolutely cleaning up in these fights. They take down the anti-mage low. Can he get the kill into the Primal Beast once again? Malik, he's caught out. He's not going to be able to get himself up to the fountain. It's 3 heroes dead on the side of Na'Vi, and it's just looking like Hydra looking to take over the base. GG's a call, and this is going to be a 2-0 series here for Hydra.
2 games in a row, Hydra played the same way. I think from start to finish, they never felt.
Camera, he's having too good of a time. Don't level for BKB, that's a bit of the good clips with Ubi and Rage. This is the last stage ever trying to get the shield. Pull back one status for the range there. He's got nowhere to go from it. Hit the counter to TK, the final war is on the Emperor. He's already called GG in the lane. He's still got a long smiles damage out now. And this is the LGG takes the 2 over Aster. Aries getting minutes on the team white. And he's a clear the 2 open. You gotta send TSGL to keep their loot lead. I know that they're playing against
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Now, victory!
It's all about the money. Bling, bling.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. They have a bomb. They have a man. Literally just as simple as just like skewer, isolate somebody so you can get
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They want to have a Nora buyer.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
They kind of want to as well. So that's fair way to play.
Dire's bottom barracks the Radiant now have Mega.
It's like okay when you force Roshan stuff.
Dire's structures are
Wait, never mind. You're done. Smart. I figured it out. All right. DB. It's gonna go the Aghanim Yeah, the Aghanim Scepter is very
All of my hats. All 30 of them.
Dyer's middle tower has fallen.
30 hats. My Dota hats.
Radiant
Well, as Cloud, if he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... We'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these Mortimer Kisses. There is still that buyback to the Beastmaster though. Let's see. Let's get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines into the Vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save. Well, though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much time. Kami's going to go down. They do get the kill onto Leffington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Going down to the hooks. Yatsuro's still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the poaching storm spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leffington once again. That's the dieback on the Disruptor, and Yaturo, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid. Hook. He's in the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed by Collapse. One more right click, he goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys it, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though. Inside the Static Storm Mirror, he has that Lotus going, and now if Zofra actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out from Podking. He's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get a kill onto the Storm Spirit. Can they take down the Pudge? They're going to be able to catch him, cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud. Everybody inside of Hydra, they just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of Team Spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get it. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose Happy. Is this the dieback? They do, to break the Liqui sphere though. Morphlin. Law wants to come right back into this fight because he have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks. You know, they just do it by foot, it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast. That's just so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, he can't. Do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphlin. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
You want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice. Strong in by the Disruptor, and now we're going to be getting the win it back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Jamil is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right it back towards tomorrow. Trying to run from everybody on the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Radiant's middle barracks
siphoning and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive. Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something. I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's a divide right there. They're going in on Q. There's the hit. Okay, get that hit off. 123. Knocked great damage. He's dead.
Oh my god. Nothing. Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the rest
AU picks it up. I got it, boys. just to die in the
Go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory.
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead, but they need to have good vision, good entry to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Our Bulbaca, Red Panda, this would be huge if we can find Ascetic Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stun from Lulu. He's thrown now. There. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's just going to be one down as... Oh, White Album, it's a dodge, it's a hideaway, the heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the BKB is out, and they're going to jump onto it. They have to back away. They have lost White Album again, and now Tango in trouble. Q is going to drop. Aster, these fight so well, and they couldn't take down that Undying.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. Big finish profits.
Stun is out on the play. Didn't have a BKB available. Bulbaca dropping low, the 10 on back in. They have another off Bulbaca. Doesn't look like it because the black hole is there. That's on the agent. He doesn't have multi to come back to life. And Aster, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Aster full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, well, there it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant, you might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the shot. That's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Static Storm, able to then get off the Slash God and throw away.
They have that trying to keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. Pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet is out now. They're in a lot of trouble. They managed to kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Blade gets away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down, pops the BKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. With the avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. This is in Monet. He's way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Aaron did
GP. Oh, they're done.
Okay.
I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out, not really ever been in the league, he hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom. Everyone's just standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song. Blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo, blown up by Collapse. Has to buy back. Yatoro gets off his BKB. Pure with another song. Sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse BKBs runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, 9-4. Hazy on this refresher. Blinks to high ground. Gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out. A just claimed. Lol in the fire. Still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit
nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base. They don't catch Nightfall on the way out. He's blinked out of the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's going to find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon Disc popped. And with this rapier damage is like short work and a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable. Laurel, the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the two supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Naga was trying to set and prep there. And Yatoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together. He is a monster.
Oh, pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's going to get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're going to be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Rangers up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There is no buyback and collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure. Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons. It's vulnerable. What? Gets away from there. Help of the Glimmer Cave to jump in for the Lol. Disruption self-save. Barracks taken out. Lol. Oh, tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of the Lol. It's Lol. Puck is all over the place. Now they're going with GPK though. Aiming for the Puck. They're going to find him at long last. They get him and the Rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Oh no.
Oh, you see that? I'm not crazy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he phase shift and accidentally ended it.
There's an Axe Blessing recipe. There's a Rapier. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere.
An Axe Blessing recipe. What's that there? Okay. Not sure what the story on that one is. Meanwhile, Save, I think he had a refresher shard, right? Because Laurel dove him, he disrupts himself, and he tries to kill him again after it Save just refreshes, and then uses it again. How have they not got the Rapier?
Now there's another DD. I don't think they care. Toronto Tokyo's going to take it, is he? Oh yes, the Jakiro with the Rapier.
Coming to feed it back to them, guys.
My goodness. There's Mega Creeps on one side. Top lane Barracks still standing on Team Spirits. We're waiting for next Roshan, Trent.
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like BetBoom have such a good chance of winning these fights right now. They can't get, like, swarmed in the back line.
They missed the stun on GPK. He's trying to hold his ground, but look at my dodge. Oh my god, Yatoro shreds. Where'd he go? Daedalus hits, refreshes, blinks forward, kills off Save as well. SD's gone, TP home. Get the hell out of here, BetBoom now.
Lucky he didn't get coiled. Dude. Leshrac vanished.
He looked okay until he didn't.
Until he got hit for 1,350 damage from a single right click? Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Right until that.
Ow.
Luckily, Toronto Tokyo was not there to feed the Rapier back, so that's good.
And now Team Spirit running down lanes, coming for the Radiant base. Balls are still there to hold on to. Well, this has got to be mentally debilitating for BetBoom.
71 minutes.
Team Spirit is wearing them down.
The admins have been on, they told them, nope, these guys. The longer this game goes, the harder things are.
Well, it's like Moomiander was saying in that Seb documentary. This isn't Dota you're playing. This is a slogfest. You're going to wait it out and play 60-minute games. Long as one is the long line. Watch get very far forward. He'll just from Mira, but the Undying will fall inside the Radiant base. As Mira gets off one last finger of death, and the turn we got through. They killed GPK. It's a dialect of the ledge. Naga now in trouble. Song of the Siren trying to buy a bit of time, but Yatoro moves forward, gets the damage in. Will is dead. Oh god. It all comes crumbling apart for BetBoom now.
Wait,
back. They're on to Mira. They kill off Nightfall, save though, and Lol. He opens up on them. The Howitzer is here. massive 40 mil cannon just shattering into that boom. Drow saved by the rip. The soul of everyone dying. There's two. And she's called it over. Team Spirit.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at Mira.
Oh my god.
The shard to anybody who would listen at the Lima Major, which was nope. Which, yeah, nobody's taken him up on it yet. But if you see a shard being picked up by any team that was at the Lima Major that speaks English, then you could probably sort of see that. It's good. I'm like, this shard is actually good. I don't know when, and I don't know how you get there. That's all.
Pretty good.
I mean, I think they got
Bottom
for sure.
Oh,
yeah. Slark with that shard is crazy. It's actually a broken strat. If Galileo is still on top, he'd be taking that. Maybe that's what he needs to get back to the top. Shadow Walk his way back to the top. And there you read for the 1,000 comments, but because I say it and nobody
I will say the other thing about Bounty Hunter, but is we've got two different memes here. The Bounty Hunter shard, the Magnus Ags. He does have extremely high base. And against probably has highest base armor, starting base armor in the game, which can make him really good at the laning phase for trading. Yeah, he's versatile. Terrible. Oh yeah. And frontline a little bit with the shield support, but again,
Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. TSM FTX victory.
Midas was being, so they have an inkling that this is going on, but they jump forward, find the Star Spectre. The Doom is there, Force Staff, keeping him alive and on the other side of the fissure, but there's way too much damage, and the rundown is going to be there. MC is gone, GH is gone, and looking for more. 9 jumps back in, finds Kuro too, tries to get out of there, does not have a way to escape. Mar is completely under control, he too is gonna die. Buybacks are coming in. Amar realizes he can't do that kill TP, but eyes on the prize. Tundra trying to close this one out, close this series out. The quick 2-0 as they set their sights now onto the tier 4 towers. There is a buyback still on Spectre, but no Doom available. The BKB is out though, and now the turn, the break, the finish. Amar dies a second time. MC on top of Snake King managed to find that kill. Sumail still controlled, does manage to get the blink back and away. MC, they're gonna go back in for more. They will can't, but Sumail, gets away just barely. Sumail got to be controlled. They got him there with the Gleipnir, and it's only MC left alive as Tundra start hitting these tier 4 towers.
With this Unleash, with the damage coming through from the sidekick now as well. Watch Buckle though, it's actually going to be the Molten stealing that Pango form. They ain't doing anything about this because it's going to be hexed out. Do they have the damage to kill him off? It looks like this one's going to get low. The drive back now as well, but he's not going to be able to get the kill. In fact, they just drag him closer to him. Be able to clean up the side of one move. They have no cause now. Aintrad, the only one left alive in terms of cause. 3 heroes dead for the next at least 70 seconds. And this is going to be it. Yeah, Fatboom just come in. They're going to start to go up the base. Not even needing to go for Baggers here. As you can see, they just will end it here and now. In fact,
place to be in for Tundra, where they are always ready to take series off the best teams.
Yeah, and there's this like weird middle ground where like everyone considers Liquid the best team in the world, but they haven't won anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like we talk way more about Liquid than we talk about Tundra, despite them being the TI winners.
They win their DPC leagues, but when it comes to big events,
IDC, DPC.
What about the points though?
The points matter.
The points.
ICTI.
ICTI.
Yeah, IDC, DPC.
I care TI.
A lot of letters.
And if Liquid can manage to win this, then they get a straight ticket to the Riyadh Masters as well. Champions of this event auto-invite to Riyadh. So perhaps that's what's on their forefront of their mind. Or maybe they're looking for Berlin. Who knows? All I know is Tundra Esports take out Io and Mirana in their first phase bans. Gaimin Gladiators take out the Broodmother. And
the Will it be Enchantress, Beastmaster, Doom?
That is the question. I think they leave in the Beastmaster because they like their Ench counter pick. So that would be my guess. But
Yeah.
but that's the question. Because if they leave in the Ench, they just go Ench.
Yeah. You know what's funny about Brood?
What's funny about Brood?
Is that at the end of Tour 2, Zai was like, you know, I actually don't think Brood is that good, and we'll see more teams letting it through, like, soon.
Yeah.
And towards the major. And it's still just banned every single game.
It might have been when the info about the patch came out, though. That, like, the patch is coming late April. It might have just been like, all right,
I was
you
like,
know
whatever, let's not bother.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with this, just in case.
Yeah,
The hero is still not doing that great despite being let through. Again, it's been picked 5 times in this tournament. It only won 1 of those 5 games.
That's because only the bravest souls with the strongest counter strategies let it through.
And it was Aster. Aster was comfortable to let it through at least like 2 of those games. They were like, oh, we're gonna Disruptor plus who's the other one? Timbersaw. They would like Disruptor Timbersaw against it, which was cool.
Nice.
No one else wants to mess with that. They're just like, that's fine. We'll play main strats.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, I guess Tundra taking Ench here sort of protects their own Beastmaster that they can pick at the end of the phase.
5 seconds remaining.
So I guess Gaimin now just need to be a little aware that it potentially is coming and make sure they have a good response. Nice, I like it. I mean, they can still comfortably pick Beastmaster here because you still have the Roar against Pango.
Yeah.
If they really want to, but it does mean that, I mean, Pango is just more active and annoying than Beastmaster, right? You can play on his downtime of ult.
I'm really happy that Skeeter got a new webcam angle. This is the first time in years, big updated meta here.
Oh.
So we can see his mustache in even more glory.
I mean, it's been a lot of like chin up. Like literally the chin was like the lowest point.
It was a very unflattering angle.
That was fine.
I mean,
this looks better.
It does make it hard though to hide when he has to pee during games.
That's true. That's a really good point. Well, I don't think he's gonna have any trouble finding time between series to go to the bathroom this tournament.
Whoa.
All right, we got a Tundra classic as of Tour 2. 9 on his mid. Ricky has been enjoying it a lot. I mean, there's still obviously the potential for flex, whatever, but how have you felt about this, Ricky?
I think it's cool. I mean, I remember the last Ricky game I watched him play was the one where he got it really fast. He had like insane amounts of kills. He was just like walking into the jungle, meteor hamming people with no setup, getting kills. That was really fun to watch. And I guess he is pretty cool against Pango, really, in some ways. Like, you can prevent his roll up. You can sleep dart him to make his escape or initiation a little bit weaker. So there's some cool stuff that it can facilitate for your team. Gives you a tower hitter as well. Like Meteor, that's the nicest thing about Meteor Hammer, in my opinion, is just makes killing like the mid tower and the safe lane tower. Like you don't have to draft for that later on and like worry about that from your carry position. So I think it's an okay thing to get out of the way right away.
Yep.
Yeah, pairs nice with the Ench too, invading, you know, taking down the towers, going to the jungle.
Yeah, it's good. You get vision from her creeps and stuff.
Blink to creep as well.
Nice, yeah. I like the Ricky and how they play with it, although I think they made a mistake the last time they picked it against OG, where he went the Meteor Hammer and then went for a Diffusal Blade, and he waited until he had the Diffusal Blade to go for the Shard, and I think that made some of their fights a little weak. Like, I think OG made some mistakes that allowed him to get back into the game, where he got like, they won a team fight, got a big boosting goal, he got the Shard, and then it was sort of just easy breezy from there on.
I am hoping that they are prepared to give this to Aramis, like you were mentioning, Bill. I think that's pretty important. Like, I'd like to see that as an option later on here. Like, maybe they're that confident that it makes sense with the matchup in the mid lane, and they want to provide like really strong side lanes that the Ricky moves to, but it'd be nice because that's also going to help out with like 3-3's hero pool.
Yeah, that's true. Interesting to see Underlord moved up to second phase ban now. At the like took a couple days. The last couple days, but finally enough of those like late draft Underlord picks were winning games completely. That it's worth moving it up.
I mean, it's such a good hero when Gaimin get their hands on it, and it's also really good against Tundra's own heroes. I think Underlord allows you to be so like resilient to what Ricky wants to do, and he is kind of like low damage until later as a mid hero. Like they've paired it in the past with stuff like Wraith King and Beastmasters, so that other heroes can kind of carry the damage. Yeah, because I think Underlord would mitigate a lot of what Ricky does.
5 seconds.
And also, it's so annoying playing into the root. Like, oh my god.
Yeah. Can't really do your whole dancing around Matthew impression.
Yeah. Like, I think right now, like, a Crimson Guard looks kind of nice against Tundra's lineup. Hopefully they pick a bit more mixed damage going forward. And also maybe some catch.
I'm wondering what Tundra's going to pick out of this phase, because I think that choosing, like, let's say they wanted to go for a 4 here, like I could see Rubik looking okay, but then your support duo is kind of awkward, and then it, you know, then it obviously it locks the Ricky into place. Or do they want to try and keep that open and just go for one of the more like powerful 3/3 heroes?
Yeah, is the Beastmaster still in the discussion for Tundra? That's a good point. Yeah, Beastmaster looks great at this point. The auras would be fantastic with Enchant. We've been seeing pretty solid, like consistent late game DPS coming from Enchantress 5s, especially in having a Beastmaster on top of that. It's only going to make it better.
Yeah.
Gaimin Gladiators.
And then there's also the, I think the Aramis Snap has been looking really good as well, but similar issues. But I do think it pairs kind of nicely with the Ricky's like timing and tempo, like this idea of just like getting out on the map and like guaranteed kills with the ulti. I think Snap's looking better and better the more teams pick it up.
Yeah, I agree. Like the Snap hits 6, Ricky goes somewhere to Meteor Hammer somebody, and then you have like
10 seconds
kisses on top of that. It's like that guy's dead.
Or if anyone TPs, they're dead too.
Yeah,
like almost 100%.
I have it. Oh, they steal it themselves.
They get the first pick, so they ban the Night Stalker and pick it.
I know how to read the draft order. That's right. Silly me. So yeah, they don't care. They go into the Ench.
I think it's nice. I think if we look at what Aramis does play, though, I was kind of looking towards like a Tiny to help set up to help kill the Pango, but maybe even we've seen his Earthshaker. It might be a little low damage early for the current heroes they have, so maybe the Snap works a bit more. That you mentioned.
Yeah.
But like I do like the idea of Shaker to sort of break up the initiation from Gaimin. When they use like Roar and when they use Roll, it can be super annoying to deal with. And also like you want to be able to have this long range help when your teammates get glimpsed.
Tundra Esports turn to Phantom.
Oh my god, Pog.
She's back.
She's back.
Again. We're often seeing it versus the Beastmaster too.
Yeah.
Like, a couple of the games now where this idea of just like throwing the daggers versus the boars, pretty nice. And obviously, you know, he gives an attack speed aura, you have evasion, so naturally throughout the whole game you have some benefits out of that.
I kind of like it against Pango as well because you can both escape with good ally placement and you can also chase a lot easier. And you have these like little burst windows where you could potentially just kill the Pango. So, and kind of decent against Disruptor as well. You can definitely kill him before Glimpse finishes in a lot of cases too. So,
not surprised.
It goes both ways. It's like so annoying. Oh, bounty. Okay, hold on, one before. It's really annoying playing PA into Pango because Pango, like before your BKB, he's able to just disarm you and make your fight so annoying. And then when you have BKB, it's like if you were able to get that BKB down to like 6 seconds and then you're getting like bashed up by Pango, it's so annoying. And Beastmaster too. Like they have a lot of BKB piercing spells that make PA's later game a little bit difficult. Like she wants to jump in and then she just gets roared and then just dies.
Wow. So Bounty Hunter.
Okay.
So in the Eastern European DPC, we saw this hero a little bit coming up from Miro, playing in the off lane. That was the most common role they'd go for it, and it'd be more like that kind of like classic Bounty Hunter style, like get a couple auras or something. But we did see a couple players also playing it as in the support role. And what's interesting about when you play the support bounty, whether it's like the 4 or the 5, in order, like, because what they try and do is they get the benefits out of just like constantly harassing you and stealing your gold, right?
Yeah.
Like, very annoying. It only steals unreliable gold, so you can only actually continuously harass and annoy the core player, because if you're not actually last hitting, you're not getting any gold, right? Like the pool runs out pretty fast from the support, so it's not like mega broken, but if it's a hero that you can consistently keeping the right clicks on, it's actually very annoying for the core player.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see exactly what role it is. I mean, obviously it looks kind of set in being support,
that's
unless they do the one. But that's fallen off pretty hard in recent times.
Yeah, I think bounty carry would be shit, to be blunt, into PA, because you're not buying an MKB on the hero.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're going some weird ags, but I don't want to see it.
No, please don't.
Yeah, I mean, it was played as a 5 a little bit by Geek Slate at Lima Major as well. They were like the only team picking it at the time, so
yeah,
it's been trending a little bit here and there, and giving track potential against Ricky's kind of nice for team fights, even if you like blink strikes back. Similar to PA, get vision of them, then you always know where they are, no matter when the fight gets a little complicated. So there's some upsides to it.
It feels like that must be what this whole plan is, right? Like they had this idea of like, oh, if they go for their Ricky, what if we tried the bounty? Or someone just suggested it right now.
I mean, they have Giga Vision right now for Disruptor. If they pick a carry,
more vision.
No, I mean, even without the vision, like TA fits into the lineup idea. Like if you can kind of group up with Beastmaster Aura on some carry the benefits like TA, and you play before, like PA wants to buy some Farming Iron, maybe some Battle Fury. If she only has a Battle Fury and you guys are just bowling up and walking down, like that also nullifies what Ricky wants to do as a mid hero, which is not fight into a massive ball. So I actually really like that idea for their last pick.
There's also still the Shadow Fiend as well, similar idea. Kind of like a little bit different, but same concept.
I would want something that they can just go take Roche and do stuff. So maybe an Ursa works if he can then later get like his MKB.
That is a pretty good hero versus the Darkseer lane. Doesn't suffer too much to the illusion and punishes, especially with the disruptor. It's like unlaneable because you just get glimpsed and fury swiped. And you're sad.
5
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
Shout out to Lyrical.
It can be a little rough into the Ench Dispel and the Ricky Cloud, but he'll get BKB.
I'm not really sure what they're going to pick. That's both going to match up okay against PA's evasion. Like, who's comfortable building MKB? I mean, maybe some teams don't care that much, but
I mean, like,
they don't have the best magic. Can you call the rest of their heroes? It's a problem. So I feel like it has to be some like carry that matches up well.
It's true, you were advocating for mixed damage earlier, Sheep, but is it no longer as much of a priority now that you have Beastmaster attack speed? And you want...
I was advocating for that for Tundra.
Oh, that's true, yes.
They're good.
They're good. They got...
Yeah. I like the Darkseer though. I think it enables the PA earlier. Like I talked about them potentially getting run over. I think Darkseer helps them to fight.
Yeah, downside is that the lane is a little bit rough unless they go 9 Rubik mid and then the
Okay, relax.
And, well, I'm just in case it happens. You have to throw it out there in case it happens. All right, that's why.
Choose your hero.
But I'll
pick
go for the
standard.
morph.
It's fine. I mean, it has burst damage. It's not like E-Blade thing, but you know, throwing adaptive strikes against the PA can really help in that mid-game team fight, like that pre-BKB team fight that PA has been joining lately, and pretty survivable. Tundra's burst damage is not that incredible, so Morph should be able to survive in most cases, and then kill heroes that aren't PA, and then they finish off PA last, I guess.
Another Morph versus PA game. Second one of the day.
Oh, really? There was one earlier?
Yeah.
Who won?
Morphling did.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I would think.
Because the PA got roared during BKB and died.
Kind of wilded out in that game.
And there's another Beastmaster.
Another Beastmaster. Yeah, I don't know. They're kind of going all in with PA being their damage dealer.
10 seconds.
Yeah, like Darkseer's okay, but I'm not super confident.
5
They're gonna do a 4 bounty hunters. All Tofu's playing it, so more items on him. Maybe he just goes Greaves, I guess, since Beastmaster does not buy Greaves. That would give them like a big aura advantage. Maybe help them. Or if you got Vlad's and Greaves, that's like 6 armor to everybody on your team. The PA is gonna feel a lot less strong in those moments.
Or maybe he just punches Morphling, and there's your damage. The Morphling against himself. Or punching Beastmaster, that'd be cool.
It's a good illusion.
Yeah.
But Morph can kind of kill it easy, right? You just adaptive strike it, and a couple right clicks, it dies, probably. Yeah. I feel like they'll have solutions against it, and Morph going Ags against PA will be really detrimental to Tundra's damage. Because at some point 9 will probably fall off a little bit.
Like this is it, right? You have the option to get the Ags. You have a bunch of BKB piercing spells. Like you, especially like as it scales later and later and later. I don't think you're even worried on Gaimin because you have like the possibility of disruptor Ags as well.
Yeah.
So I just don't think they're. I think Gaimin just scale much nicer, and I don't think Tundra have the damage to run over them early. So I don't feel good about their lineup. Maybe there's something I'm missing.
They're a little all in for sure. Like this is exactly what happened earlier to EG. Is they were basically all in on the PA, and everything was looking okay until PA got roared once and died, and then the game was kind of over. Yeah. It's a similar concept here. It feels very much like the same play style.
I think a Beastmaster denial pick may have thrown Tundra for a loop. I want to hear the sweet, sweet loops of the PogChamp Pandas.
Prepare for battle.
You've hit a wall.
Thank you very much to the Pandas as we are here in game number 1 of Gaimin Gladiators versus Tundra, where we have, for Gaimin Gladiators, the first bounty hunter picked in their organization's history. Something a little new they're bringing to the table.
There's a first for everything.
Yeah? Is that a good first or a bad first? What are your guesses?
There's also a last for everything. All things must come to an end.
Need
both right here.
Is that what you really think it's?
I think this hero's playable.
Okay.
30 seconds to battle.
Playable, but not good.
Well, yes, he has some issues.
What are the issues?
But he's playable.
Really stretched here. It makes it sound like they're playing 4 versus 5, which I think is still fine for Gaimin Gladiators because they have a Quinn Pango.
The biggest thing about Bounty is you have to get some lane abuse going. Dyrachio's fine here. You don't have to follow up. You have to get slain on the lane going so you don't fall behind in levels. If you fall behind on levels going into the mid game, you're absolutely useless. Then you just have to stoke up XP on a lane until you attract and hope your team can carry you through the fights. Because that just lets port, you're pretty low damage. You don't have good disable, you don't have good lockdown, and your damage is mediocre. But you can be really tanky, you can frontline, you can buy auras, you can get a lot of gold through the fight, which can accelerate those auras and just give overwhelming teamfight presence. As well as track, pretty nice first Ricky, pretty nice first PA, decent in the fights. If Tofu can have a good start, just steal some gold off the lane, make Snake King's life as hard as possible by blocking camps, and really annoying for the Enchantress getting summons. I think he has a route to pretty obnoxious in this game.
And that kind of acceleration is going to be pretty important for shutting down this PA carry that Tundra is going to be rocking. Especially when you have Darkseer and Ricky, which I am unsure about how good their teamfight impact is going to be. Obviously, together, it's amplified, but still leaves me a little bit wondering.
Get the big vac into the cloud. That's what they're looking for. Also, shells on the Phantom Assassin and the Ricky. Double blink gap closers can instantly put that shell on top of you. That sounds pretty good. You get a Morphling Wall Illusion in this game too, which, you know, that Morph Darkseer matchup definitely more favored, but it can turn the other way if you just have overwhelming auras in teamfight and Morph can't burst or stick on somebody. Surge can often help you versus the Scotty matchup. There's a lot of little tools in this Tundra lineup that can be very obnoxious if they get the ball going. Just a question of how much map are they going to have to work with. Can Gondar take it away?
Gondar. I don't think there's a significant portion of our audience that is not old enough to have played Dota 1.
I think most people are old enough to know the references. I have faith.
I agree with that, but I'm saying there's still a significant portion. I have no idea what the hell you just said and why you're referencing Lord of the Rings. Again.
No, that's come on, man. You're just gonna instantly throw me under the bus. We were 2 minutes in the game.
Gondar is bounty hunter, by the way.
Do you know Gondar?
Oh no.
He smells his victims.
What?
That's true lore. So you don't even know if I'm making these lore up anymore.
That is not.
That is accurate lore.
That is not.
He tracks his victims by scent.
You know, that the way you put it made it sound very different. Makes it sound like he kills them and then he smells their body afterwards.
What the hell is wrong with you?
You said it.
I didn't say it like that. Right, you're gonna get low, but not low enough. And this bottom trade is just an absolute trade fest. Just throwing impetuses back into Janata, ferrying out so much regen for Tofu. He's getting the gold steal, but he's basically just pumping it straight back into the regeneration. Not making too much progress down here as he's just trying to give Ace a lane phase versus a very harass-heavy lane. I would not be surprised if first blood happens in this lane.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Skeeter's already gotten low a couple of times from these axes just being spammed out at him all the time. And they're just like, both of them have one, so they're just throwing spells back at each other.
Yeah,
Dagger for axes, impetus for Janata hits.
They're winning the wand battle. However, Quinn is winning the mid battle, up slightly, definitely up in a bit of net worth here, getting the better of the regen trade while 9 had to push towards that ring. And we have seen his Pangolier go absolutely ham in this tournament.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous affair. I think give it a Pango away to any team right now. And Quinn has been one of the strongest performers with this hero for sure. Does manage to get the glimpse back. He gets a little distance here. Dyrachio is going to take a lot of damage, probably not in danger of dying, but take a lot of damage and takes a little bit of extra time to morph into agility and get his HP back.
Mana burn creep, pretty nice for this bottom lane. Also going to give mana into Skeeter here, just allow even more aggression. Tofu looks for that Janata hit. Oh, give me your gold.
Got him.
Straight into the retirement account. The other thing about Pangolier this game is Tundra have zero, like they don't really have control for him. They have very limited stuns and nothing through BKB. So he's invincible in this role. Until maybe BKB PA kills him later, but that's kind of a big if. Tundra really want to get the fight started on their terms, where they can initiate with the Dark Cloud later, or just surging a BKB PA in, and he bursts a couple heroes. This is kind of a lineup that wants to get the team fights going later on, in my opinion.
The first blood is going to be top instead. Celery gets it there.
Nice first blood for the Morphling counter pick lane. Disruptor can also have a huge influence on this game in terms of the early control. Until those BKBs come out, the static storm plus the... Well, sometimes you just get caught. You know, what can you do?
33 sneaks one over Dyrachyo there with the level 1 vacuum kill. Well played.
Big first experience because he got it solo too. Yeah, don't even have to split that here. So honestly, that's a good death by air missile. I like that.
Well played, Aramis. Good stand-in.
You gotta know when to feed. You know, that's a mistake a lot of players make.
Yeah, try and hold on to their life a little bit too much.
Yeah, so I just got to throw it out there. It's a feel thing, you know? That's what I always told my team.
Yeah. Feeling like dying.
I mean, any death is a good death if you can convince your teammates it was. Let that be a lesson of the day. Snake King gives Tofu a little lesson on the Hellbear. Genealogy here. Smashes him back. Still needs solo XP for Ace with this Helm. Haven't been able to force him off the lane. This is maybe the go. They have slow up plus that Hellbear, but he has Teleport Scroll. Perhaps the strongest spell in all of Dota.
And he doesn't even TP back to the fountain. TP's to the tower, so he won't miss out on all this experience coming his way. Tofu takes a lot of damage there. That Hellbear smash.
I'm still surprised nobody died on this lane. It's such a trade heavy lane.
Yeah.
Gotten low so many times. The downside is because Gaming wanted to keep their Beastmaster lane, which is the 100% the correct play, it has sacrificed a lot of Tofu's net worth. Like, he has pumped so many tangos and salves into this lane. He's gonna have a very slow boots, which often on Bounty Hunter, this is kind of the early game I'm talking about. You're approaching minute 7 here, you're level 3, you don't have boots. This is where I start to worry about this hero a little bit. Just where's the impact gonna come from? Do not want to end up in Matthew Ricky mode.
Maybe he does. Maybe that's why they picked it. He's like, damn, that looks fun. Just ignoring your team and hunting down couriers nonstop?
Not nearly as effective at killing couriers, I can assure you.
And you're also not nearly as effective at getting out after you kill the courier.
Yes, and your utility in the fight, when you go back to the fight, is also a lot worse. So, not a hero you want to end up in that position on. 9 will finish this hammer mid. And we'll look to start pressuring that tower if Quinn ever leaves the lane.
I like how the hammers, the ebb and flow of the hammer meta. All of a sudden it came back a little bit today. Zai playing that core offlane Phoenix. Rush to hammer.
Well, hammer
is going to go constant.
Hammer's been good on Phoenix since forever. Sure. That's just a good Phoenix item. You get the stats, you get the built-in regen, you can dive hammer somebody's head.
Well.
And then finally they'll bring down Beastmaster. That was a kill a long time in the making. Punish Ace while Tofu's off the lane. Killing couriers.
Of course.
It's a pretty good early game for Tundra, I feel, all things considered. Maybe in their expected outcomes. Whenever you play Darkseer, you have to think, is that lane going to go well? Is he just going to get raffle stomped? They got him some stacks. He had early Vanguard, so I feel as though 33's in a good position to join some of these early fights.
Gonna go for the kill on 9 here. Smoke screen, gonna stall out the Rolling Thunder. Quinn gets the other side. Actually jumps on the Disruptor to try and get some distance. Swashbuckle pursues. But he's outside of the vision now. Will lose his courier though, so Quinn gets the next best thing. Takes away the boots of 9 for 3 minutes.
Couple big courier kills. Gonna slow down some of the item progression. He brought Ace back to this jungle. He did not go back bottom. Just feeling he can't enter the lane. That's a good sign for Tundra. Whenever you can limit the beast early XP, force him into the jungle, then it gives you an opportunity to go there, gank him, steal stacks. 9 is going to say, hello, Mr. Dyrachyo. Would you like a hammer?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We'll find snaking on the other side. Quick little Pangolier kill.
Both mids rotating around, trying to find kills. Even if they don't kill the Morphling, they get some decent pressure on this tower. Some good damage. Can't forget about those neutralizers.
Look at you all day.
Roar goes out as he was trying to take some of this hard camp stack away, and I think he got most of it thanks to the Ion Shell.
Good use of the early shell. If you can't find the fight, find the neutrals. Steal them. Back to the hammer mid.
Why was that the camp that was stacked up? Do we not have any ancients stacked up for a Beastmaster?
The issue, it's a bounty hunter, right? You don't want to be stacking with bounty, you want to be smacking people.
Sure. He's trying to smack 9 right now. Couldn't quite get it. Stunned up. Instead, they'll have to contend. Oh, never mind. Quinn does manage to find the kill on 9, and Aramis will die as well. Gaimin Gladiators, they were a little behind on the laning phase, but that little move just brought them right back to even, or even ahead.
Do not want to end up in these situations where you're getting run down on Tundra's side. The Glimpse and the Bounty are going to punish you really hard in these outnumbered scenarios. When you bring all 5, I think you're stronger versus these supports, but in these random skirmishes, they are not your friend, especially when you're trying to accelerate 33 off of all the ancient stacks that he just clears through. He's the most farmed hero in the game. They've given him a lot of priority, as they often do. I would look for him to pay it back, though. Like, now you want the Darkseer to join the fights off the early Vanguard, plus all the levels he's been given.
Middle tower is under attack.
Is he making a decision here, or what's going on? He's holding on to 3 different neutral items. Finally passes him off. Hammer lands on Ace's head. Still, though, these tanky heroes are not brought down easily as 9 struggles to be able to do enough damage here. Now he's been dusted. Quinn gets in front of him. Pops down to low ground thanks to snaking.
There's Glimpse waiting.
Oh, got him. Holds him back in. 9 dies again. Quinn Pango is really picking up pace now.
Yeah, Ricky is having a very slow game here. I don't know if this is the hero you want to be having a slow game on. You can pump him up with Shell, but
tower is under attack.
He's going to be a walk-in shard at some point. I don't know if this Diffusal is that good of an option anymore. Where's he going to find the farm for it?
What's your other choice, though? Trying to get the Sleeping Dart at 15?
Yeah, just play off the setup into the stun off the Shell damage, but I don't know if that feels great.
Yeah, you're not going to scale at all if you go that route, I think.
It's kind of the difference between Pango and Ricky mid. Pango's always going to be able to farm, clear waves, clear jungle camps, get to that item. You just have to hammer your way to it if you're Ricky. Bash your head against the door until it opens. 4 stacks for Gaimin here.
Middle tower is under attack.
Clear through some big ones.
It's going to help out here with this. Even amount of camp stacked on both sides. You can tell this is Western Europe versus Western Europe. Similar ideas about how to play the game.
I thought you were going to say you can tell by the lack of kills.
I mean, he's a little bit slower, but...
Dire's top tower has fallen.
The thing is,
Radiant's bottom tower
when there's symmetry in Dota, does that mean somebody's wrong?
I mean, yeah, usually.
By default, right?
Yeah, like when one team is naturally is happier with what's happening in the game.
Yeah, somebody's right. Usually wrong from a theory standpoint.
Yeah.
I mean, you can always both be working towards timings. It doesn't mean someone's making a wrong move, but in this situation, would you rather have all these stacks going towards Pango or all these stacks going towards Darkseer?
Top tower is under attack.
Definitely Pango.
Yeah, I would also take the Pango. Therefore, I feel as though Gaimin are in a pretty comfortable position here for the next 10 minutes. Especially with Arcane Rune Diffusal on Quinn.
Radiant
They're looking for anything here. Tracks are coming out, which means the glimpses are short to follow. Once again, you cannot get caught out here if you're Tundra on the map right now. You gotta work towards that 5-on-5 where Skeeter is strong enough to join, as he still tries to work his way towards Battle Fury. And the big question is, when does 33 want to force a fight with all his net worth? Because this is when Darkseer is strong. You have Vanguard Mech. You can join the engagements. Level 4 Surge too. Can play with your other cores, but maybe they just don't feel like they have the damage. Like, is Hammer, Brown Boots, Ricky the hero you want to go join and fight with? And if it's not, then you're just taking more ancient stacks. This is a ridiculous amount of net worth for Darkseer.
Yeah. I mean, Crimson Guard is going to negate a lot of damage that Pango does in the fight, but oh no. Vacuum back in. They need to get a good fight out of this. They just lost so much net worth. Pull back in. Static Storm not going to be able to match there.
I don't know if he wanted to clip him.
Aramis does actually manage to get Rolling Thunder, so even though he's stuck here on this position, he is kind of hard to touch.
He also stole Morph, so he has 1600 HP.
Oh, wow.
He is a walking tower. Quite literally. This is a good Rubik game. If he can get track, if he can get glimpse. Rolling in, the cube. it's coming.
With the Meteor Hammer on top of it. Chain stunned. Ace does manage to get off the front of the roar before he dies. That'll help Quinn escape.
A lot of tracks up right now.
Yeah, if they could get a successful fight out of it, it'd be great, but they don't really have too much to work with. No Rolling Thunder, no Static Storm.
Got to think about Glimpse here if you're disengaging.
33 is going to be pulled back in. This time the kinetic field will certainly catch that hero. They are just not cleanly getting out either. Losing one hero to the Glimpse, but now they lose a second, which is also tracked.
Found 9. Does he know he found 9?
And he finds Aramis as well.
Down you go.
Tundra, I feel like they just weren't really thinking forward on that play. They just kind of like barreled over the river and then got stalled out.
That was the fight to use all the Darkseer's farm to get an objective. They did get a tier 1 mid. But once you're in those engagements, you're just getting tracked up. You know the glimpses are guaranteed. That's a max glimpse with low cooldown. Brutal turnaround.
I feel like they should have just kept forcing it. Again, there was no Rolling Thunder, no Static Storm. I would rather take that fight than run away and get Glimpse back.
You'd rather lose everybody than 3?
Basically. Yeah. I'd rather take the
man than I am.
I would rather take the 50-50 that we're gonna win that fight than the guarantee 100% that we're gonna get picked off and feed track gold.
I mean, what if everybody just instantly TP'd out?
Then one person is getting glimpsed?
Yeah, you gotta choose. 2 more.
Exact opposite of Sophie's choice. Which one of these delectable morsels am I going to pick off?
You're just getting run down now on the map. Should mention that the other upside of Bounty Hunter in this game for gaming is this hero benefits when he's really tanky and he can play into supports that have limited catch. Because all of a sudden he can track you, and even if you dust him, it's not a guaranteed turnaround kill. And I feel as though Rubik Ench are pretty bad at controlling Bounty in the early portion of the game and on the map. You can just skirt around them. You don't have the lockdown. You don't want to commit a lift to the Bounty Hunter. If you steal track, that's great. Often that's easier said than done, just based on how much poke gaming have here. You're getting hit by a Swashbuckle, getting hit by a Morphling Adaptive Strike, then someone else is getting glimpsed. So once these tracks start going out, the fight becomes a lot harder for Tundra, and at the same time, they have ways to get on Tofu to prevent that happening. This is the Bounty Hunter problem right now for Tundra.
33 close encounters with Duranchi on Tofu, but they're going for 9. You have a track on him, of course. Duranchi turning into the Riqui, chased after him with a blink strike.
He gets stolen track.
Did. Let's see if he can get out with it, though. Chasing him down, shield crash, pull back. What a beautiful vacuum. That is very nice. Aramis will eventually die here, but it's looking like an okay fight for Tundra. Unfortunately, that Meteor Hammer doesn't quite land. Would have been so nice to kill Quinn on top of the pick they got on Tofu.
I'm worried about 9 keeping pace with Quinn in this game.
Oh, yeah.
There's another very fast Ag Scepter coming out for Pangolier right now.
I mean,
we saw what this did in that other game.
Yeah. Keep pace. I'm concerned 9's going to have half the net worth that this Pango's going to have. Wait, this is...
I mean, let's be real. He's already outpaced. This game's going to come down to Skeeter. It's going to come down to how much value do you get out of Phantom Assassin when he joins the fight with that BKB timer. Do you get the big 2 or 3 kill burst when he leaps in? If that doesn't happen, I think Gaming are going to run away with this. But if you get that one fight, that's all it takes. As I do think this is a pretty strong Phantom Assassin game in terms of picking off the supports, jumping in with the shell buffs. Sure. Try for Morphling again, but he already has Hurricane Pike. This Riqui control is not doing what it once was.
They're drawing a lot of attention away from this Roshan pit. As it gets low enough, Durachio will come over, wait for it inside the pit, and not take the Aegis, because I believe that's Quinn. So Quinn gets the Aegis and has Aghanim Scepter on the way. Top 3 net worth across the board for Gaimin Gladiators. And a big advantage to push. Crimson Guard is done for 33, but really going to be strong enough to be able to win these fights. Vacuum back or a Surge. Nice use of the Glimpse there to get rid of that Pango illusion that was chasing after him. And Quinn not even threatened enough to use the Rolling Thunder.
Until PA joins these engagements, you do not have the chase potential. It's just not there. Riqui doesn't have the damage, and the rest of you don't have the control. So you just have to keep farming up Skeeter here. limited camps you have, maintain some sort of formation on the map so you don't get run at by Bounty Hunter and this Aegis Pangolier.
Going for the power rune. Oh, this would be beautiful. Take away the Aegis for free.
Use the runes against him.
Yeah, you always know Quinn's going to be there for them.
I mean, he's still going to get it. What can you do? But it's a big Aegis kill to get. Now you have an option of getting a fight with this PA BKB where you don't have to fight through the 2 lives. And we see how fast that burst is. Cannot underestimate the comeback potential for Tundra here. You get a big vac, suddenly he starts critting through you off a cleave. That could be pretty nasty. If I've learned anything about Bounty Hunter over the years,
Radiant's bottom tower
it is that he can win you games just as fast as he can lose them for you.
Snaking. Picked off. It's Tundra just not ready for a fight yet. EKB, keep on talking about. That's the only thing that matters for Tundra right now. Try and slow down these pushes if they can. Definitely use 33 in his Crimson Guard right now because this tier 2 is taking a lot of damage.
That is BKB done for Skeeter. That is the biggest timing for Tundra, perhaps in this game, in terms of shifting some of this momentum, regaining control, and accelerating to that physical late game they're looking for.
Did I see that right? Snaking has the most damage on Tundra? How is that even possible?
Don't surprise me. He got involved in all these engagements, just throwing impetuses out.
Precious bounty.
I mean, it's both impressive for Snaking and
probably not what you want to see.
Tundra, yeah. He means your Darkseer and Liqui are not doing a whole lot.
Well, they're going to try now. Diffusal done for 9. On top of that, Crimson for 33 and BKB for Skeeter. Triple core timings aligning here. Can you get the Dream Jump? That is the big question. There's Hawk Vision, there's Bounty Hunter to push through. Ags on Doraccio as well.
Oh, yeah.
He gets that cast on Phantom Assassin. Looking at a very different engagement.
Or Staff always getting him out of the smoke screen, try and pull back in. Play with the wall. They're doing a lot of damage and they burst through.
And now it's a question of how much more can you get.
Doraccio was really daring Tundra to go on him, and they oblige.
Didn't even have to use the BKB here. Just got a freebie. Underestimating the control, and that was a super nice vacuum. Gaimin not ready to take that hill fight. Where was the Pangolier control? Where was the Beast Roar?
Yeah, seriously.
Ace wasn't even here. They saw him top. Maybe just a little too greedy from Gaimin, not respecting the single target burst and control didn't come out right now.
Okay, well, that's going to speed Skeeter along to his Deso. That timing is going to feel very good. That'll be like a nice offensive timing for Tundra. I felt like the BKB was just like, okay, guys, we're just trying to hold on to the game, but the Deso, that'll be a time to actually, you know, really start taking fights on Gaimin Gladiators side of the map and maybe get that second Roshan, more objectives.
Sprites are with us.
I also think snaking can be really annoying here. He actually has a lot of net worth given their map position. Like he has a full lock and drum. Level 2 healing ult. It is not easy in champs to burst. Even here, it takes a while.
Standing and fighting.
And you get the bait. And Quinn got out of that.
A lot of heroes inside that static storm. Good use of the Primal Roar during the BKB. Skeeter is forced to jump out of that fight. So, yeah, didn't have to use the BKB. Oh, careful, the glimpse. Oh, did not read that one. We're not respecting the track glimpse combo. Turn around, vacuum into the wall, but Gaimin Gladiators, they stay pretty well spaced.
I was going to say, his enchanters can bait a lot. Don't end up baiting your own team. That's just not a fight Tundra we're all on the same page about.
Yeah.
And again, if you end up in these scenarios where Gaimin are running you down with the tracks, with the glimpses, with the beast units, it is not a favorable 5-on-5. Looking at an early high ground here for Morphling. Chunking your buildings with the auras.
And snaking saved this time by the telecom.
What a hammer!
What a hammer! Pick off on Celery? Nope. sent back into the trees that he was hanging out on, and that's him down. So the 4 versus 5 is going to continue for another 40 seconds, right? As 33 comes back up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
9 is dead. So that probably means full lane of barracks, perhaps? Or no, Tundra. We're going to fight for it here.
Dire's middle tower.
Duraccio do the siege damage.
You have a vacuum.
Vacuum with no wall, though.
Yeah, no cloud.
Yeah.
Skeeter is not even here trying to defend it. He is just trying to farm to his Deso.
They're doing a good job stalling, though.
Yeah, it's taking him a while.
In fact, the Liqui's almost up. Maybe they could potentially chase after this. They're going to get the one building and immediately disengage. Tundra are not going to chase after them. The Deso just got finished up, too.
Good read by Gaming. Getting that time push in with the Beastmaster always feels good. That's a lot of gold going to their cores. This bash or Pango timing as well. Ooh. It's going to be obnoxious for Skeeter. If he gets bashed in the fight, that might just be the fight.
Yeah, seriously.
They need every second of that BKB to go to work.
Which around mid. I think it's ideal if Tundra somehow finds Quinn first.
They lifted a creep.
2 minutes to get the vacuum pull back, but immediate force staff gets him out of there. Now the bounty hunter dies, but it looks like similarly 9 is going to be too caught up inside the static storm to stay alive. Thinking will join him in the grave. Chasing after a little bit more. Okay. Skeeter goes in for the fight, but immediately gets Primal Roared. Ace is just always holding on to this.
He has to fight his way out of this.
He does, and he'll get 1 kill, but he's just going to run out of steam at some point in time and gets annihilated by that shield crash axe.
Triple kill!
Another fast game by the Quinn Pangolier here as he dices his way through Tundra. Just feels like it happens every game, man. You can't shut him down on the lane. He gets his defusal. You can't win that fight. He gets his Ags. That fight's even harder. And then Basher just prevents your carry from taking the BKB comeback. I don't feel like people have good answers for this hero. Just take it out, man. Why do it to yourselves?
It's also one of the best mid heroes right now to use power runes. And Gaimin Gladiators obviously have set the precedent that they're going to put as much support pressure on those points as possible.
I feel as though maybe this Ricky pick was designed to deal with Pango in the mid game. Like maybe they felt the lane was going to be a bit better, and then he can get that fast smoke cloud dart defusal up where you can control the Pango off of vision initiation.
Yeah.
At the same time, Gaming have Beastmaster and this Bounty Hunter which can just run in with interference. Haven't even gotten to the point where they need to gem. Kind of makes that initiation more difficult, and 9 just can't accelerate at the same rate farm-wise to get there. So you have like 1 or 2 slip-ups in this game, and it just gets out of control very fast. The auras start accelerating, the track gold starts accelerating, Dante starts accelerating.
Once he starts rolling, he don't stop.
Are scanning.
Tundra, 4-man smoke out. Ooh, a DD.
That's a comeback rune right there. Something to smile about right now.
And check inside the Roche pit. Roshan is not up.
Has been killed.
Kill the courier, so Tundra know they're here.
Kill the courier and re-smoke. Was the courier kill worth that?
I don't think so.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're going to wrap all the way back, but look at the Disruptor's position in the trees right now, but not under ward. Oh, backs up into it. Spotted, but gets the static storm off first. Almost finished off Celery right away, but a crit wasn't quite enough. Duraccio starts laying into 9 with the help of Quinn, chain stunning him. And now Snake King's going to get bumped around. Look at him just hiding away in the trees, trying to get away from this Quinn Pangolier that is decimating them right now. And Skeeter cannot take the fight up against this Morphling and gets Primal Roared to death. GG. I mean, this was a very straightforward game for Gaimin Gladiators at some point. And Tundra were just kind of holding on by their fingernails for the last 10.
Bounty pick was pretty annoying this game. It's a frontliner they don't want to commit a lot of spells on. Of course, this ended up being the Pangolier show. I would love to see the combined stats from like Quinn's last 4 or 5 Pango games. Because he had a 15-16-0-1. This is another 8-0-1. What were you saying, Cap? They see me rolling.
They hating.
I don't have any follow.
Fair enough. All right, well, Tundra, as much as they hate, they just can't stop. Pango roll, and Gaimin Gladiators take game number 1, this best of 3.
Quinn out here patrolling the streets, making sure no funny business happens in his lane as yet another.
Cloud, if he's got these forks coming through, you know, if there's no... We'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these multiple kisses. There is still that buyback for the Beastmaster though. Let's see. He wants to get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines into the vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save. Though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much. Kami's going to go down. You get the kill onto Levington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Coming down to the hooks. Yatsuo still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the poach and Storm Spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Lefton once again. That's the dieback on the Disruptor, and Yatsuo, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed up by Collapse. One more right click, he goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys him, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun Water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
The glimpse comes back though inside the Static Storm Mirror. He has that Lotus going, and now if Zofra actually dives a little bit further with the Warp Thunder comes out from Pod King. He's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get the counter to the Storm Spirit. Can they take down the Pudge? They're going to be able to catch him and cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud. Everybody inside of Hydra, they just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of Team Spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get damage. They get two. They take them down. The cookie comes out. The Yatoro freezing field. They might lose. Happy is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphlin. Bilal wants to come right back into this fight because you have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks. Just do it by foot, it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a Beast Master, so much damage. They're going in for the Morphle. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, he gets. Do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphlin. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Gouts, you want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice. Shall be strong in by that by the Disruptor. Another good to be hitting from when it's back up once more. Bit of Malice and Malice in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right back towards tomorrow. Trying to run from everybody on the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive. Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's the divide right there. They're going in on Q. There's the hit. Okay, get that hit off. 123. Knocked. What damage? He's dead.
Oh my god. Nothing. Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the
AU picks it up. I got it, boys. The dive check. Oh my god.
Victory!
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead. They need to have good vision, good entry to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Or Bulbica, Red Panda. This would be huge if we can find a Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stone from Lulu. He's thrown now over the there. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's going to be one down as White Album, the dodge, to hide away, the heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the BKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. He has to back away. They have lost White Album again, and now Tango in trouble. Q is going to drop faster. These fight so well, and they quickly take down that Undying.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. Big finish profits.
Stun is out on the play. Didn't have a BKB available. Bulbica dropping low, the 10 toss back in. They have a Bulbica. Doesn't look like it because the black hole is there. That's on the agent. He doesn't have multi if he comes back. And after, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, asked full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the that's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Static Storm, able to then get over the Slash Golem from away.
They have that trying to keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. Pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet goes now. A lot of trouble, but they managed to kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Getting away. survive that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down, pops the BKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. The avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. Monet, he's way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Ares the GP.
Oh,
they're done.
Okay, I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out. Not really ever been in the league. Victory. He hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom.
Standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song. Blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo blown up by Collapse. Has to fight back. Yatoro gets off his BKB. Pure with another song. Sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse BKBs runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, Nightfall. Hazy on disc refresher. Blinks to high ground. Gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out, Aegis claimed, lol in the fire, still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit
to do.
Sprinting out their base, they don't catch Nightfall on the way out, he's blinked out in the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's gonna find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with this rapier damage of like short work and a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable. Laurel the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the 2 supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Naga was trying to set and prep there. And Yatoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together. He is a monster.
Oh, Pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's gonna get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're gonna be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Rangers up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There's no buyback and collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons.
It's vulnerable.
Gets away from there. Help of the Glimmer Cave to jump in from Lol. Disruption of self-save. Barracks taken out. Lol. Owen tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of the Lol. It's Lol. Puck is all over the place. Now they go into the GPK though. Aiming for the Puck. They're going to find him at long last. They get him and the Rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Oh no.
Did you see that? I'm not crazy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he phase shifted and accidentally ended it.
There's an Axe Blessing recipe. There's a Rapier. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere.
An Axe Blessing recipe. What's that there? Okay. Not sure what the story on that one is. Meanwhile, Save, I think he had a refresher shard, right? Because Laurel dove him, he disrupts himself, and he tries to kill him again after it Save just refreshes, and then uses it again. How have they not got the breaker?
Now there's another DD. I don't think they care. Toronto Tokyo is going to take it, is he? Oh yes, the Jakiro with the rapier.
Coming to feed it back to them, guys.
My goodness. There's Mega Creeps on one side. Top lane Barrack still standing on Team Spirits.
Don't have that.
You're
screwed.
It's the one that matters the most. by far, yeah.
One day we'll rebalance it to make offlaners relevant.
Nope, that's not anytime soon, bro. It's been years.
I've
cores. There's a good core and there's a bad core. One of them you just don't play unless it's like the 5-man roster in the last day.
Anytime, so you get like the page of your lineups. Always the middle slot in all my lineups is just blank because I dusted all of them. Or I mean, like I want to look at size space. I want to look at 33's face, but I'm just never gonna play them.
Yeah, that's fucked.
Well, it's nothing personal.
For fun?
Don't hate the player, hate the game. And hate the player who is playing the game in offlane because I can't play them.
Yeah, they're not the off. Yeah, don't play the offlaners. Not worth it.
I print them out and put them in a binder with my Pokemon cards.
Aww.
Yeah,
those will be worth money for sure.
Sleeves. Yeah.
You got a holographic celery, perhaps?
Yeah. I paint them myself. You know,
Dude,
get them to sign them.
I bet Kezu's so mad he's not on this panel right now. Every time I look at him when he's on his phone or his iPad, it's just like him browsing Pokemon cards.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this man is like big into it. Yeah.
Oh, we found something new. Excellent. This is good. He'll be here later. We should all act like we're really obsessed with it. And then he'll get excited.
Sounds like bullying. No, we switch around and make fun of him, right?
Yes.
Let me just take out my first edition Charizard real quick. I just want to look at it.
Gaimin Gladiators.
Hey, first edition bands are different.
What Bloodseeker?
What are you upset for? They're going for the Pango.
Are they going to
for the Pango.
If they steal it, I'm fine with it.
No. Are they trying to bait Gaimin into first picking Pango?
You have to first pick Pango here now if you've got anything at all. If there's anything about, just do it.
No, that's the trap. They're trying to trap you.
Yeah, but you want to prove that you can't be trapped.
Don't let them do
Who cares? Just pick it.
No.
I saw the interview, Sheep. They said if the gauntlet has been thrown, he's going to pick it up.
That's a gauntlet.
That's a gauntlet. Banning Bloodseeker first phase against Quinn?
Yep.
That's a gauntlet.
Can't you just pick something that's good against Pango and then let them take the Pango and then pick another Pango counter?
Well, tell me, what is good against Pango? Because we've been searching for the past 3 games. No team seems to be able to find it.
We've seen the Storm Spirit be a good counter. You could potentially just take... What is there actually?
Yeah.
I've seen some Grimstrokes that have kind of been hit and miss.
Big miss.
That one's oh, here we go. Look, Quinn. He's wet. I think.
Doom, that's great. Just make Pango not be able to do anything.
He can still turn. Like, when you doom him and roll, it should make it so you just can't turn.
Yeah, no, I mean,
that would be balanced.
Yeah.
Like, see ya. Doom him in the right direction. It's like you're bowling or something.
Yeah. Well, they take it.
Yeah.
They take it for themselves. The mastermind, and they get Maranas.
I'm wondering what was in their head about why they thought it wasn't worth it. I'm very curious.
It's because you get 2 instant responses to it, right?
What are they, Sheep?
I don't know. The pros are better than us. They would have idea. Maybe it's like.
This is my favorite draft ever if this works.
I don't know.
If they win with this Pango, this is just great.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Gaimin get a first phase of Disruptor and Doom. I wouldn't consider Disruptor to be that great against Pango. Homie can just roll up and not have to worry about Glimpse.
Okay, but what if he's in Static Storm? What if you get a Blink Dagger and you appear out of nowhere? Surprise!
Turn to ban.
And this is only relevant if he's not already in Rolling Thunder, and he's usually starting the team fights as Pango.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the whole issue here with like Doom and Disruptor is that they require you to find Pango before the fight starts. So what I would like to see is something maybe that gives vision going on.
Bounty Hunter.
Like a Bounty Hunter, like a TA, like a Zeus, like anything that just gives vision so that you can use your spells and start the fight on your terms. That's how Gaimin will win this game, because otherwise Tundra will be able to just like Tundra are going to be hunting. They have Moonlight Shadow. They're going to use like Smoke plus Moonlight, go look for kills, start fight. Roll's going to be going off. Pango's going to own. Stupid Pango.
I want some wild Duracho hero this game. I want to see him get involved. I mean, he got involved on the Morphling, which was great, but you know, my favorite Duracho games are like the Pudge. Not saying that was very good here, but Slark. You know, some leashes would be kind of nice this game.
I mean, both of the Gaimin heroes are. Yeah, it's all about jump, but both of them can be very effective against Pango, so maybe they just feel more comfortable going this route instead.
Yeah.
Plus auras.
Night Stalker.
It just gives them so much more draft flexibility rather than being like, okay, we have to do another Pango draft.
Turn to ban.
Gratu's still waking up here, you know. It's still early. It's only 7 o'clock right now, so.
Gamer time.
Yeah. Sun's still very bright for 7 o'clock.
Yeah, Ace is...
We're truly entering summer here, guys.
See those blackout curtains.
Almost there.
10 seconds.
2 more months till the apex.
The equinox, as it were.
I don't know. It's June 26th or something. Isn't that a big deal here in Sweden?
Midsummer,
No
yes.
idea.
Yeah.
They wear those flower hats.
That's right.
Yeah.
Although
Not
they told me
exactly
that they do not ritualistically kill people.
It's kind of annoying though because the observers miss all the kills because the flowers get in their eyes.
They ritualistically kill flowers though.
Ritualistically kill the flowers, that is correct.
Kill a lot of flowers that day.
All right.
Gaimin are banning out vision heroes of their own, sheep. They get rid of Lycan and they get rid of Beastmaster.
Those are called zoo heroes, actually.
Zoo.
They double up as vision heroes.
Bearded
which is
heroes?
Nice. Yeah.
Deeply offended. If they ban out Kunkka, I'm gonna rage.
Yeah, well.
Ban the beards.
They are targeting
of
33
beard.
right now, and Tundra's targeting Quinn. I think the puck is nice, because I think it's hard for Gaimin to pick it at the end of first phase, just because the hero has so many counters. That it gives like Tundra... You can't protect it with enough bans nowadays, I feel like.
And Pango's got a bit of a beard. Storm has a bit of a beard. Light's got a bit of a beard. Beastmaster's got a beard. Ricky's got a bit of a beard. Disruptor's got a beard. A lot of beards. Wow.
Actually, Pango's facial hair is called a Van Dyke. It's a mustache.
Well, I mean, Ricky's is like a little
think he has a
goatee because he's like a skater.
Pango
definitely has a mustache.
Beard. Does he? But
Yeah, he has like a little... the hair is like a little bit light cream.
That's weird.
You want to like get close to the monitor? You want to go
real
like,
quick,
really
get
get in
down
there.
on all fours, Purge. That was great.
Look at Pango roll down there.
I know.
Like that's a little...
After hours.
It's gotta be a filler time. It's
The
gotta be
host is
charades
allowed
or
to
some
ask the
shit.
panelists to do that, by the way.
You are allowed to ask. I'm very able to say
He's
no.
allowed to deny.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to Enchantress.
All right, there's the inch. It's coming out
Beard
once more
on
here.
Enchantress.
It was
Wait, what? It says Gaimin have
Hard to
fast pick,
see.
but they
Very
don't.
light.
No, they do. Oh, they picked Ench. Sorry, they picked it so fast I didn't see.
dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, I was saying last game during that Snake King doesn't quite have the same impact on the inch as I expect of like Celery. Because I mean, Celery, you even heard you say these are like his favorite heroes. Not, you know, no shade to any 5 who's playing it in comparison, but like the micro-minded people tend to do a lot better. And
Gladiators.
I don't know, you see more creep interactions.
I agree with you, but maybe Aramis is playing at this game.
Yes, that is definitely possible with the Snake King Mirana being
a Siggy.
in the pool. Yes, a Siggy. One Siggy hero. Quinn Ember coming out here though, so
like it's a decent, I won't call it a Pango solution, but it has tools against it, and you can usually escape pretty well. You know, for one Fire Remnant, usually he's not going to be able to catch up to that, and then you can slight chains him to like potentially set up for a glimpse play.
They also just
or
ignore each other a lot as well, I think. Like in team fights, they're just doing their own thing. You know, it's hard for Pango. I mean, until the Basher comes out, and then I feel like Ember is a little more concerned.
Bounty.
This is just like the Skywrath Mage, where they pick Skywrath Mage game 1, and we're like, oh, that's kind of funny. They pick Skywrath Mage, and then game 2, they just pick it again, even though like maybe it's not necessarily the best. But
I mean, I'm down for it. If you're looking for support that gives vision, this one is very ace.
10 seconds remaining.
Not the player.
True.
Yeah, that was very confusing.
Sorry, no, I didn't. That wasn't meant to be a thing. I just was looking for a way to say good. It wasn't good.
Ace. You know, that's how she casually talks off camera all the time. She's like, man, this popcorn is aces.
I mean, it's something
classic.
He does say that word. Yeah. It's much
so
like
effortlessly cool.
Much like last game, though, this is actually a support who's again very physically survivable, and that's the danger coming from Pango in the early mid game. It's either Blightstone or Orb of Corrosion, and then you get a Diffusal Blade, and there's just a lot of overwhelming physical damage that like bursts those squishy supports with like 4 armor. You die to like 2 swashbuckles practically, so there's a benefit there. The vision stuff, you retract the rolling boulders, so you always know when it's coming.
Maybe they just like it against Enchantress. I thought they were picking it last game as an anti-Ricky hero, but we saw how well the lane went for this bounty hunter. I liked your theory about the not handing out wand charges and still being able to harass.
And Enchantress, before you get a creep up, is very much a right-click hero. You just throw the attacks. Yeah, there's some impetus here and there, but it's still, there's a lot of attacks in between that are being partially negated by your high armor. And you can dish it back out to her at like a high rate. Enchantress's armor is pretty low, so like slapping a little Janata hit on there, here and there, it's really going to add up.
Yeah, I mean, you are now playing 2 melee heroes in that lane. Is that punishable, like with some Chaos Knight?
Ooh, that'd be good. Nice sustain.
Yeah, I feel like it's hard for because they don't have long range poke on Gaimin now. Like before, they were utilizing the axes, right?
Yep.
And it was really hard to deal with. In this, they both have to walk up to use their spells.
And this is the problem they had last time, where like you can't just walk up and walk away now as the bounty hunter in this situation versus the Wraith King.
Doom gets the chain lightning creep though.
I mean, that would be really nice, yeah.
Do you know what's interesting is that before that Wraith King pick, I saw Aramis was actually talking.
5
That was kind of interesting because like presumably his hero's already picked.
He's allowed to talk.
They are allowed to, have
well,
opinions.
it's just nice that they're taking the stand in, in consideration. Like,
Aramis,
he's
shut
still
up.
communicating.
Don't
about
ever
the
talk in
heroes.
these games.
Maybe he was speaking self-affirmation. He was like, Aramis, you've got this. Today is your day.
He's actually not even on the call. He's just
Possible. I mean, Wraith King Mirana dual lane, kind of cool. Can do stun into stun setup. Wraith King against Doom, obviously very good. You don't have to worry about getting doomed really. It's not a huge deal for you. Glimpse play, stuff like that. He's got a lot more area to work with, and he can still push lanes pretty well.
I'm leaning more in the way of Tundra.
5 seconds.
In general, I just think Pango is so annoyingly strong.
Gladiators turn to ban.
And your Wraith King is now quite hard to kill. Because it's like you're gonna want to burst, or like you're gonna use your ults, your Doom, you're gonna use your Disruptor ult. And these things, after they're gone, I would say these heroes aren't like insane at killing Wraith King. Or at least the rest of Tundra is going to be able to react and punish afterwards.
5 seconds remaining.
There's still TB as well, which I guess is probably the other ban from Tundra. I'm sure GG probably just leave in Tide, because I'm sure Tundra don't want to play Tide into Disruptor Doom. And then other 3/3 heroes that are left. Darkseer is still in, obviously just played that. Doesn't look that great. I mean, it depends on what the one is for GG. You know, if it is TB, then maybe they'll do it. They actually still ban the Tide. Wow. I did not think that was necessary. That's a lot of Tide respect.
I would imagine.
I guess you crack in the track.
It's just really nice. It's like gonna give you all your aura needs. It's gonna be able to set, like we talk about the damage on Gaimin. It's a little bit lacking. I think it's hard for them to kill a Tide and a Wraith King. On top of the fact you want to be using your Doom on like Pango potentially, but then a Tide would provide you with a second target you have to go for. So I think it's a nice ban.
And some really nice disable setup to like really make the rest of his draft cohesive, like setting up Rolling Thunder, follow-ups or arrows, and while being that frontline guy. Yeah. Would have been cool. So last ban gonna be another carry for Gaimin Gladiators. Prevent that from coming out.
I assume it's just, there goes Slark instead of TB. Yeah, the leash would have been nice.
Whatever carry they get is gonna need BKB probably, because I feel like the burst from Tundra is pretty good for teamfight.
Did we talk about Wraith King versus Lifestealer before?
We did, but
seconds remaining.
I agree with you. It could work. You're thinking Lifestealer for Gaimin?
Yeah.
I kind of like it.
5 seconds
You infest stuff with Ember and Bounty.
I think it's slightly riskier than TB because their lane push is bad.
Well, the thing I like about TV at least is it gives them ways to take towers and stuff a bit better. I mean, Lifestealer is okay at doing it too. It's just
Tundra Esports.
Right now I want them to have ways to take the Roshan and stuff. So like if this guy goes on the Deso, I like it.
Yeah, I think TB is like the cover all solution in a sense because he just does everything in like different ways. But Lifestealer is way more pointed at like what I'm actually seeing from Tundra. Yeah. You know, so it's really nice. Obviously, it has a lot of benefits versus the Pangolier as well. So.
Yeah, I just think it provides much better solutions against the Wraith King. Basically, you're also individually tanky. You don't have to worry about chain stuns as much because you can always rage or infest allies. You can keep your allies that get chain stunned alive better with a little infest health boost. You know how it always helps you stay alive when the guy jumps inside your body and pops out instantly. It's like, oh, I feel more healthy.
Rejuvenated.
Yeah. Oh, I have 800 more HP somehow.
Whoa.
Death Prophet has 4 melee heroes that she can suck now. Tasty.
Ooh. I can't believe DP got to final phase. That's so good. The silence is so good against all these heroes as well.
That's true.
My god, yeah, they have such like tanky and annoying heroes to try and kill in these fights. I actually have no idea.
Gives another tower hitter too.
Yeah, with the body of the Ench creep in front as well in this game too, and a Wraith King and a Pango rolling around.
And it
There's a
doesn't
lot
matter
of space.
that much if you get doomed as long as you press some of your buttons first.
Yep.
So cool point. And Grief's Carrier.
But they have a pretty nice snowballing potential as well. Obviously, they have the double supports once again that play really well from ahead with the Disruptor and the Bounty Hunter, and then Lifestealer as well who can get involved with the Infest Bombs. So, you know, Quinn pops off. Quinn definitely has to enable a lot of this as well in this game because he is like the one who's like going to be controlling a lot of the space in the game, especially if the Doom does anything slightly greedy. But I think we're assuming he's not going to be that greedy on the Doom this game. they're probably pretty involved as well.
It's not really Ace's thing to be greedy. I feel like he's always like mildly greedy is the way I would describe him. Like he does just enough greediness, but he never.
Is that like medium salsa? He's not like hot and he's not mild.
Which country medium?
Medium.
America medium.
Yeah, yeah, just like
yeah.
America, think of like very
America
white
medium.
county North America.
Yeah. If this was European, it'd be hot.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Salsa here.
Yeah.
Okay. They can't handle it.
No. True.
Well, right now, I think that Gaimin Gladiators are breaking the Scoville scale because they have been looking hot, at least in the past few games. But overall, these two teams have a 50-50% win rate ever since they've been playing together. Time to break the balance, perhaps, and let's listen to our PogChat pandas.
Prepare for battle.
Hot have Gaimin Gladiators been, but are they too hot to handle? Tundra's going to try and do it, this time with a Death Prophet against a bunch of melee heroes, Avery. Looks like a pretty strong pick to me.
I agree.
Thank you very much, Avery.
You said you were going to do a slurp sound effect.
No, I said maybe.
Oh, well, I was waiting for it.
No. I had to wait for the right time. Tsunami had this whole hot thing that was going on, you know? It felt like that was a better deal to play off of. But don't worry, I'll make a good slurping sound at some point.
I mean, 33 is definitely going to get some siphons off this game.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. He is versus a melee-oriented lineup. Disruptor's going to glimpse him back into all the melee heroes. It's just a question of, do you get the Doom on him first? Do you get some track poke on him first? Otherwise, 33 is in a decent position to be very obnoxious this game. Going to have a very good lane versus Lifestealer as well. Especially with a range support on top of it. That's a lot of harass going into these side lanes. A much better draft for Tundra this time around. And I mean, I say that just because they also got Pangolier, so, you know. I'll throw my hat in with them.
33 going to be blocked in and ends up giving away first blood to Duraccio. Quinn's going to take a lot of damage here, and he will die, but they'll get 9 for it as well. Honestly, pretty damn worth it for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. His boot's already coming out for the Lifestealer, so you talked about the fact that, you know, he's up against double ranged heroes. Needs a little something to deal with that. Well, now they maybe have a little bit of offensive power.
Actually, I think that was good for Tundra. They got 3 runes out of that.
Okay.
And the Pango comes back full. Quinn died first, so he didn't get as much XP out of that, I believe. And the first blood, the Lifestealer
get 1 kill.
Yeah, but by the time Quinn dies, there's less heroes there. You know, so it's slightly less, I think, in theory. Okay. Either way, overall, the gold, I think Tundra are happy with that. Just because they get to go in these lanes off 3 runes, and I think that's better than some extra gold for Lifestealer, who's going to have to play into double range heroes anyway. So yeah, you get a fast boots, but they're tri-laning regardless. So 33, he was going to have too good of a game here. You got to shut him down.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually the way I view this matchup, was 33 versus Quinn in some ways. I feel like 33 is put into a position to be able to maybe carry this game. And Quinn, well, he's playing his Ember Spirit, and he's been playing pretty hot lately. And we'll just see which one of these star players for their organization ends up coming out on top.
Also see if this Bounty Hunter has as good impact this time around.
I think so.
You have some track utility versus Mirana, but I don't think it's like the Liqui matchup, and
Denied.
I also feel like Tundra don't care as much about the frontliners from Gaimin this game as they did last time. Because they're just going to start hitting you. They're going to start hitting you with Exo and Drains, Impetus, arrows are going to be throwing, the Pango's going to long range poke you, you're going to lose your mana, Wraith King has 2 lives. I think their ability to engage with the frontline Bounty or the Doom Lifesteal, for example, is not as committal. So they're happier to just take those skirmishes, especially with their supports. These supports do a lot better in the early skirmishes. The stun and kill potential on the Bounty is still not there. You don't have like an Earth Spear or Tusk or something. You can't get it all.
has been
as you can get all the couriers.
33 dies again. The boots come into play.
Yeah, he's getting punished. He is getting punished off that tri-lane with the early first blood on the lifestealer.
And Tofu's doing some good punishing too. Gets a second courier kill on top of keeping Snaking out of lane for a decent amount of time.
Just very strong lane mechanics from Gaimin, setting themselves up once again for a good early game. 3 out of 3 on top of the CS board. Who is going to stop this team, Cap?
Well, it's not looking like Tundra the way this game's going. And Liquid already took their shot at him. Missed.
We're still early in this laning phase. I'm not going to write him off like that, you Debbie Downer.
Okay. Great Fire Blast. No arrow, though. I wonder if he's going to get arrow at level 3 just because he has a setup stun.
As long as you can, but the damage is not necessarily that much better. The short-range arrows are whatever. I still expect these lanes to get better for Tundra over time. I think DP Ench are going to scale pretty well in the 3 to 5. Great King only gets better when you get the higher Vampiric Spirit levels. I think they're still in a fine position. But obviously, a lot of that early momentum does go Gaming's way. You're also going to be looking for these 6 and 8 minute power runes. Can't stress it enough. You have basically Pango versus Ember mid, double Spirit type hero action. You really want these early DDs, haste, and you want to take them away from Quinn. You do not want Ember getting power runes and then running down your supports on the map.
Hurricane back. Celery trying to take away the water rune, does manage to do so. 9 will get some revenge for that, but the damage is kind of done. He needs a refill on his bottle, and he needs it stat.
Yeah, tell Snaking to die right now.
Yeah, seriously.
Level 2 star.
He is not going to oblige. He is winning his lane too hard, it seems.
Early CS going Gaming's way, but these are not easy lanes. Like, Bounty Hunter, Doom offlane sounds kind of bad. I mean, I don't know what that lane does. Unless you get a crazy good early creep on Doom, like Mana Burn, Harpy, which Ace has just not gotten here. He's still looking for it, and it's a Cobalt camp. Meanwhile, Edge is going to continue to accelerate into Disruptor. You don't have counterplay versus the creep down here if you're Gaming. Another reason why I feel like this side lane is also just going to get stronger over time. Sure, you committed tri-lane, you did some cheeky stuff, you shut down 33 a little bit, but the Death Prophet is inevitable.
Try and just poke at him with Thunderstrike, but it's not really going to do anything. At least I don't think. Double Wraith Band for 33. This is kind of the build that a lot of these Death Prophets have been going. I'm just copying it whenever I play Death Prophet. It feels pretty nice, his armor buff.
Well, you just copy anything, you know what you're doing.
That is true, but I can still feel good about it.
But the armor buff is really nice.
Also, the attack speed combined with the better animation that Death Prophet. I remember she had this terrible animation where a projectile would move so slow. That was awful.
I think it's still kind of bad, but
yeah, definitely. It's not great.
All right, what about triple Wraith Band? That sounds like a lot, though.
That might be a bit much.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Let's see if it pays off. I've seen 33 have some crazy stat builds in my time. This is up there with one of them.
Yeah, he definitely likes to double or triple down on the basic stat item. It's kind of been his go-to for a long time.
We're gonna steal some gold. Skeeter wants him here.
Arrow. Oh, from downtown. No. Drove right on past the bank. Crashed into a wash.
You know, I feel like 33 has bought so many stats, he already doesn't have slots.
Yeah, he does.
Is this good? Is this too much? Has science gone too far? This is an abomination.
Yeah, now he's got to buy an upgraded wand just to create a...
I don't think he wants to, though. Now he's flying out boosts. I think science has gone a little too far.
I mean, he's definitely going to be buying a wand eventually, though, right?
I don't know.
Isn't a wand better than a Wraith Band?
Sure, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Not if you're buying 3 of them. You can't buy 3 wands.
I mean, yeah, that's why I said isn't wand better than a Wraith Band, not the Wraith Bands.
It's a very interesting build. I genuinely don't know. I feel like the wand is better here, but I don't think he's going to get it now, right? That he's committed.
Yeah.
And the right clicks are doing some work for Storaccio. He has to run away.
Credit to him, like, it is mostly physical damage, right? Lifestealer, Bounty Hunter, Ember Spirit. It's all physical. So
it's also better when you get doomed. You still get the armor. Can't activate Wand if you're doomed.
Sure. And he probably is going to be, well, either him or Nine's Pango are going to be the target for the dooms, right?
For sure it's him. If 33 gives the easy target for Doom at the start of the fights, I think they're taking him over Pango. I think his game is that good. Make a quick rotation with the roll, secure an ace kill. Did eventually find that mana burn creep, but I feel like he found it a little bit too late in this lane to have the impact he wanted. And he's getting a little punished here. Skeeter's gonna have a nice game on this Wraith King. And the skeletons are going to be annoying in this game. They don't have that good of wave clear. It's the downside of Bounty Hunter as a support. He does not give you wave clear along with Disruptor. It's just chase and skirmish. If Tundra can get to a point where the summons, the Pango, the skeletons are all shoving in waves, that's a way to deal with this run-at-you dual support setup, where they just have to always respond to the map, and they don't get the fights. We didn't get to see that game one, but it is a punish that's in the wheelhouse here for this Tundra lineup.
Sure. I mean, at least they have Ember Spear, right?
Sure, but do you want Ember cleaning up the map, or do you want Ember running in the bulwark of your skirmish? Also, it's Quinn. Quinn doesn't want to clean up skeletons. He wants to clean up heroes and Reddit threads.
Clean up those Redditors. I mean, maybe if he had a Boots of Travel build, then you would be able to send your Ember to deal with that and still have him join in fights. But yeah, I see the predicament.
Dire's structures are
fortified. Bounty runes, that's a significant advantage here for gaming. Probably a benefit of Bounty Hunter just running around,
under attack,
being obnoxious on these runes.
Yeah, it's in the name. He's a Bounty Hunter.
It's true.
Away! Not far enough, though. I think Quinn's got him with the slight. Indeed, he does.
It's under attack.
Nine should be fine here. Full wand plus that ult. Just holding on to it. Mid tower took a lot of damage during that, though. This is a 1/3 HP tower mid for Tundra, just off that skirmishing. It's a large punish. And meanwhile, you have Exo up. You have that triple Wraith Band build for 33. You kind of want to get DP active here.
I guess
nice little skirmish around mid, looking for the 10-minute rune. You can deny it from Quinn. You'll feel good about yourself tonight. And you do.
Takes a regen, but will not survive with it. So, does he really feel that good?
Honestly, I'd take that trade.
Anything to spite Quinn?
Hey, that's when you just scream in your mic, I got his rune, boys. And then the whole team is uplifted, you know?
They're like, eh.
Early Exo.
Buddy. Ooh, that arrow from the trees. That could have caught something out. Celery's going to drop the Static Storm with the Kinetic Field. Not Kinetic Field, actually.
He's going to sacrifice his body to the Death Prophet Goddess here.
And she's going to run one more victim down. Double kill for 33. So the Death Prophet pace is beginning to pick up. It does mean that this first exorcism is not going to do hardly any tower damage. I say that, but 33 is just barreling into the tower for the last couple of seconds here.
I feel as though that is an early glimpse of what this game could look like for 33 in terms of, unless you're dooming this Death Prophet, I don't think you can kill him. You have no other lockdown.
Yeah.
What stops him just turning, siphoning, and killing you? I feel if you're gaming, unless you're bringing ace to those fights, you need to dodge this Death Prophet right now. Just play out the other parts of the map. You got a tier 1 mid during that, off the 10-minute catapult. Very nice gameplay around mid from Quinn as usual, and that'll give him some space and a hero to play around. You can combine your supports around Ember, get some track going, get some glimpses going into the slights. That could prove problematic for Tundra supports. At the same time, they're hunting you. Tundra feeling a lot more comfortable in this game, even if they are a little bit behind in the net worth.
Another kill here, snaking. No lead charges, so he's stuck. Now up 2K for Gaimin Gladiators, but again, they do have that tower advantage, so it could be evened out with the next exorcism.
The one concern here for Tundra is probably 9 has been set back again by a pretty decent margin here in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, 9's Pango is legendary, but he's not getting a whole lot of runway for him to build up momentum.
She's had rough early games.
For the FF.
I guess you can say that about a lot of people who've gone up against this gaming tri-lane mid.
Yeah, true.
They also have an invis, could set up something top here. If they can get another Doom kill, it's a lot of extra golden XP going his way.
Nice kill. They can immediately turn that into pressure on the tower with all of these skeletons. Now Quinn is cutting over.
Smoking.
Start up with snaking here. Snaking. I believe he's going to accept his lot in life. 9 does not want to be dying here. Beautiful shield crash. Hit on 4, but it's just going to stall things out. He actually goes and cleans up the creep wave because he knows he's not getting away.
Lost his TP on that as well. Good response by Gaimin just to read this move and not lose that tower for free. They also get track kills on top of it. That mono not helping you out in that engagement.
I like the fact that Skeeter is already rotated down to bottom.
This is a good move.
This is, yeah, really cool.
They have enough gaps.
Ooh, the Tumbler toy got him in range with the Spirit Siphon, but it seems like that slow is not enough.
This is a crazy committal.
Oh, boy, 33. That was a bold move, my friend.
Let him cook.
Ratio apparently
top tower is under attack.
Unfazed by whatever is going down there.
That was a very bold move. I put the emphasis on very bold move.
Oh, I thought you were going to put the emphasis on move.
Very bold move.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
He will pay the price. I feel like Tundra just feel pressured in this matchup. Like they gotta make more, they gotta get more done than they are right now. Probably because they feel a bit behind. But I seriously do not feel like this gap is that concerning, right? They hit their mid game with the Exo Ball with the Wraith King. That's when their lineup strikes. If you can catch up on the Pango, that's what you're looking for. I don't think 33 has to force these crazy moves or make some drastic action happen on the map right now. Just keep getting like a couple core kills here or there, you'll catch back up.
Yeah, these are great.
Yeah, these are the types of moves you want. Because Gaimin they can't just go Roche right now. They can't aggressively initiate the fights without Bounty just running in and glimpsing people. So if you play the map properly, you play under your towers, you're ready to react. That fight goal is not that straightforward for Gaimin. In that sense, you can just trade farm. Like this type of mat setup is amazing for Tundra right now. This 33 is just a brick wall top. 9's getting some farm off mid. You're controlling all of the enemy jungle right now. This is where Gaimin need to make a smoke or play off Bounty Hunter to take away Tundra's space right now. They have the heroes to do it. They gotta find some picks of their own. Keep playing around Quinn, who is having a great game again, 4-1 and 5 on the Ember Spirit.
It's out of Rolling Thunder. He gets off the shield crash, but again, he is caught. Swashbuckle does manage to get away. The shield crash kept him alive. Quinn is not able to chase after him either. Okay, never mind. That's because Ace was coming in from the other side, sandwiches him, and 9 does end up falling. The glimpse back, they'll get air miss as well.
Or track gold going Gaimin's way. Skeeter says, "This is my jungle. What are you doing here?"
Do you think they feel a little pressure? I know it's a great Death Prophet game, but Lifestealer versus Wraith King, that's not a great matchup for Tundra's favor, right?
I think that matchup goes both. I mean, it is a Lifestealer favorite matchup in terms of just man fighting him, but I also feel like in some of these games, if you spend your rage killing Wraith King's first life and he comes back and then he just kills you, it doesn't feel great either. Well, I'll tell you, I was never in a game and I looked at Lifestealer and felt pressure. That's just my interpretation of this hero.
That is true. That is a very slow hero.
No, that doesn't mean he isn't going to destroy you and win the game. You certainly get destroyed by this hero every now and then, but it's not a hero that puts this mental pressure on you. I don't know. That's just how Lifestealer works. Except Matumba Man. That guy's Lifestealer was something else. I don't know what that was.
Time and time again, 9 is being hunted down. Doesn't die this time around, but used the Rolling Thunder and to no effect. Oh, maybe the Wraith King coming in from the other side can find something here. Wanted to go for Salary, not able to find that T-Flex for it. It's the Bounty Hunter instead. Oh, that was a lot of damage. Another slight.
I don't know. I like Skeeter getting involved in these early fights, and his position on the map has been really good. Just infesting this Radiant jungle, taking away a lot of farm, putting his skeletons in a position where they're aggressively farming out this jungle and pushing bottom lane. It's creating a lot of innate map pressure that's drawing Gaimin back. And when they get drawn into him, he can join the fight with early Deso. Lend a skeleton hand. Of course, early damage dealt. Quinn is once again on top of that board. He's gonna have a fast BKB on Ember. If we're looking at the control on Tundra's side, there is nothing that goes through BKB. So he's gonna have a free golden interval in those fights to just wreak havoc.
And the same goes for this Lifestealer. If he gets off the rage before Silence hits him, he has the Deso. So that is kind of scary because I think you can actually threaten 33's life. That kind of firepower, that kind of machinery he's working with.
Well, can you? What is Deso to 3 Wraith Bands?
That is true.
You have no power here.
The minus armor is completely combated by the +6 armor he's getting out of these Wraith.
Just wait till minute 25, son.
Oh my god.
You haven't seen it, nothing. He has fast BKB too as a product. Maybe these little items helping him just rush that and feel better about it.
Yeah, sure. Magic immunity plus all that armor.
Dire are scanning.
You really got to start thinking about initiations here for both teams. Like, you want your Wraith King starting? It appears they do. So Skeeter is going to go third item Blink here and just start the fights for Tundra, which means you can chain it up with an arrow. It'll allow 33 to go in the fight without being the first one to get doomed, because you do not want to doom Wraith King here. So to me, it's all about Skeeter jumping in, setting up the fight for Tundra. And if you're gaming, are you happy with just running people down in glimpses, or do you need a blink on Ace of your own to start that fight? Or you can just infest the Ember and try and jump and burst somebody. But the problem with the infest Ember jumping and bursting is you're not dooming them. So to me, that does give a window where 33 can BKB and turn around with the siphons. You're going to jump on a Wraith King with 1 life, or if you don't burst Pango when he lives, he rolls and round back on you. That initiation is not as favorable. They're going to infest the Bounty Hunter, maybe less committal.
Don't really want to go for Aramis. Like something else to be able to infest on. Celery buys back for this engagement. That arrow thunder. Oh, the arrow was not quite there. They do have a static storm out, and they're going to pop out, just kill the Wraith King. That's life number 1.
Just giving 33 a good fight, though.
Oh, it is giving him a great opportunity. Activates the BKB, uses the Exorcism, and runs down more and more heroes. Gets the Lifestealer, chooses not to chase past the tier 2. Instead, they're going to opt to take Roshan here.
They want the bigger prize right now. 40 seconds of Lifestealer. Can you contest this if you're gaming? You're going to have the track vision. Maybe go in and start slighting it, and you still have Doom on Ace. He did not get to use it that fight.
They're going to catch the heroes as they get close. Yes, they lose the Mirana, so a 1-for-1 trade-off, but it also slows down this Roshan attempt.
Exo's out.
Exo expires. There goes most of their damage.
Still have Deso Wraith King here with the Pango poke. Yeah, I think you commit.
Oh, this is getting really awkward.
This is weird. You have to commit, though. You just have to man up here. Quinn actually runs it all the way back to mid. He's really far, so easy cleanup for Skeeter. That's just a good fight into the objective that Tundra won. And of course, dieback for Celery means there's no glimpses off any of these tracks.
Look at you.
They're running away. I think you need a blink on Ace in this game. You're going to need it soon, because you need to be able to land this Doom on the DP to take the fight, or the Pango if you can find him. When Skeeter gets to determine who's initiating on who here, this is just an easy fight for Tundra, because 33 has a free time. Sure. Doom is owned, and the Death Prophet's killing your carry. That's a recipe for success, regardless of how many slights and tracks you're getting up.
I really thought 33 was going to go for the kill on Ace, but better decision for them to back off and take the Roshan. As you said, much better prize for them. And as a result of that team fight, the Deso charges start coming up for Skeeter, where they are a bit lacking for Dyrachyo.
I think he learned from diving that tier 2 earlier.
Yeah, probably. Imagine if he hadn't done that, they'd be in flat great position. All right. It's a 10 bonus damage now.
Wraith King's putting in work, even from a deficit. Dyrachyo went back for this Midas, right?
He did.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I have
under
a feeling this
attack.
game has got to go long for them to win it, because they're not able to take the 5-on-5s right now.
Radiant structures
Just going to play
are
off the
fortified.
double Midas here between him and Doom, farm into that late game, try and take it off raw net worth. This is a scary tri-core to go late, though. Angle, Death Prophet, Wraith King? A lot of scale. All these heroes can use 6 slots well.
They got the skeleton synergy here. The rally from the neutral skeletons plus the Wraith King skeletons.
Oh,
so much damage.
And again, there isn't that big AoE. Wave clear, although you can kill your own tower.
They're going to try and take the outpost, but Gaimin Gladiators are here to fight, but so is 9. Instantly burst down Celery. He's going to try and chase down Quinn, who is trying to get away from the Rayfire Blast, but it follows him all the way. Remnant second, he's slowed down. Force uses BKB. Darachu's going to come in, though, quickly take out 9. Skater's first life is gone. 33. They have to worry about him, though. They're going to choose to disengage off of Infesting inside the neutral creep. Pops out again. Kills the Wraith King a second time here. 33 dropping low, but the Spirit Siphons. Oh, the BKB, but oh, the Slight gets him in the end. Such a close call. Aramis pulling a little ring around the rosy, but there are too many Gaimin Gladiators heroes not going to be able to get out.
Damn, that mana by Quinn. What a call. I was not sure that was going to work out, but he has just enough resources in the tank to take that fight. 7,500 damage from this Ember. Brutalizing them on the backside of an overextension into that double chains. Yeah, you have 3 lives on Wraith King, but I don't think he got much out of any of them.
No, he really didn't.
Just beautiful kiting the team fight from Gaimin and abusing their EHP to the max.
And 9 putting himself in a position like this, where he kind of needs to be playing the poke game. He's got, after all, this Death Prophet and Wraith King.
9's had a
hero frontliner.
He's had a rough series, honestly.
Yeah, he has.
He's just not syncing it up with the team in these engagements, and they're losing a lot of damage. BKB comes out a little late from 33 off those stuns, and just he's out of siphons here. Nothing left to contribute. Really good read from Quinn to just man up. Of course, Greaves from Ace also gives him mana on the backside.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a literal
like he goes right back to serious business pretty quickly, though.
I mean, easier to get the job done. That's Bounty Hunter's motto.
And Darachu's getting a different job done. Demolition Man takes down the tier 2.
Do you know the name of Bounty Hunter's clan?
Do you know the name of Bounty Hunter's clan? I don't think you do.
I'm asking you.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No, I don't.
Pangolin.
That is a lie.
That's true.
Lying.
It's the Pangolin clan.
No, it's not.
It is. Wait, why do you not believe me?
I know that you don't care that much about the lore.
Oh, Snaking's gone. The physical burst.
Oh, he got the Doom off too.
Can't roll
right
anywhere.
Before the roll up. Or he got the roll up, but not the rolling thunder that he was trying to get out. And trying to deny himself to neutrals, but the tick comes through.
Ooh. Pangolin clan is claiming the Pangolin's life. 3 freebies for Gaimin. Out of nowhere. Now they got Skeeter. Doesn't have BKB.
Yeah, he's probably going to have to use his BKB on his second life to get out. Even then, I feel like it might be a little bit of a close call. He does manage to get the blink away. They layered that with the Static Storm, hoping to get the damage tick in, but
you need another round of items here if you're Tundra. And you are not getting the space to get him, and the fights have not been going your way recently. 33 just in this valley. He can't get to anything else. He's had triple Wraith Band BKB forever. He was looking at Shivas, now he's looking at Hex. He's trying to decide what to spend all his gold on. There's just so much effective net worth missing from Tundra right now. Whereas Gaimin just continue to build up the small items. We saw the Vlad's done for Gondor. BKB coming out for Ace.
Why Hex, though? Isn't the whole Death Prophet matchup supposed to be about survivability?
I think they just want to go in and Hex the Ember or the Life Stealer and start the fight that way.
They
not
just
a bad
don't
idea.
think they can take the drawn-out fight, so they're trying to get the burst.
Yeah, I think he's worried about the physical damage coming out from the slice, the death hit on him. I don't feel like it's that bad, but I would trust his read on the situation here.
I mean, after all, he's itemized for it and then still losing to the physical damage of Life Stealer plus Ember.
All right, let's say you go in and you get that Hex on Ember and you burst him though. that has to be a one fight.
For sure.
So in that sense, it lines up for me. The downside is if you get jumped while you have this Hex, and instead of a Shiva's, Aeon, this type of deal, that fight looks awful.
Yeah, useless item at that point.
I think the race to Assault Kuros is also pretty big here for both teams. You really want AC on Skeeter to help out his cores from getting slighted. Also just give him that Deso AC burst at the same time. If Dyrachyo gets there first, which he's on pace to do, that's going to open up this next Roshan fight on top of just accelerating those slights into you that you're trying to protect from.
Yeah.
So both teams trying to get the armor up to deal with the Sleight of Fist.
And Dyrachyo on pace to get there first, though. Did he change up his build? Is he just going to keep the Hyperstone and go Basher?
Oh, he's finishing it.
Okay.
He has all flying out except for that plate mail. 600 off.
Oh, that's why.
He's showing top, so Tundra know he can't be here.
Yeah, but can they catch anything here? It would have to be the Wraith King.
My Chow.
Gonna go for it. They got hit with the Blink Dagger. Refire Blast plus the follow-up. The arrow comes through as well. The chainsaw is all out. The force stuff is not good enough. An attempted save from Celery there, but really well played by Tundra. But they're going up and doing a high ground. Stunned up already. Death Robin spotted. Managed to get off the BKB, but he's being chased down by Dyrachyo. Can't actually get to him. He's going to be able to get away here. They're going to kite out Gaimin Gladiators. Uh-oh.
Tundra going to go back in. Bad. Skeeter's still in there. Still has a second life. You got to get the hell out if you're gaming.
Yeah. They're going to lose Ace for sure. On the back lines, they also find the Bounty Hunter. I can't even believe
this little bash. Dyrachyo, he's a basher.
Oh! I cannot believe that Dyrachyo thought about going back into that like he did.
That was insane. I don't think they saw that 9 had Basher delivered right at the start of that fight. And 9 was debating BKB here, and I was about to say, I do not like the BKB because I think Basher's just so damn good this game. Versus all the melee heroes versus the Lifestealer. That was a value Basher pickup.
Also, somebody messed up on the detection. They could have gotten this shoot.
Hurt them a lot.
He hit him on the War Stomp, and it was supposed to be a follow-up Doom, but they lost sight of 33, so he gets off the BKB, and all of a sudden he's free and clear.
That's why you need dust on core sometimes.
Again, 33.
Going in.
What about the bashes, though? Yeah, that's a BKB, of course. There's going to be a lot of resources being used up here.
I mean, there's still Exo in this fight.
Got a stun on him. Roll up. Static Storm trying to help him get out of here. Gets off the BKB. Does manage to sift away here. 33 is going to get popped. Too much physical damage between the two of them. Not respecting it enough. And it's Skeeter TPing. Barely makes it out. Ooh, that was a close call. Meanwhile, the Aegis got burned away. And 9. Roll up. Oh, he doesn't have it. Cool down. Somehow, Dyrachyo just barreling in, baits Tundra into a bad fight.
Had that AC first, uses it to great effect here. That did not look like that good an engagement for him, but again, the Infest bulking up the Ember's HP, allowing him to live through that burst and just turning it around. There's no armor on this Death Prophet outside of those Wraith bands. Once that AC and Deso go in, the physical burst is significant. Didn't even have Doom for that fight.
I will say one thing is that the two supports on Tundra don't have a Force Step. Granted, I know there's kinetic fields, but you still need to get these heroes away from Lifestealer somehow.
And normally they always build them.
Yeah.
It's just a product of how poor snanking's been this game, and Aramis going for the more aggressive items here in boots of Bearing Dragonlance.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
This will be a Rax.
Dire's middle barracks is falling.
Will it be 2?
And why not, right? You're missing Exo on Tundra's side. Meanwhile, you still have Doom up if you're Ace.
Reactivate node. Dire's top tower.
Aramis trying to make himself a target here. The Scythe of Ice is picked up.
Gotta fly in.
Need some time to be able to pick it up, to jump in, blow up with the Infest. 2 supports, burst it down at the start of the fight. Peter jumps in. The Infest has been used up as well as the BKB. Oh no! The nightmare scenario that we were talking about picks up the Scythe of Ice, but gets initiated on first. And fails to put it to use.
This game just crumbled. Absolutely crumbled in the last 5 to 6 minutes here. When they had Roche on position.
did.
Dyrachyo is just beastie.
They literally went from getting Roshan successfully to losing 2 fights and the game is over.
Wow. Okay. I mean, that is one way to accelerate a game. If Dyrachyo has a hot date tonight, he wanted to get out of there fast. Boy, I gotta finish this up by 35. Can we push base? Oh, okay. See you at the bar. I mean, this just came out of nowhere, it felt like. I didn't think that game was that bad of a position for Tundra. I really didn't. But somehow, that AC got delivered for Lifestealer, and it was just all stars. Knockout punch. I still